today. The Broncos out at training camp today. Both Stoke and I will be out there today.
You guys are going out?
We're going to go out. We carpooling? We carpooling? Or
No, absolutely not.
No?
No carpool.
No carpool?
You got to get it. I was at the Rock the other day.
Yeah?
Yeah, went to have a little Mexican food. I mean, I'm sure
At the Rock or in the Rock? I think you're in the Rock, aren't you?
I was in the Rock?
I think you're in the Rock.
I went to
I don't know.
I
Let's
went
ask
to
the
the
guy
Rock.
from the Rock.
I went to
Are
the
you
Rock.
at the Rock or in the Rock?
Either one.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I went to the Rock.
Where'd
the
you go?
Rock.
Stokes probably been there.
La Loma.
Oh.
Daddy love.
Daddy
Yeah.
like.
Oh, yeah. That's
Daddy
my
like.
spot.
Daddy
La Loma.
like.
I mean,
Love La Loma.
their fajitas are just a notch underneath Mike's,
Well,
but they're really good though. Really, really good.
I'll put my fajitas up against anybody's.
Yeah, right there. It's on the big board of BS lies and other nonsense.
So we'll be out there today and, kind of get a lay for the land of all the building that's going on out there. Curious to see that. We'll hear from Sean Payton. Anything specifically you'd like to hear from Sean? I know you can just reach out to Sean yourself, but play the game.
Yeah.
Play along.
Anything specifically? No, I mean, not really. I mean, obviously you want to know everything. It's early. I want to know what the running game, what their plan is, like all that kind of stuff. But no, the bottom line is, we're gonna find out, and quite frankly, he's gonna find out too. They're gonna find out who they have, what they have, and how guys look. So we're just got to kind of enjoy the ride. I'm excited about it.
I am too. I really am. I think it all comes down to, for me, and we gave you this stat yesterday. This is the first time since 2014, John Fox and Peyton Manning, that the Broncos have come back-to-back years with the same quarterback and head coach. I mean, think about it. I mean,
Since 2014?
Since 2014. The turmoil, the turnover, the new coaches, new coordinators, new quarterbacks that's gone on the last 8-9 years. I guess it really does speak to the idea that continuity does matter, right? I mean, when you can show up there as a Bronco player, and if you've been here now 3 years and just look around, and that familiarity and that continuity and the lack of newness and just kind of stacking on what you've already built, that's a big deal. That's a big deal that, boy, we have not had around here in a long, long time.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's, you don't have to start over and learn a new playbook, learn a new scheme. You're building off of, what you did last year and the scheme. And so, there's less thinking. And so, a guy like Bo Nix, obviously going into year 2, to have the same offensive coordinator, the same coaches around him is huge for his development. But everybody across the board, having all the defensive coaches back and having the same scheme and continuing to practice things that, you did well last year and try to build off of those things. Yeah, I mean, that goes a long way in, being a consistent winner.
All right.
By the way, it does allow you to play fast.
Right.
It allows you to play fast because you're not thinking out there. The other thing is when you've run those plays and you've done those things, you know where the pitfalls are. You know where the little things from, like if the defense gives you a certain look or a certain leverage or whatever, I've been through this because I made a mistake doing that before. I'm not going to fall. I'm not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe. It just lets you play fast.
Some other headlines to talk about today. Whatever you want to say about the Rockies and the way they spend money. Do they spend enough? Do they spend too much on one person? One area that you have to give them their due, they're not afraid to hand out big bonuses, signing bonuses, above what they're supposed to pay for their top draft picks. Last year, they signed Charlie Condon to the largest signing bonus ever, $9.25 million. And now they just gave yesterday Ethan Holiday $9 million, which is the largest ever for a prep school player coming out of high school. So, they've spent the money there, and I'm so happy. I was out last week when the draft took place. So happy that they ended up with Ethan Holiday because while that's putting a lot of pressure on the kid, Mark, because we're automatically thinking about his dad and making comparisons. But, man, oh, man, what a great story. And for a team a franchise that is in desperate need of a boost, this is the kind of stuff that maybe, just maybe, can pump life into this franchise.
Stoke earmuffs. You're going to want to put earmuffs on this because what? It's the right out of the playbook. Let's give unproven guys or guys. Let's give them a ton of money and create a really good story. It's a feel-good story. Because we're not going to compete on the baseball field. So let's make sure that we make everybody feel good. We went out and got Holiday's son, Matt's son. Woohoo, yeah. And we gave him more money than anybody else that's ever been drafted out of high school. Man, we're on track. It's the way they do things.
Wow.
Tension.
I mean, you don't like – I mean, you got to draft
you
guys.
can cut it with a knife in here.
Right.
I mean, you got to draft guys, and we're drafting high. I mean, good job, Rockies, for at least getting these guys signed because some teams screw that up. At least they're not screwing that up. They can't win games this year. But, hey, hopefully these two young guys that you just talked about in 4 or 5 years can be, core guys on our way to the World Series.
We can only hope because this new addition of young studs coming up have been pretty underwhelming to this point, right?
Maybe these guys can, in a couple of years, be the guys that drive us to over 62 wins. So we don't lose 100.
How's that? Is the train idling? Or is it have the engines been shut down, Stoke?
Right.
No, the engines have been shut down. We'll revisit the train and the golden era of Rockies baseball in the offseason.
All right,
I'm out, abort, I'm done.
Yeah.
I can't continue that with the product that they put on the field this year.
All right, fair enough. Another story with some local angles here. Team Canada for the Olympics, that would be ice hockey, next February.
Mm-hmm.
Team Canada named their coaching staff, head coach John Cooper with the Tampa Bay Lightning, of course. I have no problem with that. Here's where I have a problem. The assistant coaches, NHL coaches Bruce Cassidy, Pete DeBoer, Rick Tocchet. No Jared Bednar? You telling me you can't find a spot for Bedsy?
You don't want him.
Why?
Because he coaches for the enemy. He beats you in the playoffs. He beats you in the Stanley Cup Finals.
You're putting ego ahead of country.
Yeah.
He doesn't like him. I mean, if you don't like somebody,
what do you think makes competitors? You think we just set that stuff aside?
But I would think that you would want somebody who was good enough to beat you. You'd want that guy alongside you.
Well, maybe you feel
because
like
of the respect you have for
that's your biggest competition to win another Stanley Cup. And maybe you don't want that guy to know all your stuff. The way you go about it, you don't want to give him any insight into what you do.
Nah, you put all that stuff aside when you. Well, I mean, he's got Bruce Cassidy on his roster. Cassidy won a Stanley Cup. Cassidy plays for Vegas. They're a potential Stanley Cup threat to the Lightning.
By the way, I mean, it's Team Canada. What do we care?
that's what I told him.
It's Team Canada. I hope
I
they
don't
have
even
all
care.
bad coaches.
Right.
I care about Bedsy.
Get over it.
I care about Bedsy.
We want the USA to
America.
win, Mike.
Listen, I'm not saying I want Jared Bednar on the staff to beat the U.S. I want Jared Bednar on the staff to lose to the U.S., but I want Bedsy on the staff.
Well,
I think he belongs there. And yes, I'm sorry. I stand up for our local Colorado athletes and coaches. I stand up for them, and I want them to get their just due. And I think in this case, he's getting snubbed.
I mean, until he comes out and says he's disappointed he's not on the staff.
He's not going to come out and say that.
I really don't care. I really don't.
Who do you think Mike likes the best? Who do you think is his favorite guy? You think it's Marilat? Do you think it's Nick Wright? Do you think it's Jonathan Cooper or John Cooper?
John Cooper.
Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson.
Right.
Of those four guys, who do you think Who do you think he likes the most?
Mahomes.
Mahomes.
Andy Reid. Love
Yes.
those nuggies.
Wow, that's a tough one.
Stop it.
That's a tough one.
I'm not going to play this game.
I mean, but seriously,
Just because I'm standing up for.
we don't even know.
How about this for a text? How about this?
He might not even want to be coaching it.
Mike, face facts. Jared Bednar is an underachiever as a head coach. He's been blessed with talent like no other head coach. He's left so many championships on the table due to his inability to navigate talent. Furthermore, his endgame coaching decisions and style leave so much to be desired. The Stanley Cup that Bednar did win was won by the team with the highest power ranking in NHL history, that team would have been favored against the Gretzky Oilers and the Lemieux Penguins. And it's ridiculous that he's only been able to manage one Stanley Cup, but he does have nice hair. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, quick. Hey, I loved that Avalanche team. They were a great hockey team. But to say they would have been favored against the Gretzky Oilers or the Lemieux Penguins, whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow your roll. But, Bedsy, getting snubbed. Up next, Stink, I need from your perspective, who is more important that the Broncos sign long-term, Zach Allen or Nick Bonito? You'll tell us why next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and the leaders in TRT, Synergenics, and Low T Center introduce the Synergenics Health app, guys. If you've been struggling where to choose to go get your TRT, look no further. Synergenics and Low T Center, they've got you covered with the new app. It's a superior innovation in healthcare technology. You're not going to find it anywhere else. With the app, you can book appointments, you can view your lab results, face-to-face telehealth visits, receive medication reminders, order supplements, pre-check into your visits. You can control your health like never before, guys. It's the best thing going right now. And right now, there's never been a better time to start TRT with Synergenics and Low T Center. They're offering a free test. That's right, a free test. Other places charge hundreds of bucks, but you're going to get a free limited time offer right now. The test is free and treatment is covered by most health insurance. It's so simple, guys. And then they're going to design a treatment program based on your test results that's specifically made for you. It doesn't get better than that. So download the Synergenics Health app right now or book an appointment online today at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
The simple truth is that there's more to retirement planning than simply calculating your expenses to maintain your lifestyle through this next stage of life. Hey, Brandon Stokley here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Trajan Wealth can build a strategy based on realistic options that align with your goals and circumstances, and this is what I love about Trajan Wealth, folks. They're going to come up with that game plan specifically designed for you, your goals, your needs. And oh, by the way, Trajan Wealth will give you a free review, and they're a great resource to answer any of your financial questions. It's a family-owned and veteran-led company by Jeff Jr. with wealth management and retirement planning services. Ensure your retirement is the ultimate summer vacation. Call Trajan Wealth today, 720-405-3300. They have multiple locations, Broomfield, Greenwood Village, and Loveland. Call 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300, or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Auto theft in Colorado remains prevalent. Stop auto theft and subsequent crimes by locking your car and taking your keys every time. Learn more at lockdownyourcar.org.
Passive aggression.
Oh, Mark. Sweet, naive, childlike Mark.
Culinary techniques.
So you got the crawfish, you got the tail, you pinch,
Yeah.
twist, and some people like to slurp it. You're a slurper.
And backhanded apologies.
You know what? I would like to officially apologize to you, Mike. You were right. I was wrong. You're smart. I'm dumb. You're skinny. I'm fat.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Yeah, I mean, those type of talks are happening right now, but I kind of just keep that with
my agent, just let him handle that. My focus is just, winning and trying to, get a championship.
Well, day 2 of Broncos training camp, and still no deals, no announcements, no new contracts handed out yet.
I mean, I hope the Broncos can get through practice, though. I mean, because, they don't got that big boost that you were looking for, Evans. The contract boost that,
I said either
you thought would just
either
be
right
so great for the locker room and
right
the
before
players.
camp or at some point during camp. That's
They're
what
screwed.
I said.
They're screwed.
Oh,
Yeah.
stop it.
Yeah, they're not going to be motivated.
No. Golly.
Man, I didn't even think about that.
No-
You're
no
right,
more
Stoke.
boost.
What a downer. I mean,
It's
guys
over.
are just moping
We are
into
over.
work,
Yeah, done.
just like Eeyore and Winnie the Pooh.
I know. It's going to be amazing.
No.
I'd probably – the energy level today,
You're
I'm
going to feel it
expecting
when
to
we're
be
out
really
there.
low.
You're going to
Yeah,
turn to me and go, ooh,
very low.
you were right.
They needed the
They
contract
need a boost.
and they didn't get it. So
No.
it's going to be a tough training camp.
Yeah.
There was Nick Benito. So, Stink, especially, I want to get your perspective, okay?
Mhm.
You're going out there. You're part of an offensive line, and you're getting ready to play the Broncos. And you got Zach Allen out there,
Mhm.
and you got Nick Benito out there. When it comes to the way you guys prep during the week, the attention that is given to the defense as a whole, but some of the individual players, especially game planning for, from your vantage point, who gets more attention in those offensive meeting rooms? Zach Allen or Nick Benito?
Zach Allen.
And you say it like it's not even close.
Yeah, it wouldn't be close. I think you feel like, I mean, obviously Nick Benito is a very good pass rusher, right? And I wonder if you went back through like the tape and looked at every sack Nick Benito had, how many of them were one-on-one? How many of them were extended time, right? Because Zach Allen's in the backfield and he's forcing the quarterback into your pass rushing lane. Like, how many of them are you winning the one-on-one, and how many of them are basically became sacks because of what Zach Allen does? Like, I'm not saying that he isn't great. I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve a new contract. I'm not saying 13 and a half sacks isn't impressive. It all is. But when you're breaking the huddle and you can't double team everybody and you got to get guys out, the one dude on the Denver Broncos that you're going to pay extra attention to, that you are saying we're double teaming this guy, is Zach Allen. And we'll live with one-on-ones everywhere else. So it'd be really interesting. Like, how many of those sacks came, after there's 3.5, 4 seconds run by? Like, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question, but it'd be interesting to kind of do a case study on it.
But you're emphatic. It's if you had to choose
Yeah.
who to extend, big money, not even close.
Zach Allen would be my number one guy, yes. On that defense, without equivocation, Zach Allen.
Well, my equivocation is Nick Benito. That's who I'm equivocated to. Nick Benito.
Are you sure it's not the Nick Benito?
The Nick Benito. Look, outside pass rushers, man. So I'll spin it to you, Mark. How many of Zach Allen's hits and pressures were because of the pressure put on from the outside by a guy like Nick Benito?
Sure.
Also,
I'm sure that's part of it. But like, are they shoved into him as the quarterback steps up because Nick Benito's got edge pressure and he's getting double teamed? Like all those things. Listen, they're both really good players.
yeah, they are.
They're both really good players. Zach Allen would be the linchpin to that defense, in my opinion.
Yeah, look, I mean, I wouldn't be mad if it's Zach Allen gets extended tomorrow, and we haven't heard of another signing yet, and then maybe Nick Benito's later, maybe whatever the case may be, because Zach Allen's really good. That's why this is a hard one. But I just go with a young outside pass rusher that can force that quarterback to step up in the pocket.
Would you say, though, that the Broncos have maybe, and this is a luxury, that they have maybe an abundance of pass rushers, that it's actually a pretty deep position group for them? Remember, going into the year last year, who was the guy they paid last year?
Cooper,
right?
Cooper's a good player.
He's a good player. Jonah Ellis certainly showed in his rookie season that he belongs. So who was also the guy that was it DeAndre Tillman gave you 5 sacks last year as well?
That's right. I forgot about him.
So I just wonder, again, this is all about prioritizing. We live in a cap world. We understand the issues that the Broncos are dealing with, still feeling the effects of the Russell Wilson cap hit for another year. I think just for the that they're having they've had those kind of conversations over there at Broncos camp, is that, all right, guys, let's go around the room. George Payton, Sean Payton, scouts, how would you prioritize who we should sign? And you're saying it's Zach Allen, not even close, but you're saying you'd go with Benito.
Yeah, and to y'all's point, and then, to your point right there, Mike, they did draft 2 edge guys.
And they drafted 2 more,
you got Savion Jones from LSU in the 3rd round. In the 4th round, you get Q Robinson.
Yep.
So do you want to just kind of be more patient with Nick Benito? Let's say, hey, let's see another year from you. And then also, let's see how these young guys do, how they develop. And does anyone step up to where we could say, you know what? Instead of paying Benito $30, $35 a year, let's use that money elsewhere. That's going to be interesting because they do have better depth there than they do on the interior of the defensive line.
I think I go with you. I go with Zach Allen as my number one priority because not only does he help guys around him get theirs because of the attention that he draws, but he still finds a way to put up his own numbers. He had 61 tackles last year. He had 8.5 sacks. He had over 40 quarterback hits, which the last time an interior defensive lineman had over 40 quarterback hits, you got to go back to some guy named Aaron Donald. So this is a guy who not only gets his, but also makes life easier around for the other guys around him. I think that's harder to find than even a Nick Benito type.
Yeah, again, we're splitting hairs because they're both really good players.
And I think they're both going to be signed, but I'm just saying the first domino for me would be Zach.
I would agree with you. And then when either of them get signed, the bum rush of excitement.
Oh, my God.
Emotion. And, it could drive them to, 13, 14 wins.
Yeah. Yep. It'll be like everybody in that room got tasered.
Yeah, it will be.
I hope not. I hope not. I hope it has a different effect, Mike.
Just a bolt of electricity.
When you got together with James and you got together with James and you got together with Nick Wright, did you guys talk about the training camp signing bump? Like, did you guys talk about the energy bump you get from training camp signs?
I have to give you credit. I have to give you a lot of credit because you're the classic example of somebody who believes that the best defense is to go on offense, Oh, yeah. And I think it's just at times like this when you're coming after me, it's just time to remind people of this.
I hate Jokic.
No, that wasn't it.
What?
Actually going to go with the Chargers.
Not me. Leave me out of this.
Way to go,
I'm on the sideline over here.
That was in the case of Ty back there, that was a Freudian drop right there. That was
unbelievable.
Let's just remind everybody that you take your little pot shots at me. You're the one that's on record on national TV as saying you're picking the Chargers to win the West this year.
I'd pick the Chargers over the Kansas City
Mike
Chiefs.
Shanahan.
Yeah.
And the Broncos.
I didn't say that exactly.
Yes, you did. You did.
Did you pick the Broncos?
I do think the Broncos are going to win the division this year.
You think they're going to win the division?
I think they're going to win the division this year.
The same guy who's saying, "Hey, man, expectations," and Sean Payton's
I'm
under pressure.
actually leaning into expectations. You two are the wimps that are like, well, winning in the NFL is hard. Winning 10 games is hard.
Then why are you backing Nick? Why are you backing Nick? If you've got, say it with your chest. If you've got the Broncos winning 13, go ahead and say it.
I don't have them win 13, but I like them winning. I like them winning 11 games.
But Kansas City won 15.
I think Kansas City's coming back to the pack.
So you're going to have to win at least 13.
No, you're not going to have to win 13.
They won 15 last year.
And they're not going to win 15 this year.
Yeah,
they're going to be in that 10 or 11 win.
Oh. Then why are you siding with Nick Wright?
I'm not siding with Nick Wright. I'm just bringing up.
You just said the quarterback's the
I'm saying it's a fair point to raise.
Say it with your chest.
I'm saying it's a fair point.
13 wins.
I'm not going to 13.
Okay.
They don't need to win 13 to win the division.
12.
They don't need to win 12 to win the division.
If
11 will win the division.
If Kansas City
11 will win the division. All right, hold that thought. You hot snot. Hey, today from noon to 1 p.m., it's the final giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. We'll be at First Bank on DTC Parkway in Greenwood Village. So come on by, limit one per person while supplies last. First Bank, banking for good.
When evaluating Bo Nix, it's not just what he does with the football, it's what he doesn't do with it. Right, Mark?
He doesn't take sacks. He doesn't take that many risks with the ball. He does have the ability to scramble and get himself out of trouble. He doesn't give you a lot of opportunities to create big plays against that offense.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Guys, if the little blue pills just aren't working, if erectile dysfunction is messing with your confidence, putting way too much stress on your relationship, time to make the jump to the big leagues and schedule a consult with my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's almost a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic practices better medicine, which is why they are the leader in treating men's sexual issues here in Colorado. I've been helped for low testosterone by the folks at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I can tell you not only are they experts, they know their stuff, but they are incredibly caring and compassionate, knowing this is a sensitive issue that you're dealing with and taking that first step. Don't put that first step off any longer. Amazing, but on average, men wait a year or more before doing something about their ED. Let's get this started today. Schedule a consult, just $99, includes a blood, T, and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose does not work in the office, your visit is free. 5 locations around Denver to better serve you, including Fort Collins and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Injured in an accident? Don't settle for empty promises. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective results. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients across the country. Founded by nationally recognized attorneys, we bring elite legal power to personal injury cases, fighting to get you the justice and compensation you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
Candy shaming. I don't know how anybody can eat that. Black licorice? Ugh. 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 Gross.
Fact checking.
I think we have another candidate for the Mike Evans big board of BS.
No way.
In the spirit of giving.
Mike is getting an almost new but slightly used snowblower.
Oh, is that his compensation, Mark?
No, that's just out of the goodness of my heart, Stoke.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, somebody told me you had a boyfriend who looked like a girlfriend that I had in February of last year. It's not confidential. I've got potential.
So the text of the day on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Hey, great show today, fellas. Couldn't get enough of listening to Evan's love for the Chiefs, Mahomes, Andy Reid, Nick Wright, Canada, Russell Wilson and James Marilat. What's your lineup for tomorrow, Mike? How great the Raiders will be this year and top 20 moments for Tom Brady?
Idiot.
Good. It's good. Well done.
Yeah, that is good.
Golf clap. Golf clap. Nicely done.
Yeah, I mean,
they hear it.
You kind of. That's. You're talking about Sean Payton and all the pressure he's under, and then that's what you've been doing the last couple days.
No. What I'm doing is we're having a conversation about the Broncos. We're getting into the storylines surrounding the Broncos, and we love talking about the Broncos. There's a never-ending appetite for all things Broncos. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to do 4 hours of just orange and blue Homer radio. I'm not going to do it. I mean, if there's some angles to this year's season that I think are worth exploring, that may be a touch negative, then that's part of the overall conversation.
This is
Put on
why,
your big boy pants and deal with it. Okay.
This is why I'm going to need you to make a definitive statement on the number of wins, and it's got to be 12 or more.
See, I know what you're trying to do here.
No, because listen,
and I respect it.
Listen, the Chargers won 11 last year, and we lost to them twice.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to have to win. The Broncos. You picked the Broncos to win this division. It's got to be more than 11.
No.
You can't.
I know what you're trying to do.
You can't come out and go, oh, the Broncos are definitively going to win this division. They won 10 last year. We're giving them 11. Let's go. And everybody comes back. No, you got to make a statement.
Here's what you're trying to do.
I need a statement from you.
And mad respect, because you're trying to play my game that I've played so well in the past against me. You're trying to get me to go full Ferguson. Yeah, because
I'm trying.
I at one point
I need
on
a
the
definitive.
air, I berated, belittled, badgered, bullied Nick Ferguson into predicting the Broncos were going to go 12-4.
Yeah, and I think they won 6 games.
I think they
year.
won 6 games.
Yeah,
that's what you're trying to do right now. I'm not going to fall for it. I'm not going to fall for it because I'm the master of the game.
I just don't think you can look at Kansas City, who won 15 last year, the Chargers, who won 11, and say the Broncos are going to win this division. Sticking my chest out. I've got them winning, 10.5, 11. Ooh.
I don't think that you are going to have to win more than 11 games to win this division. I think that the amount of how far this division has come over the last couple of years, it's not a free ride for Kansas City anymore. And it's these division games, there's going to be a lot of knocking each other off within the division. As a result, I think it's going to keep the win total down for whoever ultimately wins this division. And that's why I think it might literally be a race to 11. Whoever gets to 11 first wins this division.
Stokes sounds suspect to me. It sounds like he's afraid to put it out there. He's hedging bets right now is what he's doing.
Put a number on it.
I did. I just said I think the Broncos, I had them winning 11 games when we did the schedule. I think they go 11-6.
Okay.
Which absolutely puts them in position.
Do you want to change that prediction now that Nick Wright said, hey, guys, guess what? The Broncos defense, they didn't stop anybody last year. They didn't beat one good quarterback last year, so they're going to be overrated, and making them the 6th best roster, ranking them the 6th best roster in the NFL is crazy because it's not that good. They played cupcakes last year. Do you want to change it now?
No, I'm not endorsing what he said. I'm not agreeing with what he said. I'm saying he brings up a fair point, and it just is what it is. You can't place a premium on the quarterback position like we all do and have done forever, and then take a look at the quarterbacks the Broncos beat last year and say, nothing to see here. I'm sorry, you can't do that. So, yeah, the onus is on this defense to be better than they were a year ago because the quarterbacks they're going to be going up against this year are better, and I think they're up to it. Plus, the other thing is I think the offense is going to be better, which will help out the defense.
I think you got to make. I think it's got to be 12. You got to stick your neck out there and go 12.
You don't have to go to 12.
I think you. No, I didn't say we. I said you have to go to 12. It's not again, Russ Wilson.
So
what do you have to do better? We have to get in the red zone. Right. Well, we have to do this. Well, we have to do that. We. You're like a French waiter, for crying out loud. I need you to say, I guarantee the Broncos are winning 12 games, 12-5. Nothing less will do to win this division. Go ahead, say that.
I'm not going to say it because I don't believe it. So it sounds like you believe that the AFC West is going to be like the NFC North was a year ago. Detroit 15-2, Minnesota 14-3, Green Bay 11-6. Are you saying that is what the Chiefs, Chargers, and Broncos are staring at this year?
I think it's a damn good division, and I think there are going to be multiple teams that are going to win 10, 11 games, and therefore you're going to have to win one more.
I'm actually going to go with the Chargers.
Yeah, but by the way, put a number on it, Mark. I mean, since the Chargers are your darling to win the division, how many
12.
games are they going to? The Chargers are going to win 12 games?
That's the number any rational human being that follows football would say 12 is going to be what you have to win this division.
Ty, are we rolling? Here, I want a nice, clean, controversy-free cut here. All right, Mark, how are the L.A. Chargers going to do this year? We're waiting.
No, but listen, this is not about me.
Oh, no.
This is
now
about,
it is about you.
No,
Go ahead.
This is about.
No, it's shifted to you.
This is about you.
No.
Lacking the testistical fortitude
I have
to say 12
I have
wins.
been emphatic in saying what I think the Broncos are going to do this year and what it'll take to win the AFC West. I want to hear your opinion about who's going to win the AFC West.
That's not the topic we're having right now.
See how it is, Stoke? See how it is? He's a bully. He can dish it up, but he can't take it.
What can you do?
You know what? I'll answer
Welcome
right
to
after
my life the last 9 years.
I'll answer it right after you tell me that the Broncos are going to win 12.
I don't need to tell you they're going to win 12 because I don't think they're going to win 12, and I don't think they have to win 12.
Okay, well,
11 will get it done.
Okay, I'll take the Chargers with 11. See how milquetoast that is? Do you see how milquetoast
So
you
the
are?
Chargers are going to win 11, and then
everybody else is going to come down and blah blah blah, whatever excuses you are using not to really stick your chest out.
Did you ever have these
Skim milk.
Did you ever have these kind of like mind-numbing, bang your head against the wall conversations with Zach?
Not this bad.
Right?
Not this bad.
Right? Welcome to my hell. Welcome to my 9-year nightmare. It all started day one.
Mm-hmm.
Him having to apologize why he picked the Patriots over the.
Explain yourself.
Yeah, because because I stuck my chest out.
Yeah, wrongly.
It's all right. Hey man, I've been wrong before.
Ooh.
Just never in a Super Bowl.
Okay. All right. All right. Fair enough.
He's won 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah, another reminder. Want to give you every opportunity to get out and get one of our extra soft training camp 2025 built to win t-shirts from noon to 1 p.m. today. The final giveaway of our free limited edition training camp 2025 extra soft t-shirts will be at the First Bank DTC Parkway in Greenwood Village. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. First Bank, banking for good.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Wednesday, July 23rd from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on DTC Parkway in Greenwood Village. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The t-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Well, April 15th may have passed, but tax season and the IRS goes all year long. For all of your tax and payroll questions and headaches, I strongly recommend Todd Whalen and Advanced Tax Solutions. Why? Because Todd has been helping people with their tax problems for over 30 years. Experience, superbly qualified, and passionate about the work he does. Todd knows the IRS playbook better than they do. The key is realizing there are many ways to settle your IRS tax problem. Statute of limitations, meaning when do the taxes expire, protesting IRS filed returns, fixing the returns the IRS has filed for you, right down to dealing with IRS revenue officers directly, which sometimes includes trips to tax court where Todd Whalen has an undefeated record. So the solutions to your tax or payroll headache, they're out there, but they can be complicated, they can be stressful. Let Todd Whalen and Advanced Tax Solutions do the work and the fighting for you. Call Advanced Tax Solutions 303-753-6040 and at advancedtaxsolutions.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey guys, feeling exhausted? It could be low testosterone. Get your energy back with TRT from Low T Center right now. Get a free T test and save over $100. Don't wait. This offer ends July 31st. Book your test today at FixMyLowT.com. That's FixMyLowT.com.
If you've been hurt in a car crash or on the job, don't just hope for help, demand results. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective representation fighting to get you more. Call 844-POSTMAN for a free case evaluation. It's free to get started. You pay nothing unless we win for you. Others promise. Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Are you looking to replace your roof or have hail damage? Call your local trusted contractor at 5280 Exteriors. They've been around for nearly 20 years, servicing your roofing, siding, or window needs throughout Colorado. 5280exteriors.com.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
This segment on 104.3 The Fans brought to you by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest equipment.
Self-defense lessons.
I tased him.
Taste them. Taser always works.
That's right.
Southern charm.
Look at the boys.
With some classic impressions.
He put his pitchfork down, and he grabbed his sledgehammer, and he said, "Hey, you want some of this?"
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy as a clown. What need worry?
I guess I didn't hear it, but a lot of our listeners did. RamosLive.com text line. I'm loving Stink's new word, testistical.
Yeah, that one didn't come out right.
You want the Broncos to show, or you want?
I wanted you to show some testicular fortitude. But it just came out a little bit. But I powered through it.
It's testistical fortitude.
Did you not hear it? I was powering through it. So maybe I said it. I used the Stokley like.
I don't think you ought to pigeon your whole.
Yeah, I just went as fast as I could and just go.
Yeah,
just go. I knew it was wrong. I knew it was wrong, but I was on a roll.
By the way, what's going on with you over there? And we're used to your coffee slurps, but
all right, so I forgot to bring my.
You're drinking coffee and you're wincing.
I forgot to bring my coffee cup, so I found some of these. Just these are, I think I'd say Chick-fil-A cups, but they're soda cups, and I put the hot coffee in there, and I've got to say. It is very waxy. My coffee is more probably wax than actual coffee.
I know that. I know exactly what you're speaking of.
I was drinking it and enjoying the first couple of sips, and the deeper I've gotten into the cup, the more wax it actually has in the mixture. And so it's but I don't think wax can hurt you. I think wax is okay.
While we're on the subject of food, Stoke, you've impressed me lately. Because you strike me as one of your, I treat my body like a temple type guy.
No.
And
that's not true.
Yet when I brought in McDonald's a couple weeks ago, you were just chowing. And then this morning you were craving it. And Richie brought it in.
Yeah.
And, you attacked that food with a ferocity that, I'm going to be honest, brought tears to my eyes.
He's fat. Glad I could make you proud, Mike.
You did. You did.
I needed that sausage egg McMuffin, hash brown, and then you got me on that. And now the Big Coke.
The Big Coke.
Now I got the Big Coke.
You know what else almost made me proud?
Light ice.
You went with the light ice.
Yes.
I've always told people
that?
when you go to these fast food places, go light on the ice because it's already coming out cold. And all the ice does, they put way too much ice in it, and it just dilutes.
Just waters it down?
It waters it down. You don't get nearly the soda bang for your buck. So I always insist no ice or light ice.
Diabetes. Yeah, I've forgotten.
Extra sugar.
Right. I have forgotten, and I'm reminded today of my boy Stokley, who I like to refer to as Fluids. The amount of fluid that Stokley powers through on a show-to-show basis, I mean, he got the Pedialyte, he's got the body armor water, he's got the vitamin water, he drank the Coke. It's impressive.
Gotta hydrate.
Right.
It really is remarkable because he comes in here with his backpack every morning, sets it down, and then it's like the clown's coming out of the clown car.
Right.
He just keeps taking out bottles of water and Pedialyte and Gatorade. They just keep coming.
It's a magic backpack.
It is magic.
That thing, you reach down in there. I'm sure there's a rabbit or two. You could reach down in there. I mean, it's unreal.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yep. Hey, I got a special shout out I want to give. Remember Sid the kid?
Sid the kid, yeah.
Rogue.
Yeah,
You know,
Rogue.
she worked on our show here for a
Yeah.
while. And she left.
Mm-hmm.
And when she left kind of suddenly.
Mm-hmm.
And people were kind of like, what happened to Rogue? By the way, we called her Rogue because she went rogue one time and stopped playing your Friday song.
Correct.
Karma Chameleon. And we were like, what are you doing? You can't
Yeah,
go
you
rogue
can't
like
do
that.
that.
So that became her nickname. So she left, and a lot of people were asking, what happened to Rogue? What happened to Sid? And we couldn't share, but now we can.
Yeah.
Okay? Because I checked in with her yesterday, and she's a mom. And
Congratulations.
she left our show because she was getting ready to be a mom. She was pregnant, and she just gave us an update. Her son, Story, first name Story Garcia, born January 26th, and she says we've been having an absolute blast with him.
The 26th? Whose birthday's the 25th? Mine.
Did you and Story just become best friends?
We just became best friends. Bring
Uncle
Story.
Stink.
Uncle Stink, bring Story by.
Popo.
Let's meet the little guy, the little shaver.
So anyway, those of you
Congratulations,
who wondered
Sid.
about
That's
her,
awesome.
she's doing great. And
That's awesome.
Proud mama and healthy boy. She sent along some pictures, and
he's really cute.
Cute kid.
Yeah.
Cute kid. So there you go. I wanted to pass that update along to you. We're going to be out at Broncos today. We're going to be watching practice. What's this first week going to be like? Are we just kind of a lot of running around? We going to see any competition? Or?
Probably not a lot of competing, these first couple days. Friday we might see something. But I'm looking forward to just watching the running backs move and the wide receivers move, getting in and out of breaks or routes, but also just the two running backs that we haven't seen, R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins. What do they look like? I get it. You're not going to have pads on. You're not going to be getting tackled. But still, I think you can still gather some information about these guys. And then you go to the wide receivers. Hey, I want to see their routes. How do they get in and out of their breaks and little things like that. That's probably the only things we're going to see. Maybe some pass rushers. They'll get off of the ball and things like that. But so it's look, they gradually ramp this thing up. So during the early process, you can still get some good information. But obviously, you won't really truly find out until they put the pads on.
By the way, I got to get your reaction to this. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Phillip Lindsay yesterday on the drive put out there that it would not shock him if J.K. Dobbins was a surprise cut in this camp. That one caught me off guard a little bit because, to me, him making the team is a no-brainer. To me, I'm really expecting him to be the starting running back week one.
Yeah, as am I.
If he's healthy.
As am I.
Yeah.
That would be shocking.
Explain yourself.
Speaking of camp, there's only one thing. There's one thing and one thing only I'm looking for in these early days of camp. It's just one thing. I will be watching Zach Bye count quarterback reps. That's the only thing I'll be looking for. How many reps does each quarterback get? Because he'll have a little rep chart out there.
Mm-hmm.
Probably have his own little notebook.
Mm-hmm.
The rep notebook.
So is this actually one of those cases where we want Bo to get less reps to protect him and save him for the regular season? Do we want the 4 or 5 less reps instead of 4 or 5 more?
I have no idea what we want.
No, we don't want less. Why do we want less?
I just know that I won.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
Yeah. We'll see if we get an apology from him, and then we can stop it. I'm not holding my breath on that.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't want less. I mean, why would you want less? I mean, they practice once a day. So just do the normal amount of reps. And if anything, you know what? I mean, it might be a couple more. It's not going to be less, though.
How many more?
4 to 5 more.
It feels good to believe.
It just feels good. So, by the way, are you okay with this? We are offering to Zach, if he comes on and apologizes for how silly that hill that he was willing to die on last year was, the whole 4 to 5 more reps needed. If he's willing to come out and apologize, see the error of his ways, if he does that, we end the smear campaign. You on board with that?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Any chance that happens, Stoke?
No.
Nope.
No,
I don't think so.
He's dug in like an
Yeah.
Alabama tick. Like,
Yep.
he ain't coming off that.
I don't think he is.
Final bit of news from the day. We got an update from Deion Sanders yesterday as his son, Deion Jr., was putting out some social media stuff on their life in Texas at their house. And right away the video had Deion with a concerning quote where he said, quote, I'm still going through something. I ain't all the way recovered. Now, he's missed some key events during this offseason. He was at the Big 12 Media Day a couple weeks ago, said, hey, I'm not here to talk about my health. I'm fine. We're good to go. But he just acknowledged that there's still something going on. Really, guys, this is it. I mean, if you talk about, for me, what's going to curtail or cut short Deion's time here coaching at Colorado, I don't think it's him leaving for the lure of another college job. I don't think it's him leaving for the NFL. I don't think it's him leaving because he's tired of coaching college football. I think it's his health. So this is a story that bears watching.
Yeah, and especially because we don't know, we don't know what's going on. We know he's had the toes, the blood clots, right, all that kind of stuff. So we have no idea what's going on, but health for all of us, man. For all of us, health is so important. And anyhow, just nothing but the best for Deion. But he does feel like, man, he loves Boulder, Colorado. He loves being here, and I think that's a great thing for us.
When do they start? When do they start practice? I mean, it's gotta be
fall
here.
camp has got to be starting.
I mean, soon.
Yes. Yes. Yes, they start soon.
Yes.
I know you're when do they have their first game?
In September, maybe early August.
All right, so they're probably starting here around
August sometime.
August 10th, maybe. We're looking at probably. I'm not.
Couple weeks.
I don't have it in my grasp right away when they start, but yeah, we're only a couple weeks away from them.
Normally, those chubby
starting
fingers
up.
are a lot faster.
Sorry about that.
Normally, they're a lot faster.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
Sorry about that. Joel Klatt, he'll be back for another year. Looking forward to that.
That's great.
Elite.
Elite.
Thank you. First game's August 29th.
Oh, there you go.
So August 29th, you're probably looking at about 3 weeks. So, yeah, probably about August 10th they probably get started. So it's coming up soon, and we wish Deion good health, and looking forward to seeing what this year's edition of the Buffs and Rams.
Rammies.
I am proud to be a CSU Ram with my son going to school there now. So looking forward to getting under the wing of one Terrell Davis as I become a junior Rambassador.
What does that pay?
I don't know.
Same as the podcast?
Probably the same as the podcast. Maybe TD has a slightly used but still well-running snowblower for me to use, or maybe a chainsaw that Mark would not give me. Anyway, good show, everybody. Thank you very much. That was a lot of fun. Again, our training camp T-shirt giveaway today from noon to 1 at the First Bank on DTC Parkway in Greenwood Village. Limit 1 per person, so get on out there and enjoy that. First Bank, banking for good. Dover and Cecil coming up next.
How will first-round rookie Jahdae Barron fit into the Broncos secondary?
It's not a situation where he has to come in and be the dude. You just got to be a piece of it. The dude is Surtain. And then you have another guy that was a really good player opposite him last year, so just come fit in. There's not the pressure to come and save this defense.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Stoker for my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auction for over 40 years, and they got a great auction ended today at 1 o'clock. You still have time. Over 1,000 items in this auction. A factory return electronics, furniture, and exercise equipment auction ended at 1 o'clock today. All you got to do is go to rollerauction.com to get logged in, to get signed up. It's free. It's easy. It's open to the public. Best part about it is you're going to get some great deals on great items. Like I said, factory return electronics, furniture, and exercise equipment auction ended at 1 o'clock today. They got a really cool 8-piece dining set, couple of those. They got a greenhouse, brand new greenhouse. It's really cool. Storage shed, all kind of generators and workout equipment. If you're looking for a pizza oven, they got you covered there. Really cool auction that's got some big ticket items that you're going to get great deals on. A couple Blackstone griddles in this auction, all kind of appliances. It's packed full of some great items. This is what I love about Roller Auction, is they're always updating and adding new auctions every single week. So go check this one out. Over 1,000 items in it at 1 o'clock today. Go see it all and get yourself a great deal. Rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but her big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but we're willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
The Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is sponsored by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Well, I'm gone.
We're here.
Can I kick it? To all the people who
Beautiful
like a tribe does.
people, welcome to it. Feels like a Tuesday, but it's a Wednesday edition of the program. Dover and Cecil rocking with you 10 to 2. It's what we do, and we appreciate you guys being with us. However it is you take in the program, maybe you're listening live right now in the car, at the office, at home, on 104.3 The Fan or DenverSports.com, or perhaps you find our podcast later on and listen on demand anytime you want. Kevin does a great job making that available. And if you're searching Dover and Cecil, wherever you find your podcast, we're there, we're available, or you can hit us up at DenverSports.com on YouTube. It's all over the place.
Cease, we have a ton to get into today. It is actually real, live football practice
Yes.
to be going down today. We have a handful of folks heading that way. I think Mike Evans and Brandon Stokley are on their way. I know our buddy Will Peterson is going to be out there because we're going to check in with him later. But it's real. It's here, and guys will be doing football-like activities at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, in about 5 minutes from right now.
Yeah, it's awesome. So I'm going to crack a
There it
Mountain Dew
is.
to that. I'm going to need some help today because I woke up to a broken water heater.
Yeah,
so
that sucks, dude.
Yeah, that's terrible. Any plumbers out there want to give me the home hookup, then they can text into the
Yeah.
show. But, like, it's time, man. It's football. It's here. And Stoke was about sprinting out of here.
He wanted to get there.
To go to practice.
Yeah.
So what are we going to see? What's the reaction going to be? What are we going to talk about? Why did Phillip Lindsay say that J.K. Dobbins could be a surprise cut?
I heard that.
I want,
We're going to get into that conversation.
Don't know what was in his
Yeah.
water bottle, but yeah, reporting to camp today. It's always an exciting day. First day of school, everybody's back. Cortland Sutton was seen at the facility, so
it's a great
he's
sign.
reported. Maybe there's a hold in and not a holdout. But as Mike Kliss tweeted last night, it seems like contract negotiations are moving forward in good faith. So we'll continue to have
Heard
good
that
faith.
before.
Said that before. So we'll see if that continues and see if something gets done here. If it's Benito, Sutton first, both at the same time, both within 24 hours, I feel like something's going to come down pretty soon.
Absolutely. And by the way, tribe roll call, always. Who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for a buck? And if you're a plumber, hit us up. Cease might need a little extra help
need
from
some help,
you
yes.
today. That does totally stink. I hope you get that worked out because that's the worst. That's always welcome to being a homeowner. Like, thanks. I needed that. I needed that reminder that I'm going to have to pay
Exactly.
for every penny of this.
It couldn't happen when I was on vacation, when I had time, and that happened the first day of Broncos camp. So here we go.
Well, good luck. And yeah, if you can help out, hit us up. We'd love to hear from you. But you said it, man. Sutton gets the deal. I think we would know if he were going to, had a plan of holding out. Obviously, holding in is now the only option because he did report, as you said. Don't you think he would have made that known? I mean, wasn't it just 2 years ago where he did the whole Instagram goodbye post up in his feelings, playing the game a little bit, which I'm not saying he's wrong for. That's the way things work in today's NFL and sports world. But we haven't heard from him in any way. You mentioned yesterday the UC Healthy Swings event that got canceled because of rain. He was there. We were there. Didn't see him. He would have talked to us. Had the event gone on, it didn't. I just think if there were like a planned hold in or a really, really frustrated, honestly pissed off Cortland Sutton, we'd know about it.
Yeah.
Because he'd make us know.
Well, look at what's happening with Terry McLaurin in Washington. Yeah. That's a contentious situation. So guys usually aren't going to hide their feelings, nor really should they. Go get paid. Go get paid. You have a limited opportunity in playing football. Next thing we know, we're going to blink, and Cortland Sutton's going to work here. That's how these things work. So, he's going to have his podcast or whatever's going to happen with Cortland Sutton because he totally could do media
he's good.
afterwards.
He's good, yeah.
He's really good on air. So, Sutton being disgruntled, maybe not, but just hurry up, man. Get this thing done. The math is easy. The math is especially easy with Cortland Sutton. I don't know what the holdup is. All I know is it seems like there's no hold out. Maybe there's a hold in. I'm sick of it. I want to get to football, and that means get rid of the distractions. The distraction of these contract situations involving Nick Benito and Cortland Sutton.
Yep. 100%, man. 100%. You know what else I heard driving yesterday on the drive? Because I want to spend a segment talking about what Phil said and sort of our cut candidates. That's coming up in hour number 2, 11 o'clock hour at some point. Zach was talking about if Cortland gets this deal done, and we all believe that he's going to get the deal done, just don't know what the number will look like or term will look like. He said that Cortland Sutton has a very good chance to go into the Ring of Fame. Zach saying the numbers will be there, and then now here he is. I don't think it's a secret, and I'm not talking down on Sutton. He's on the back end of his career. But here on the back end of his career, he has the opportunity to actually win football games because the franchise has figured it out. And who's old? Joe Ellis ain't ruining stuff down there the way he was early on.
Joe.
So Cortland is going to put up some numbers and then have some winning on the back end. I heard Zach say it, and my first immediate, without even thinking response was, oh, no, he's got to win a Super Bowl to be in the Ring of Fame. Because he was they just had zero team success the first half of his career, and that can't just be ignored. But if they do go on to win a Super Bowl and Courtland's like top 3 in some of those receiving numbers, well, then I guess maybe we have a conversation to have. But my initial thought was like, oh, I don't know about that with Courtland Sutton.
Well, I would say this with Sutton. He is everything you want a Bronco to be. We see him on Instagram and his feelings. Last year, you mentioned that.
That's the standard, though, from today's athlete.
Exactly. And do we ever see him in the police blotter?
No, absolutely not.
Do we see him on TMZ, yelling at reporters? Any problem with the ladies?
No.
Like, do we see any of that stuff?
Like married,
with
happily
Von
married
Miller,
to
right?
a lady, yeah.
Yeah, so Sutton is exactly what you want your player to be. Another reason to pay him. He stays out of trouble. He works hard. You have crap quarterbacks, he shows up and works. You have decent quarterbacks, he shows up and works. You have quarterbacks that aren't really good and were just anointed the starter with the Giants, by the way. They anointed Russell Wilson today.
Oh, really?
That news came out.
Okay, didn't see that.
But you have a quarterback that's like, you're good with, but he's not good. You get rid of that guy, he doesn't say a thing. There are so many ways that Courtland Sutton could have taken this thing off track. There are so many ways that Courtland Sutton could have, been that whole. He could be holding out right now.
Mm-hmm.
He could be a major distraction right now.
He could be. They're stretching right now.
Yeah.
He could be sitting there yelling stuff, kicking footballs, you know what I mean?
Right.
Talking to a media member that he's got a good relationship with while the rest of the guys are stretching, and then that's the story of the day.
Yes, exactly. And he's doing none of that. None of that. He could have raised his stink when Russell Wilson was let go.
Yeah.
Right? That's my guy, and we had a connection and the 10 touchdowns. He didn't do anything. And when they said, you can't get a raise, here's some incentives. And he gets them all. I mean, if he did thumb his nose at the organization whatsoever, it's with production that he gets paid for.
Yep.
It's called reaching those incentives. So, again, I may sound like Courtland Sutton's agent. Maybe I need to be Courtland Sutton's agent. I don't care. All I know is that's the way you want a guy to approach his business, and you got to pay that guy.
100%. I'm with you. I'm with you on paying him. You and I were off on money. We kind of came to a fair number, and we'll see what that looks like. A few people checking in. This is Chewy. Good morning, fellas. I'm a safety coordinator. Thank you, Chewy. Doing a tribe check-in, headed back to Commerce City from Lyman. Damn, that's a drive.
Wow.
Doing safety inspections. My son and I are going to go to training camp on Saturday. Where are you guys going to be set up? We'd be able to chat with you guys. We might be able to do that. We don't know where we're going to be set up yet. We're going to find that out on
we'll
Friday.
find that out Friday.
When we get there for the first time. And then, I think I'm going to try to make it out there on Saturday.
Okay, well, Chewy, just yell at us from over the fence
Yeah.
because the fans are going to have a great perspective. It's actually behind the fence, but the bleachers are set up so that you're kind of over it and you overlook that. I think we'll be just right underneath you guys. But either way, we'll figure it out. And if you see us, just
Say
like
hi.
you see us in public,
Yeah.
say hey, say what's up.
We'd love to chat about the Broncos. Bronco Steve-O here saying, you need a plumber? I'm your man. Robert says, I'm a master plumber and can get you the homie discount on a hot water heater. So,
Okay.
boom, we got a couple people.
I'm writing down their numbers.
Tribe check-in, Pueblo and Canyon City, listening in the app. Oh, nice. Slinging some of that Blue Bunny ice cream. Damn, it's hot. Had some of that mint chocolate chip last night, my man.
Wow.
We got everybody out there grinding today. What's your favorite ice cream?
Vanilla.
What?
Yeah, I'm just going to be plain.
Oh, that's kind of lame.
Vanilla. Maybe,
Like
Rocky
chocolate
Road,
syrup,
maybe.
sprinkles on it, or just straight vanilla?
No, vanilla with saltine crackers.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Uh-huh. Do you also watch Murder, She Wrote at 4 p.m. and then go to bed? Or
Golden Girls at 7 p.m. and then go to bed?
All right, yeah, a couple check-ins. Keep them coming, man. Dragon, we always love hearing from Dragon because that means you have to call us Nighthawk. In Wheat Ridge, doing some turf and PHC work. Cecil, my brother-in-law, bought a townhome in Sterling Ranch. He frequents Waterton Tavern. So he might be saying hello to you, son.
Okay, yes, do that. I frequent Waterton Tavern as well.
Love hearing from you guys on the Tribe Check-In. Hit us up. Big Mo is watching on YouTube out in Gilbert, Arizona. What up, Big Mo?
Big Mo.
If you see any of the Jaramillos, run the other way. They're out there in Gilbert as well. All right, hit us up. 303-713-1043. It is the RamosLaw.com text line. We are off and rolling. We get to hear from Sean Payton today. Do we get grumpy Sean, optimistic Sean? That'll come a little later on in the show, but We talked about a few of the things that we're looking at throughout camp. I actually want to make a little list here, Cecil, that the things you and I are going to be watching starting Friday and will continue to kind of monitor and discuss on this show through the few weeks of training camp. We're going to start that list coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
What's up? I'm Phil Briggs, here from my friends at Navy Federal Credit Union. Whether you're looking to buy a new or used car, or maybe just want to refinance your current loan, Navy Federal Credit Union has great rates on auto loans. You can apply via their mobile app or online, and in most cases, get a decision in seconds. So get a great car and great rates with Navy Federal Credit Union. Credit and collateral subject to approval, rates subject to change, and are based on credit worthiness. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA, and you can learn more at NavyFederal.org/auto.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
At the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, we believe athletes are defined by their journey, not the medals they win. And creating a safer stage for all levels of competition is our priority. Join the movement to end abuse at uscenterforsafesport.org.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
She's gonna break soon. Gonna break soon. With so many problems in her life. Really
All right, we're going to get into our list of things we are going to be keeping track of, notes on, when we get out to Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We'll be broadcasting live there on Friday. We got a team of folks with boots on the ground there today, right now. And we're going to check in with Will Peterson later. I'm sure Stoke and Mike will be talking about it on their program tomorrow. We are seeing a bunch of texts continuing to come in for our Tribe roll call. And folks willing to help out our man Cecil there with the broken water heater. Brian in Broomfield's checking in from City Park Golf Course. One of the best, in my opinion, in the state.
Now you're going to be jealous.
He's running some junior golf classes today. That's pretty fun, too.
Yeah. Don't get distracted on me.
I will try not to.
Be like Stoke watching the McAfee show on you. Like, no, I don't need you distracted because someone brought up golf. You're like that dog on Up when it's like, squirrel, golf.
I got another one. Tyler's doing it again. He's heading to the golf course in Foco. He's going to try to make a birdie for me. Go, Tyler. You got this. And he's mad at Mike Evans for talking negative the past couple of days.
I know. I heard that from Mike Evans. We got to get into that today as well. Also, I wanted to know, because my sister was really upset with Ozzy Osbourne's passing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, what celebrity death like really impacted you? We don't know these people. Maybe you met them photo op or whatever, but like I know people that are really bothered by this. And for me, it was Walter Payton.
Oh, yeah.
When Walter passed, and actually there was a report like 3 days before he actually passed away that he had passed away. So I was driving back from a Mr. Bungle concert here in Denver, driving back to the country, and I was listening to sports radio in my Jeep, and they said Walter Payton had died, and I'm crying on the road. And then he was alive the next day.
Yeah.
You know, no internet at the time. This was, 90, 99, whatever, 98, something like that. And then 3 days later, it's like, no, actually, now he's passed away.
Yeah.
So that impacted me twice.
Damn.
Yeah. So I was kind of curious because, seeing a lot of the Aussie tributes, those have been amazing.
There's been a ton.
So let us know, man. Again, it's kind of a heavier topic, but something I think we all share.
Well, you know what I thought was kind of cool yesterday? I like to skateboard, right? And the skateboarding community, and I'm 40, so I'm not like the youngest guy, but Ozzy's a little bit older, right? Dude, the skateboarding community. I could not believe how many dudes that I follow that skate, and locally too, like posting tributes to Ozzy. Them skating with Ozzy, you know what I mean? I was like, damn, Ozzy's a big dude in the skateboarding community.
Yeah.
Even for a generation that might be just below where his major impact was. So I think Ozzy's a big one. Kobe Bryant was something that, like, I remember I was en route to a bar to have lunch with my dad. It was when my dad still lived here in Colorado, and we had both got the news, and it was like, we were supposed to have a lunch and just hang out with your dad and shoot the you-know-what, and it was like a silent lunch of like, holy cow, Kobe Bryant died today in a helicopter crash? Like,
right.
With his daughter? With his daughter and several other children? Like, it was strange. I don't know that had like this huge impact on me, but a strange feeling of like, how do I feel like this? And I don't even know that man.
Right. Yeah. So it's interesting and something we all share. And again, kind of a different topic, but I felt
cool.
something to talk about today.
I like it. Like it a lot. So send those in as well to 303-713-1043. All right, Cecil. So I think there's a few things here offensively, and then defensively we can talk about a little later. Just, hey, we're going to jot down notes, the things we're going to talk about, repeat topics because it's so important. And I think first and foremost, and this is something I know you and I are both going to be all over starting on Friday, is Bo. We've heard from a bunch of people that Bo's ready to take the next step. Mike McGlinchey was very high on Bo Nix yesterday. Pat Surtain said the confidence that Bo brings to this team is tangible. It's something that we can feel. Now, we have to see it for ourselves. You and I are both very confident we will, but we need to see Bo be ready to take the next step, more comfortable in the huddle, more comfortable with his footwork. I also want to see Bo vocally lead a little bit more. Last year, we were sitting there, it was Jarrett Stidham, and he was kind of having the fun as the leader and the voice of the team from the quarterback position. I want to hear, my ears, I want to hear Bo be more of a vocal leader this year, and I bet you he does.
Yeah, I bet he does as well, and I want to see Bo make some mistakes. When Bo Nix throws some picks in practice, it's going to be okay. Peyton Manning always said, hey, that's what it's for, right? You're going to throw picks. You're going to make mistakes. This defense should be best in the league. I don't care about what Nick Wright says. I know the morning show went on and on about that. Like, who cares?
If I got to give a unsolicited advice to Mark Schlereth real quick, stop dealing with Nick Wright and Craig Carton. I know you don't care about my advice, but that's just what I would tell you.
That's pretty good advice. Pretty good advice.
No one likes those guys.
We know the defense is going to be rock solid, and they're going to work Bo.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be days in training camp, and Kevin Kistner's going to be out there too. Bo's not going to look good, and I don't want to hear a damn word about it. I don't want to hear anyone saying, oh, Bo Nix threw 3 picks today. What's going on? Like, he's learning. He's growing, and I want him on the attack. Bomani Jones, again, why do we pay attention to these people? But like
Bomani, Nick, Craig, same guy.
Same thing.
Yeah.
When they're all saying, like, all he does is throw short, like, okay, well, let's see him throw long this year. Let's see him attack. And by the way, the throw short stuff, it's like, okay. Tua Tagovailoa was the first in the league. I think 32% passes near the line of scrimmage. Bo Nix, second in the league, 31%. Pat Mahomes, 3 in the league, 28%. Anybody say anything about that?
Right.
Nick Wright say anything about that? Nobody says anything. Why? Because it's about finding the open guy and moving the chains. Bo Nix moves the chains, even if it is those short little passes. It's not him being timid. It's not him being afraid. It's not him not knowing what he's looking at. It's him reading the play going, yeah, this guy's wide open. Let's move the chains. Live to fight another day, right? That's what Bo Nix does. So
smart play, to be
he'll
honest.
Attack. He'll make some mistakes, and when he does, I don't want to hear anyone talk about it.
Yeah.
That's what practice is for.
Mm-hmm. So that's the biggest one, and quarterback's always going to be the biggest one. And then the others are things that we've continued to talk about and now just get a chance to monitor them. Running back battle between JK and RJ for number 1, and then estimate Jaleel, Tyler Bidet, Blake Watson. What's the role for the rest of these guys? Because somebody's going to get cut. You're not going to have a job from that second group. Estime, Bidet, Jaleel, Watson. Somebody's going to the practice squad. Somebody's looking for a new team. So those are a couple of things I'll be watching. Wide receiver stuff again. Who's number 2? Vele Mims. Who's number 3? Is Franklin going to contribute this year? And is Ingram? That's what I want to see early on. And I guess I would ask you that. Is that something that will Sean play his hand and show us how heavy Evan Ingram's going to be involved? Or is that wait till week 1 and then see how much we're going to use this Joker fella?
I've seen the future. I don't even know if Evan Ingram plays in the preseason.
Really? Is that cautionary or Sean playing a game?
That's Sean playing a game.
Okay.
Sean doesn't want to tip his hand.
Sure.
Sean, and there's plenty of footage out there.
That'd be so Sean, too.
Exactly. We're not even playing Bo. Sean Payton doesn't want to tip his hand about how he's going to use Evan Ingram. So because of that, with Ingram coming back from the shoulder injury, we just might not see as much of him as we wanted to. And again, I want to caution everyone about the Joker here. This is, not quite Heath Ledger Joker. If you want to say more like Jack Nicholson's, still a really good Joker, but not the best Joker. This isn't a 1,000-yard player. Not anymore. He's not that guy. So 69 catches, about 700 yards. That sounds about right for what Evan Ingram's going to do. And I don't even think we need to see it, yet let alone Sean Payton will allow us to see that. Because then everyone's going to talk about, look at how he's using Evan Ingram. No, you're going to see Evan Ingram do a lot of wide receiver drills, though, if it sticks with the way it was at OTA's and mandatory minicamp. He wasn't working tight end drills. He was working wide receiver drills.
So when Adam Troutman and Nate Atkins go over to work on blocking, Evan goes over with Cortland and the boys and works on catching the football.
Yeah. So we're talking
about
that's
how we should be, honestly.
Who's the number 2 receiver? It's actually Evan Ingram.
Yeah. He's going to line up in that spot quite a bit. All right, we'll answer and get our list of the defensive things we're looking at starting on Friday a little later on in the show. People are weighing in on the tough news when a celebrity passes. Troy from North Glen says, Cecil, I cried when Walter Payton died too, and then 2 days later, someone stole my rushing record football card with Walter on it as well.
16-7-26.
That's a jerk move, right?
I know.
There. That's not cool. We're getting a ton of Demaryius Thomas, obviously locally. That's a big one. Mm-hmm. Anthony Bourdain hurt me from Sean in Arvada. That was the cook, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I didn't know him that well, but I know obviously of him. Getting a ton of DTs, which are absolutely great. And then, Matthew Perry, Chandler, Val Kilmer. That's kind of recent there.
Chester from Lincoln Park when he passed away.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And sometimes it's the circumstances as well. You're just like, damn, because these athletes and entertainers give us so much, so much fun or so much entertainment, and then that's taken from us. And it's special what those guys can do.
It's one for me. I know people are going to be like, well, he was such a jerk to people. And I get that. He was a jerk to people, and he got fired for it. But when Bob Knight passed, as a guy in Indiana, my family, we live and breathe IU basketball. And that was I have so many memories of me talking hoops about Bobby Knight with my family. And like those
Right,
memories come
right.
flooding back, and you're like, I remember sitting in my grandpa's kitchen at 10 years old arguing with his friends about why Bobby Knight's such a great coach. You know what I mean? Like those memories come back.
You pretend toss chairs, didn't you?
Oh, dude, 100%. Towards my sisters, like all kinds of stuff. So this is a good one. Rashawn
nice.
Salam, I've seen a couple times too.
Yes.
That's definitely one that hit home here for us locally. All right, keep those coming in. 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. I want to hear a little bit more from PS2. We all remember that viral video of Chad Ochocinco trying to teach NFL wide receivers how to beat PS2. Well, PS2 saw it as well and responded. Find out what he said coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, it's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Phillip Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Phillip Lindsay sent you.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
When you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $749.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, let's hear a little bit from PS2. Patrick Surtain II, the best cornerback in the entire league, the reigning Defensive Player of the Year. He and the mayor, Mike McGlinchey, took to the podium on Tuesday to kick things off for the Broncos. Today, we'll get to hear from Sean Payton for the first time, and I'm sure he's going to be yelling at people. And that'll be fun for us because we're not there to get yelled at.
Who's going to be his target today?
Oh.
It was the new guy from the Denver Post. Sorry, I don't know his name. Luca, I think.
Luca.
Last time out.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
It's been me before.
Yeah, you've gotten yelled
It's
at.
been Mace.
Mace got yelled at.
Yeah. I think ZB. Did he take issue with ZB one time?
He told him he had two, was it like, I have two middle fingers or I have something along those lines?
Yeah, something about middle fingers, right.
I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, I think all of us, we experienced the Sean Payton wrath.
Yeah.
At some point.
I either want it to be somebody I like so that I can bust their chops about it, or somebody I don't like so that we can make fun of them behind their back about it. Those are the options.
Or to their face.
Today. Oh, yeah, to their face. I'm down for that, too. All right, let's hear from PS2 here. So we all saw the viral video, right? Cecil, it was a wide receiver camp. Everybody's got a camp. George Kittle's tight ends, Vaughn's edge rushers. Everybody's got a camp that they got to get to. And Chad Ochocinco, or Johnson, whatever you want to call him, held this camp. Cortland Sutton was there. The big star wide receivers were there. And, of course, PS2's name gets brought up because there was a viral video of guys at the line of scrimmage saying, hey, this is how you beat PS2. That's what Chad was saying. Every other wide receiver, that plays against PS2 were saying, no, you don't get it, man. You don't get it. He's going to do this when we do that. He'll do this when we do that. He'll zag when we zig, and so on and so forth. So everybody saw the video, including Pat Surtain, and was asked about it yesterday.
I think it's a lot of respect that goes into it. I think the highest honor, the highest respect you could get is from your peers. So hearing that is pretty cool to see. Telling Ocho is not that easy, but, they know what's best. But it's major respect, so respect to them guys as well, So, football, you go up against the best of the best each and every week. And, just to get that respect from your peers like that, it means a lot.
All right, and again, he is not going to work there, so I like that little part of it. He's aware. I think it's
right.
He is. I mean, man, the way he handles himself, while knowing no one can beat him one-on-one in the entire world, is so fascinating to me.
It's fascinating to me because I would no way in hell be like that at all.
No, me neither.
I would tell everyone how great I am all the time.
I would have answered that by going, hey, Chad, invite me next year and see if you could beat me one-on-one. That's how I would have answered that question.
Right. Hey, Chad, you ain't running routes against Dion in the hallway now. Get out here on this field. You're going to get worked. I would tell everybody all the time, and maybe that says a lot about me, and not good, by the way. Not good at all.
Right.
But Pat Surtain is excellent. He's an excellent young man. He's a great spirit. He's a great human. Of course he's going to have that kind of answer. Having a little bit of fun with it, probably the most amount of fun that Surtain will have with an answer, but still not really giving us a whole lot, not really saying what he could say. Like, Chad, you couldn't hold my jock strap, bro.
Right. Yeah, Chad, I'm on the way to the Hall of Fame. You will not be there. You can come to my ceremony if you'd like.
You had a nice fake jacket when you're proposing to cheerleaders on the sidelines.
Right. All right, another thing that PS2 said is, asked about the commitment from the team. And really they're talking about the additions via free agency. Everybody's got the draft, but feel good about the couple of players they drafted early on in this draft. PS2 talking about the guys that were added from the team, and then that playoff loss to Buffalo and the way it went down being fuel for this year.
I mean, we're determined. We got a lot of selfless leaders out here, and that just goes a long way. There's guys that put the team first before themselves, and that goes through everybody on the team. So I think it resonates pretty well what our common goal is. We know in the playoffs last year we didn't get the result that we wanted. And, that just adds another chip on our shoulder going in towards this year. And, we got the right team to do so.
See, and I love that. I like that part of it, too, the last part of, chip on your shoulder.
Yeah.
Not a and I'm not saying this is the wrong way to look at it, because I'm kind of guilty of this, too. Not a, man, last year was nice, right? Look what the Broncos were able to accomplish. I think it's easy to fall into that of, look at what they were able to accomplish, rather than what they're talking about down there is we were failures. We went to the playoffs, sure, that's a nice feeling. And then we lost 31-7. That's not a win in their book. And using that as fuel, that'll go a long way.
And then Buffalo went on to win, what'd they win? Oh, nothing. Yeah. Yeah, it's not like you lost to the eventual Super Bowl champion, or at least the representative from the AFC. You lost to a team that couldn't get there again because of Sean McDermott, because he's terrible. I want, and I've never thought this before, so it's It's wonderful that Pat Surtain gives us this conversation because the conversation is merely this. I want the loss last year in Buffalo, somehow, some way, even though it's much, much different, to be 96 Jacksonville. I want it to be like that where those guys are pissed off. Yeah. They know they're better than that. They know that, things needed to go right against Buffalo, and they did not outside of one play to Troy Franklin. But I want them to feel like, no, we could have won that game. We are better than that. We need to go further than that. I don't want this team, and I don't believe they do, from Sean Payton, actually from Greg Penner on down, I don't think they feel like you said, oh, hey, this, what a great year, and we made it, and what a remarkable turnaround. They're not thinking any of that. They're thinking they dropped the ball. They're thinking they got embarrassed in Buffalo because they did. They did. Mm-hmm. You know how much Buffalo fans sweated that day? Not the meat sweats. Those guys are all round.
They actually live with that. Yeah.
Exactly. They got meat sweats all the time. They got to bundle up in that cold. They didn't sweat at all. Not at all. Even the Troy Franklin play. They didn't sweat over that. Mm-hmm. You got Josh Allen over there.
You were gone. Kelsey has a friend, Mark and Danielle, that she's tight with. And Mark is a huge Buffalo Bills fan.
I'm sorry.
And we went to a pool party with them like a couple weeks ago or something.
Okay, yeah.
And he said, he's like, man, that first drive, I was a little nervous. And then the second the Bills took their first snap, I wasn't nervous anymore. And I was like, you son of a...
Exactly. And now that's how the fans felt. How did the players feel?
Yeah.
They didn't feel like Denver was a threat to them.
It was like varsity JV scrimmage.
Uh-huh. Yeah, like, oh, that was cute. You got one on us. Mm-hmm. Yeah, savor the flavor. It's not going to happen again. And it didn't, by the way. So, and again, it can't really be 96 Jacksonville because that 96 Broncos team, they could have three-peated. They could have kept Brett Favre from a Super Bowl championship. They could have won 31, 32, and 33. They didn't because of Jacksonville. But this Buffalo thing, I don't want it to be like, yay, we got there. What can we do this year, guys? I want it to be like, no, we were better than that last year, and we failed. Miserably. Got embarrassed. Miserably. Mm-hmm. Now, let's go out there and really show these people what we got.
And in PS2, talking about leadership there, I think that goes a very long way, too. He's asked about the commitment from the front office. And then the leaders on this team going, Greenlaw, Hufanga, Barron in the first round on the defensive side here. You go get Evan Ingram. You add Pat Bryant. You still get a running back and add J.K. Dobbins. If you're a leader on this team and don't see what's happening from the top down and then helping pass that message on to the younger guys that might just be a little oblivious to stuff, well, then you're failing at your job. And I believe PS2, Zach Allen, guys like that. I even look at a dude like Brandon Jones, who was here just for 1 year last year, as one of those like younger voices that go, hey, they're sending us a message from up there, and now it's on us to respond. Nicola just kind of did that. Nicola just did that with the Nuggets of like, now it's on us to build chemistry as fast as we can and go win. The Broncos are in that same boat because the ownership group and George Payton, they made it clear that it's win now mode.
Now, put a pin in this for our Nuggets conversation because I think they take the regular season more seriously this year, especially at the beginning. Football's different. You kind of have to.
Yeah.
There's only 17 games. You can't really ramp it up, although last year with Bo Nix, he kind of did ramp it up because he was a rookie. He was just learning, and then he got much, much better. Right now, start from the jump. It's Tennessee. I mean, start out, go, win, and then just continue winning. On the way, I heard Stink talk about it, and his love for the Chargers knows no bounds. It's 13.
To win the division?
No, it's 13 what they're going to win.
Oh, the Broncos.
Yes. So is it like the NFC North last year where it was Minnesota and Detroit, and then Green Bay had 11 wins. Minnesota, Detroit were like 14, 13, whatever the numbers were.
That. I don't remember.
Yeah, is the AFC West like that this year? Maybe. I don't think Kansas City gets that many wins. They might not even get 11 wins this year. But all I'm saying is, for everyone out there, alert the number. And no, Mike Evans, this is not orange and blue Homer radio. It's just facts. They can win 13 games this year.
You picked 13 the day we did the schedule. I was at 11 exactly with Mike. I don't think we did like full on who's going to win the division. Maybe that's something we do before the regular season starts. But I'm at 11. You're at 13. If it's 13, they have a really, really good shot to win this damn division. Hey, today from noon to 1, our final giveaway of the free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. We're going to be at First Bank on DTC Parkway. That's in Greenwood Village. You can only grab one per person while supplies last, and it's a hot commodity, so make sure you're there. DTC Parkway in Greenwood Village, right there at the First Bank. First Bank, banking for good. Let's go inside the internet. I cannot believe that the Colorado Rockies did what the Colorado Rockies did last night? Who says the Rockies are cheap? We'll go over a huge payday they gave out last night, coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 1043 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the roof comes off, till the lights go out, till my legs give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the Internet.
This, Jen, is the Internet.
What is happening inside the Internet that we have to talk about? Well, there's a couple of things. Chargers fans going to try to sue the team, which is an interesting approach. We'll tell you why in a couple minutes. Before that, got to tell you about what the Rockies did yesterday that got some people talking about the team. And not for
in a
all-
good way.
Yeah, not for all the wrong reasons for once. Got a story at DenverSports.com about it. Jake Shapiro wrote it and talking about the money handed out to their first-round pick, Ethan Holiday, just last night. The Rockies selected the son of Matt Holiday, the brother of Jackson, who's there in Baltimore, out of Stillwater High School in Oklahoma. He was the 4th pick in the draft. And the Rockies, they gave him $9 million last night to basically say, please don't go to college and be a part of our organization.
Right.
The slot value for the pick was about $8.8 million, is what Shapiro has written here. They give him a couple extra $100,000. The Rockies are spending some money, and then I had forgot the number. Drew reminded us this. They gave Charlie Condon $9.25 million as a bonus last year. So we're talking about $18 million north of given out by the Colorado Rockies for 2, knock on wood, fingers crossed, whatever the hell you do for luck, what should be and could be big players in the Rockies in about 2 years from now.
Yeah, well, and what you're seeing is glimmers, plural, of hope. We got to take what we can get.
Yeah.
But first and foremost, one, Ethan Holiday looks so young.
Oh, dude, he's like got pimples on his face. Dude.
I mean, he looks like he's 12.
Yeah.
Of course, not much older than that. But this is the...
he just got his driver's license last year.
4th highest.
Yeah.
You mentioned Condon. Paul Skeens, $9.2 million. Pirates took him number 1 overall 2023. Charlie Condon, as you mentioned, and then Chase Burns with the Reds in 2024. So,
wow, these are all very recent.
4th highest bonus awarded. 2 of them are Colorado Rockies.
Well, with Condon, like, you didn't have a ton of options. Holiday can say, I'm going to play college baseball. I'm not going to that dumpster fire of an organization.
Yeah.
And you go, oh, you're going to turn down $9 million? You know what? I'll be on my way. That's how that goes. That's how
exactly.
that goes.
That changes your mind,
Yeah.
or it makes the decision for you, which I think if you're in a situation like the Colorado Rockies, that's what you have to do. You don't want anyone to take that other option and say, nah, I'm not going to you guys. I don't want to play for that organization.
Right.
So give them that and give fans something to think about with the future of this team that's exciting.
Well, I don't want to get like, over my skis here, too excited, but you think about like Holiday at third base because McMahon should be traded. You have Tovar locked up already. You get Amador at second. You put Condon over there at first. You have Hunter Goodman. We love Hunter Goodman on this show. He's the only thing to love about the Rockies. At catcher, see what Dollander looks like here in another year or so. Again, on paper, you're like, they might be baby crawling in the right direction. And that's all I can give the Colorado Rockies.
All we want right now is for them not to be embarrassing. That's serious.
Yeah.
So the fact that the future looks like it could be a little bit bright, maybe a lot bright, I don't know. But the fact that they won't be embarrassing has Rockies fans excited. I know Kev's excited about
Kev,
it.
you fired up?
I'm finally excited about the Rockies.
Whoa.
Once they got Condon last year, I was like, okay, I might be into something here.
All right.
And then I was like, the week before the draft, I was like, oh, we had the 4th pick. Ethan Holiday's the worst kept secret was the Rockies wanted him bad. And
but at 4, you didn't think it was automatic they were going to get him.
He slips to 4.
Yeah.
I think the Mariners were at 2, and they took like the 18th ranked prospect. It's like,
so Mariners.
Thank you.
That's something the Raiders would do in the NFL draft. But I was like, hey, this could be the next Tulo Cargo kind of combination that we've had in recent years.
I like that. I like
it a lot.
So we'll see what it looks like. Again, I don't know that. I mean, if Condon goes nuts, maybe you see him next year, maybe. But like I said, I think we're looking at like a 2027. That infield that I was just rattling off. That's when you're looking at those 2 young pieces being a part of it.
Okay.
And then, by the way, Britton Doyle on the outfield. I know he made. I saw it on my social because I'm not watching the Rockies games because I don't want my eyes to bleed. But I saw it on social of like this crazy Britton Doyle catch. All right, he got on his horse. He made a nice diving catch, but it wasn't like I wasn't like, ooh, it's gonna be on SportsCenter top 10 later.
He didn't run on a wall like Bo Jackson.
No, exactly. He did double a guy up, but I don't know. Wasn't. I think Rockies fans are desperate for any sort of goodwill. And
yes,
that was a little they had last night.
Where'd you hear that?
The internet.
And you believed it?
Yeah. They can't put anything on the internet that isn't true.
Well, if that's the case, then Front Office Sports is telling us the truth with this tweet they sent out yesterday. The Los Angeles Chargers are being sued by a season ticket holder. Nobody's like working together here, but a single season ticket holder over the team's opening game in Brazil. The lawsuit says that the Chargers advertised 9 home games, charged fans for 9 home games, and then gave fans 8 home games after it was announced that the Chiefs opener was moved to Brazil, but the Chargers, you know how it works. Somebody has to be the home team.
Yeah.
They will be the home team there. So I actually all right, are you crying over spilt milk? Sure, a little bit, but if this is what it's going to be, because now with 17 games, you rotate every year. You get 8 home games, the next year you get 9, so on and so forth. So I kind of understand from the fans' perspective.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's not Coors Field. You can't get in for $7. I'm sure this person spent a pretty penny on season tickets.
Well, the
and
reason
plus, screw
why
the Chargers, yes, sue them.
The reason why it's not more than one fan is because they only have one fan, and it's that lady who is. I think she was a plant, by the way.
I'm sure she was.
A conspiracy theory time, but I think that she was a plant because that was just the camera happened to capture her, and she's so animated about the Chargers. Maybe she's the greatest Chargers fan of all time that nobody knows about until last year, but I don't know. I don't trust it.
See, I was gonna play the X-Files music.
Yes,
but I believe it's so real. It's not even worth the conspiracy.
The only difference between conspiracy and the truth is about 6 months.
There you go. There you go.
I like that line. That's a good one. All right, so yeah, it's what the latest is right there. I got one more here, Cease.
The internet is a breeding ground for freaks.
How do you feel about storming courts, fields? You think it's dangerous? Is it fun? Has it lost its luster?
If it's appropriate, yeah. I mean, it's kind of expected. Everyone be safe. Don't trample anybody. But it can be a bit much. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So as long as it's right, storming the field, I think, is it's a fun sports tradition.
Kev?
I love it. I really do.
But no, it has to be the right game.
Well,
it has to be a big game, big win.
You can't beat the number 13 team in the country and storm the court or field. That's stupid.
I mean, CU was doing it every home win, and I'm like, at this point, just make it a tradition.
They were handing out gold chains.
It's a tradition.
That's why.
Yeah. As you ran on the field, you got a gold chain, and then you got to tell the internet you went to the same school as Dion coaches and get really excited about that.
And emotional.
Yes. I like it too, Kevin. If I were a college student, dude, I'm storming. I'm ready to roll. Let's go.
Yeah.
But when you see it on TV and it's not storming the court or field is you beat the number 1 team in the country. And to me, that is it. If you beat your rival and they're just a little bit better than you, you don't storm the court or the field for that. You go to your dorms or you go to the house party or the bar in town and you talk junk and you have some fun and you hope they don't punch people in the face. But that's it. Storming the court or the field is reserved for one thing. You beat the number 1 team in the country. Oh, and by the way, if you're the number 2 team in the country, you do not storm the court. You're unranked and you beat the best team in your sport in the country. That's the only time you can storm the court.
Okay.
That's it.
Why do you bring this up today?
So the ACC is going to start fining schools for storming the field and court.
Oh, jeez.
But it's if you storm the field or court before the opponent leaves the playing area, you get fined. If you wait for everyone to leave, there are no fines. So now I guess what? Universities have to hire more security guards who, by the way, are in their 70s most cases. Think they're going to stop college kids from doing what they want to do?
Right.
The fines are first offense $50K, second offense $100,000, each additional offense after that $200,000
for the school.
For the school.
Okay.
Will this stop? Why would the kids give a damn?
No, the kids don't care.
The school gets fined.
No. You got enough money.
Right.
They're paying enough money.
And they're paying you
One
to
of
be
those
there.
kids is paying that fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Just themselves.
Yeah.
In tuition.
And what if you hit a game-winning shot to take down the number 1 team in the country? We have to wait for that team to get off the court, and then we get to go celebrate with that player who made the greatest shot in school history?
Yeah.
No, come on.
Well, I hate to do this to
Don't
you,
do
Kevin.
it. Don't do it.
Who was that soft-ass Duke player that was said they were trying to punch him or whatever in the back of the head?
Yeah.
On the back of the head?
Remember, it was like last year.
Yeah.
And his coach had to come out and save him.
Oh,
right.
It was a couple years ago. John Shire was with Phillip.
That's who it was.
He sprained his knee or something. It was like a minor knee.
Poor baby.
Yeah.
It was a minor knee injury, and I think that's where a lot of this is coming from.
Me too.
Yeah, thanks, Duke.
I trust me on this. I actually disagree with Coach Shire on this.
Oh, you do?
Because I'm like, dude,
I like that, Kev.
It's college. It's part of the fun. Now, it sucks that every time someone beats Duke, they run on the court, but that's what you get. That's part of it.
And that's what I mean. Like, you shouldn't, just because you beat Duke or North Carolina doesn't mean you need to storm the basketball court.
Every time you beat Carolina, you storm that court.
North Carolina's not even good at basketball anymore.
You storm it and embarrass them every time.
Yeah, so you're up for it there.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, Tribe members, how do you feel? Storming the court, the field, are you down? You're not down? And do you think this will work to actually keep kids off of the field or the playing surface? I'm not sure it will. All right, let's get into hour number 2. We mentioned earlier, Cease, that Mike McGlinchey also talked. He's known as the mayor down there in the Broncos locker room. So what did the mayor say about a couple of his old teammates leaving San Francisco to join him in Denver? And he talked about what it takes to get to a Super Bowl. Do these Broncos have it? Hear from the veteran lineman coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $749.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Injured in an accident? Call Postman Law. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients, fighting and winning nationwide. Others promise, Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, it's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Downtown Littleton hosts Colorado's coolest bike race, the Audi Denver Littleton Twilight Criterium and Arts Festival, Saturday, August 2nd. Watch top pros and amateurs race through the streets or sign up to ride, whether you're a seasoned racer or brand new to the sport. There are family cruiser rides, kids activities, and fun for all ages. Plus live music, great food, and a local arts and crafts fair. It's free to attend in just minutes from Denver. Go to littletonCrit.com for details and registration.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
All right, hour number 2. It is Don't Be That Guy Wednesday as well, if you want to send some of those our way. We're also asking you some of the tougher, celebrity deaths that you've had to deal with because Ozzy passed away yesterday. That's another thing I kept seeing is RIP our way. Put your name on your text so that we can give you a shout out on the show. All right, Cecil, I want to hear a little bit from Mike McGlinchey, the mayor down there. He talked on day number 1 along with Pat Surtain, and Mike has been to a Super Bowl, came over from San Francisco. He talked about what it takes, starting all the way in July, to get to a Super Bowl.
Well, it's long. It's about 2 months longer of a year than if you don't make the playoffs. You got to have a little bit of luck. You got to be able to stay healthy. You got to be able to, be your best when your best is needed. And I think we have the guys that are made up of the right stuff in this locker room and certainly the right coaching staff to get us in place to have those opportunities to win those kinds of games. But like I said, it's July 22nd, and we got a long way to go.
I like that too. He's reminding everybody, like July 22nd.
Right.
I haven't even played a football game, not even a real practice quite yet. But there are a ton of expectations for this Broncos team. I think kind of that and the way he ends, it goes back to, wasn't it like day 1, or at least the first time we heard from Bo Nix this offseason of, hey, there's a guy on the team that reminds all of us we've done absolutely nothing. So you have kind of that side of it.
Right.
And then Mike McGlinchey being like, yeah, I know what it takes to get to a Super Bowl. I'm sure he shares some of those experiences with players, but also maybe it was him saying it like, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's July 22nd. Guys.
Exactly. You're looking for success in a different month that starts with a J. And that's not a stoner reference. That is January.
Yeah.
It's July. And that message, it's very, very fascinating. And maybe it's not as fascinating to some, but it is to me. Everyone's in lockstep here in terms of, we haven't done anything. Yeah, we got a lot to prove. Yeah, they are focused on the day. They're focused on today. Then you stack days, right? And that's something, was it McGlinchey that talked about that with Bo Nix yesterday? Like, Bo Nix knows how to stack days. Okay, well, how does that begin, right? You don't build that Jenga tower but automatically. Like, you have to build the blocks every single day. Put in the work. Know that sometimes those blocks are going to fall. You got to pick them back up. You got to put them in place and start the construction and continue with that construction of this championship roster and now hopefully a championship level team. But they're not reading their press clippings. They're not listening to the blog boys like the Homer radio or whatever. They're not doing any of that. All they're doing is focusing on their work they need to do today. And that's a message from Sean Payton, but it's also a message from those veteran leaders like Pat Surtain, like Mike McGlinchey, because they all say the same thing.
Yep.
And even though I know they are somewhat coached in what to say. Again, Broncos PR staff, best in the league. But at the same time, you feel that's a genuine sentiment from PS2 and from McGlinchey of, it's today. It's July 22nd. Come on.
And I love what you said there about there are conversations being had down there that they're not going to bring to the public. And yesterday they tempered all that. But you don't think Sean's talking about playing football in February?
Oh, yeah.
You don't think Sean's talking about the Bengals, the Ravens, the Chiefs, the Bills? I promise you, it's been 2 days, and Sean has brought those teams up as to who they're chasing and need to be on par, even playing field with.
Or maybe they're chasing them.
Maybe I'm sure Sean's going to say that from time to time.
I'm sure he is. He's going to remind everybody. And the thing is, when I say Super Bowl, it's not because I'm crazy. I am a little bit crazy. It's because that's what they're saying. They're just not going to say it publicly.
Yep.
But don't think for a minute that that's a team that behind the scenes like, okay, we're good, guys. We'll see what we can do this year, guys. That's a team out there. Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, right now, inside the locker room, right now, they believe they can win it all. So why don't you? Why don't you?
I do, just not right now. Mike McGlinchey talked about two players that can help them get to a Super Bowl, and he has close ties with his old buddies in San Francisco. Greenlaw and Hufanga coming over. Mike talked about what they bring to the Denver Broncos.
Well, I mean, obviously their play speaks for themselves. I think Huff and Dre are two of the best at their positions across the league, and they are monstrous additions for us defensively. But the two of them bring such an energy, especially, defensive side of the football is a very emotional, energetic kind of style of play, and you can feel Dre Greenlaw when he steps onto the field. You can feel Huff when he makes plays in the box or takes a chance on a great interception, and those two are going to help us tremendously this year, and happy to be back on the same side as them.
All right, well, first, Huff is a great nickname for Hufanga there.
Yes.
So Huff and Dre is a buddy cop movie I'm definitely down for. And then as he's talking about kind of the impacts they make, the way he describes, you can feel Dre Greenlaw on the field.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Alex Singleton told you and I at the Healthy Swings event.
Yep.
And he said, we haven't even been on the field in full pads together. We're just doing like walkthrough stuff, and I could feel his presence. That's two players now using the same sort of terminology to describe how Dre Greenlaw plays.
Yeah, I love that. I love that because it's that sort of presence, that all-pro presence. They're both all-pros when they're healthy. Just get them healthy, and you're going to get all-pro performance out of those guys. Huff and Dre. That sounds like when John Davis saw Dr. Dre. It was Puff and Dre, though, then. I don't know. JD, he was talking about smoking something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, how has nobody been Puff and Dre? That's like, well, I guess you don't really want to be Puff anything right now. Probably not what they're looking for.
Probably not anymore.
And then what he talked about there, maybe we revisit this, but I started to think last night of the drafted or added players on free agency. Who makes the biggest impact? Because it feels like if Greenlaw's right, that's going to be it. Because
defensively?
Okay. Well, you can go offensively too.
All right.
It just feels like he's going to have such an impact because we as in Broncos fans haven't watched an inside linebacker with that sort of ability. Even as good as Trevathan was that last year he was here, he's not Dre Greenlaw when he's 100% right level.
Yeah, and Danny was more of a coverage guy, an excellent coverage guy. Love Danny Trevathan. Greenlaw is a coverage guy, but he's also a thumper.
Yeah.
So he's a rare prospect in the fact that he could do both. He can be intimidating against the run, and he also can cover your tight end. So, yeah, I think it's healthy. It's Dre Greenlaw.
All right, I want to remind you guys one more time today from noon to 1, make some plans. You got about an hour until you can be there. It's our final giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft t-shirts. We're going to be at First Bank today on DTC Parkway right here in Greenwood Village. You only grab one per person while supplies last. Thanks to First Bank. Banking for good. All right, I want to keep talking football, but I want to go around the world a little bit here. Pete Carroll said something. He thinks his squad is ready to make some noise. We'll tell you exactly what he said and discuss this pecking order of the AFC West coming up next.
When evaluating Bo Nix, it's not just what he does with the football, it's what he doesn't do with it. Right, Mark?
He doesn't take sacks. He doesn't take that many risks with the ball. He does have the ability to scramble and get himself out of trouble. He doesn't give you a lot of opportunities to create big plays against that offense.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, fellas? Josh over here to talk to you about something personal and introduce you to my team at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I want to talk to you about your sex life. Told you it was going to be personal. How is it? Are you even having sex? Is your partner starting to blame themselves because erectile dysfunction is ruining your relationship? Listen, ED, it's a terrible condition. It causes stress in relationships. It creates anxiety, undue hardships on a man and their partner. And often, their partners are going to blame themselves. Yet, many men suffer for years without seeking treatment. What the heck are you doing, fellas? Get it done. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com is where you start the conversation. Perhaps you're a talk on the phone type of fella. 720-440-7900. First appointment, it's only going to cost you $99. You're going to get your blood drawn. They'll tell you what your T and PSA levels are. And if you're medically advised to take a test dose, you do that right there in the office. And if that test dose doesn't work, they're not going to take your money unless they can help you. But check this out. It works. In over 90% of men, some treatments can have you last in an hour or more. You could be having sex as soon as the next day. So stop putting it off. Put it at the top of your to-do list and contact RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com today.
Do you love the game of golf? Because I am obsessed right now. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. And Aurora Golf has improved my game this season. The facilities and customer service are top-notch at all 5 of their courses. But their executive course, Spring Hill, is a hidden gem. Give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
Get help. Get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Samantha Flanagan here. At Flanagan Law, we don't disappear after your first call. We follow up, follow through, and fight for your full recovery. Car accident? Call the follow-up firm, Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Brandon Stokley here for Embers Fireplaces and Outdoor Living. The annual Embers Living Golf Tournament is Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Tee times are at 9:45. It's a shotgun start. They're giving away pizza ovens. You get free dinner on Saturday night. And get this, you get free Oakleys, free polos, free breakfast burritos, golf balls, free hats, 2 full days of golf, and a $50 Embers Golf gift card. 2-man teams. Register today at embersgolf.com.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is powered by American Financing.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're going to talk a little AFC West here in a moment. Are seeing some reports, some stuff from Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit. Sutton, he's there. He's working. He's out on the field, Cecil. So we know, thanks to our buddy Mike Kliss, and we started the show with it, he's not holding out. Showed up yesterday to report. And then today, as it's time to get to work, well, he's got his shorts on, his hat on, or his lid, I should say, and he's out there running routes against the Broncos defense. So there is no holdout, and there is no hold in for Courtland Sutton. That tells me a deal's on its way, like, by the end of the week.
As long as it's during this show, I'm fine with that.
That'd be real
nice. So Sutton, what time do they wrap up practice? Maybe he could just sign his deal, like, as he's going off the field, and then we can talk about it first on the Fan. Okay. He's doing everything right, continuing to do everything right, and I don't know why the delay. I don't really care as long as it gets done. I don't want to have this conversation in a week, though. I'll tell you that.
I mean, I wonder how he handles it if this thing goes further and further into.
They start getting pads on. They get to the first preseason game. Like, okay, it's.
I would think, speculating that at some point Cortland would say, I'm done talking about it. I'm going to go out and perform, and then somebody's going to pay me next year. Might be the Broncos. It might not be.
Right.
We'll see where we're at that time.
See what we do. And again, that's not the spirit you want to build with this team this season on a team that could make a run in the postseason that people aren't predicting right now.
Well, and that's Greg Pinner's too smart. He knows that can't be the perception of who he is as an owner.
Right.
So something will be done.
I mean, for the love of God, he paid Russell Wilson. You're not going to pay Cortland Sutton?
Yeah.
And he had no reason to, and we've seen that from the memos with Greg Pinner's like, why don't we just wait?
Yeah.
Because it was promised on a napkin, and Mark Rodgers is, I would say, my guess, incredibly arrogant and difficult to deal with.
Oh, weird. Somebody on Russell Wilson's team is arrogant and difficult to deal with.
I know, and the only guy that has an NFL client, the one NFL client he has, because he's a baseball agent, is Russell Wilson. So, yeah, the Broncos had no reason, and they paid the man. You've got plenty of reasons to pay Cortland Sutton, so get it done. And maybe it's Benito-Sutton combination. And the next time we hear from Cortland Sutton will be when he has his new contract. Friday.
Yeah. By Friday.
That'd be great.
End of business Friday should be done. All right. As we know, you will know. I do want to talk a little bit about what I read that Pete Carroll said. Pete Carroll talked to the media yesterday to kick off training camp. Again, we're not going to hear from Sean until a little later on this afternoon. And my guess is he's going to be grumpy and yelling at people. Pete Carroll says, quote, "We're going to win a ton. We're going to win a bunch of games. I can't even imagine anything else. I've been winning 10 games a year for 20 years or something. What are my expectations? We're going to win a bunch. I don't care who hears that. It doesn't matter to me. It ain't about what anybody else hears. It's about what we do. I wish I could guarantee it to you, but I can't even think of what else I could be. I can't even think about what else it could be other than us being really, really successful."
Okay.
End quote. So that's a little bit of manifestation, which I'm down with. It's like, yeah, speak it to existence. I understand that part. And then the fact that I've been winning 10 games a year for about 20 years or something, that's a nice little flex that he's not too
Sounds like Sean
wrong
Payton.
off on. But is Pete Carroll speaking into existence something that his team cannot accomplish?
Yeah, they can't accomplish because they don't have enough yet.
Yeah. I hate to say this. They're building the right way.
Yes.
But it's not there yet. And Geno Smith is never going to be the guy.
No, and they're going to be dangerous. And Geno said some stuff as well. I can't remember the exact quote. I do remember when he said, "They wrote me off, but I didn't write him back."
Yeah, that was a good one.
That was a good one. So Geno had another one of kind of those. I'm not about the, sound bites. I'm not about the phrasing. Is phrasing a thing? It's about the wins, and the Raiders aren't going to get enough wins to really matter this year. They are building the right way. I love Ashton Genty. I hate that he's a Raider. Brock Bowers looks like a 35-year-old, almost retired hockey player, but he's the best tight end in the game.
He might have been that dude that beat that dude's ass at the golf course. That's how old he looks.
That's right. Tossing him. I'm going to toss you in a river. He's that guy. Pete Carroll, good job. It is Don't Be That Guy Wednesday. Don't be that guy that chomps on his gum with his mouth open.
Yeah. Don't be that guy that chomps on your food. Is that not one of the most disrespectful? Like, if you can hear
It's
someone
just disgusting.
chomping on their food, I should be able to slap you in the face.
I catch myself doing it sometimes.
But you catch yourself.
Yes, but I catch myself, and then I'm disgusted. Like, I'm putting down these ribs because they're too good.
Yeah, it's just it's such a weird thing.
Chew with your mouth closed, please.
And plus, he's like in their ear on the helmet, and you're like, that's all you're hearing. I'm like, get away from me, coach. I'm gonna throw up, dude. You're disgusting as a human.
Right.
All right. Well, I wrote down. I think you're gonna disagree with this part. I wrote down what's the pecking order of the AFC West.
Mm-hmm.
I just wrote down Kansas City at the top.
Why?
And the Raiders at the bottom. Where's the in between there? I got the wrong answer from Kevin and Cecil.
Yeah.
Why do you got the Chiefs number one?
They're in the Super Bowl last year and have been forever, and still have Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid.
That's fine. And I understand that. And maybe Rashard Smith is that secret weapon. Like there's some interesting things. Maybe Travis Kelce's the healthiest ever with his flat ass now.
Now look, do I believe the Chiefs are taking steps back? I do. I don't know how big that step is when you still have Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid cooking
I look at 11 one-score wins last year. How many is that going to be this year? You can't repeat that. And as painful as it is, I constantly remind myself, not everything's going to stay the same. In football and in life.
Yeah, everything actually ends.
Everything ends, everything changes, and guess what? Kansas City, your time at the top of the AFC West is done. It's the Broncos' turn. They're winning this division. It's not the Chargers. The Chargers choke all the time. That's what they do. So they'll make some noise, and Justin Herbert, like, awesome. Jim Harbaugh being weird, looking out the shower curtain or whatever. Like, yeah, that's great. Fantastic. O'Marion Hampton, early reports are this guy's the real deal. The real deal. Not just like a little, like he's okay. Like, no, the real deal. The real deal. Might be some regret in that pick. And that non-pick, I should say, coming up. But outside of that, I don't believe in the Chargers. And I believe the Chiefs will fall off. And I believe that starts this year. It's the Broncos' turn to run this division.
I'm still going to go Casey at the top of that. I'm not saying the Broncos cannot win this division.
You're just being stubborn.
But
don't be stubborn today.
The Broncos can win the division, and they have closed the gap between them and the Kansas City Chiefs. The Raiders are still going to be at the bottom.
There is no gap.
They are building the right way, but that's still a couple years away.
There is no gap. We got some thickness here in the Mile High City.
Okay.
Got them thick running around.
Have you met Kevin? Was the text you were looking for? Gino said, "I'm not here to roll the dice. I'm here to run the table."
Yeah, I'm here to run the table. Yeah, there's your Vegas reference, Gino.
That's a pretty good one.
That's great.
That's a pretty good one.
Not here to roll the dice. I'm here to run the table. Okay, love of God. You play for the Raiders, dude, and you're an average quarterback.
Yeah.
Like, God bless him. I always liked Geno Smith that he came back to Radio City Music Hall. He was a second-round pick, and he was in the green room the entire first day. I was there in New York City, and to come back and to go out on stage and still do that, even though you'd waited a day to get drafted. So I've always respected Geno for that. And again, he's a good quarterback, but he's painfully average. And this is a team that you have to compete with Pat Mahomes, Justin Herbert, and Bo Nix.
Mm-hmm.
There's one quarterback at the bottom of that list, and his name's Geno Smith. I don't care what kind of sayings he's got.
He'd be the last player I picked if I were picking quarterbacks from the AFC West. He'd be last on the list.
Yeah.
Dead last. Keo from Seattle says, "Don't be that guy that chews ice, even though I'm the worst culprit." So he chews ice and knows how annoying it is to chew ice.
Yes.
I used to love chewing ice.
Like crunching it? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
And all my front teeth are fake. And my dentist said, "You're going to knock all those fake teeth out," which were very expensive.
You have veneers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shout out to my parents. I didn't pay. It was when I was a kid. I don't tie a wagon behind a dirt bike and try to go over a jump, especially if you're in the wagon. That's not going to go well for you. So I lost all my teeth as a child.
You knocked out your chiclets?
All my front teeth.
Whoa.
They're all fake.
Whoa.
And my dentist said that the ice is chipping the back of my veneers. So I just stopped chewing ice. It's not good for your teeth. So Keo from Seattle, be careful, my man. Although it's delicious. You don't eat ice?
I like it if you get like the ice cone, right? Where it's like shaved ice.
Oh, like
so you don't really have to kind of chew it.
Yeah.
You don't have to crunch on the cube.
What the hell are those called?
I don't know. A snow cone.
A snow cone.
Snow cone.
That's it.
Yeah.
Snow
there
cone.
you go.
Yeah. It's like icy, shaved. Some people
So
call
we need to
shaved
get a
ice.
snow cone and then pour that Mountain Dew in it.
Oh,
that tastes like the summer pop.
Oh my God,
Kevin, you drank one today. It's exact same thing, isn't it?
It tastes. I'm still drinking. It tastes just like it.
It was
just like a
unbelievable.
rocket pop.
It was unbelievable when you sent
Yeah.
that our way. So, all right, that's what old Pete Carroll talking about there in Las Vegas. We'll probably have to spend some more time on this, but Caleb Williams was talking about what he wants to do, some of his goals early on, and I thought to myself, you know what, I want to put in order who I think is going to be the best of the quarterback group, that group of 6 from a year ago. We got to save some time for that, so we'll do that a little bit later on in the show. All right, I want to talk about something. We sort of started the show with this, that Phil said the surprise cut candidate could be somebody named J.K. Dobbins.
It's crazy.
And we know every year there's a training camp darling, and then there's a cut that catches everybody by surprise, right? Insert Tim Patrick from a year ago. So let's give some candidates for both categories. Who could be this year's training camp darling, and who could be this year's surprise cut? That's coming up next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Wednesday, July 23rd from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on DTC Parkway in Greenwood Village. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, it's Mike Evans, and if you missed the filing deadline again, or maybe you haven't filed in a while, the consequences can be substantial, and the penalties, huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, sometimes even criminally. Don't gamble with the IRS. It's just not worth it. You can avoid the stress and worry of not filing your taxes simply by calling the people I trust, and that's Advanced Tax Solutions. I've personally talked with clients who've been helped by Todd Whalen. They can get your taxes filed and provide a number of solutions to get you off the IRS's radar. You will feel relief and peace of mind as soon as you talk with the experts. So call the professionals I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Johnny here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, who can be this year's surprise cut out at Broncos training camp this year? And who could be the training camp darling that makes us all go, whoa, you got to find room for that guy? I think there are a couple of names that we can mention, and we're having this conversation based off something both of us heard The Drive saying yesterday. Phillip, Lindsay talking about J.K. Dobbins being possibly the surprise candidate for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
Now, he said, I'm not predicting that. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
Why?
I'm talking about how little money's actually attached there. But I'm with you so that would tell me that Jaleel, Audric, Bidet, somebody else that we're not thinking of just exploded onto the scene and cannot be taken off the football field. And I think there's about a 0.0000001% chance of that actually happening. Will RJ take this job and run with it? At some point, I believe he will. But this team's going to need J.K. Dobbins all season long.
Yeah, J.K. Dobbins is more likely to be your week 1 starter and your leading rusher in the regular season than he is to be cut.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe he's not the leading rusher because R.J. Harvey takes over in week 5 or whatever, but no. It's not J.K. Dobbins. If we to go surprise cut, it's probably someone coming off an injury like an Alex Singleton.
Oh, wow.
As much as I don't want that to happen, that would make more sense. There's a savings involved there. PJ Locke, there's also a savings involved. I believe it's about $3 million for PJ Locke, top of my head.
PJ wouldn't be as big a surprise, but Alex would.
Yeah, and Alex, I believe it's like $4 million.
Yeah.
Something like that. And that's where, maybe Drew Sanders takes this step and they feel really good about the health of Dre Greenlaw and Justin Cernot is back to be a special teams player and reserve linebacker. They've got a roster crunch. They've got some tough decisions. George Payton, I do not. George he's going to get some gray hairs over this next, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever the number is, in terms of trying to make these decisions to build this roster because guys like PJ Locke could start and might not make the team.
Yeah.
Alex Singleton is a starter and might not make the team. Now, again, that's, pie in the sky type stuff, but those two make more sense than saying J.K. Dobbins would get cut. I don't see that at all.
Alex Singleton is actually a name I didn't think about, but I think is right there. We got to monitor and watch what he does. Does he have that same burst coming off the injury? And then what does Drew Sanders look like when he does get the opportunity?
Yes.
Maybe that's something that would be a great problem for the Broncos to have. Drew Sanders looks great, and Alex has lost a step a little bit because of the injury. Because you and I have talked about this. Let's just say that's the case in this hypothetical scenario. Drew and Greenlaw are your starters. I would be very excited about Singleton as the depth piece over Stranad as the depth piece.
Oh, yeah.
I know
Yeah.
Singleton would hate it, but that's just the way the game goes, and you still have a pretty key role as a backup inside linebacker.
Hey, Josie Jewell's out there, right?
Yeah, he got cut yesterday.
I mean, if you don't like it, that's fine. We'll go get another linebacker.
Yeah. What was concussions for Josie Jewell? He couldn't recover?
I believe so, yes.
That's scary stuff, too.
Yeah, it is. It is. But guys make decisions. Hell, Dallin Holker retired.
Yeah.
He just got in the league last year, and he retired.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I think there's a little bit of I see the writing on the wall.
Yeah, and he was never going to be Trey McBride.
Yeah.
That was the thing. He was the guy that followed McBride at CSU.
And I liked Holker last year.
Yeah, I liked the kid a lot. Great hair, and a great story, great Ram. But yeah, he retired today. So,
Didn't he have the one-handed catch at the combine because he forgot the route?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
So that got people's attention. He got some attention at the Shrine Bowl as well. So for me, it's okay, surprise cut. There's going to be more than one because the decisions are so tough.
I have a couple of names. Audric Esme I don't think would be a big of a surprise, but he's a name here that could be cut. Would Jaleel McLaughlin being cut surprise you?
No, but I think he's in Penn. So
I'm not in Penn yet there, but I think it might surprise people just because he had a big role a year ago.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I look at that. Hey, you're looked at as a starter or you're fighting for a spot and had a big role a year ago, and that might make people go, whoa. Wait a minute.
Well,
why are you cutting that guy?
Now I'm going to give you some, ammo for your argument here. He had a big role. Didn't do anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
As I was bagging on Javonte Williams yesterday, I have to say the same for Jaleel.
Yeah.
You have the number one run blocking line in football, and you can't do anything? Huh? And you're super fast? Again, I think Jaleel's in Penn because he's more of a scat back. I don't look at Jaleel as more than a special teams gadget guy.
Well, and then special
maybe
teams,
taking over for Marvin Mims in that role as Mims steps into more of a full-time receiver role and a great return man, Pro Bowl level, instead of being, I think it was Bill Barnwell that said, Marvin Mims is the ultimate gadget player. Maybe that's Jaleel this year. As Mims becomes, I'm a real boy. I'm a real wide receiver. And they learn how to use him correctly because it took them a while. They didn't know how to use him for a year and a half, basically.
Wow, how about this? Kevin finding the numbers for us. PJ Locke cut would save the Broncos $4.1 million.
Okay.
Singleton would save him $5.5 million.
Wow, so I was $1 million off on each.
Yeah. Those are huge numbers.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So
You
saving
better
some
be
money.
right, Alex.
Saving some money, and maybe that's money used to go in a different direction at a position of need because of another injury or something. Like, you just have roster flexibility, but there's going to be more than one surprise cut. More than one. Because there are too many tough decisions. You have 6 pass rushers that all need to make the 53 somehow, some way. I don't know how.
So they went down to 47.
Yeah.
47
They
spots.
have 6 pass rushers that you can't dare expose to the practice squad. 6. Johnny Walker will be a darling. I think the darling, though, is Pat Bryant.
I wrote his name down, too. Well, let me give you one more.
Surprise?
And I know...
There's no surprises.
I know that you said they get 3 years, but would you be surprised if Troy Franklin got cut? What if he's out there just dropping everything again? Why would they keep him if he was doing it?
You don't have to hate Troy.
I don't
have to
hate him.
Troy.
I hate his hands. Love the guy. Hate his hands.
You're awesome. Your hands stink. And you're a wide receiver, so that's kind of important.
Yeah. But would that surprise people? Because it is
it
pulling
would.
the plug
It
a little
would.
early.
It would. Yeah, it would surprise,
All
for
right.
sure.
So there's another one there that we will be keeping an eye on.
Thanks for those numbers, Kevin.
Yes, thank you, Kev. And then as far as the darlings, I wrote down Pat Bryant. I don't know that we'd be able to see it as much with my next 2 names because I don't know that we'd see it at all with Jonah Ellis. But like if he's in the backfield over and over and over again, I think that's a name. And then Barron is a name I wrote down because he might be a darling for me because I'm going to watch him play cornerback, inside, safety, maybe a linebacker spot, depending on what the other side looks like. I'm just intrigued because I think that dude could line up everywhere except for like edge rusher.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think he could be exciting to watch for fans out there, whether it's training camp or you're watching some highlights, on YouTube or whatever. Like, I think that Barron, Bryant, this rookie class can be darlings. Back to the pass rushers, they're on my mind. Is Q Robinson the real deal or not? He was a stud at rookie minicamp, batting down passes, getting pressures. He was a stud at OTAs. He was a stud at mandatory minicamp. So if we just go with the trend is Q Robinson, they got a real steal here in the draft. Now it's training camp. Now it's preseason.
Now it's real.
Now you're going to get really, really tested in a way that you weren't in any sort of minicamp, mandatory or otherwise.
Yeah, it's another one that I had kind of forgot about, but it's how much, well, they're still going. I was going to ask you, like, how much different do you think the veterans, like today the veterans, it's on. Was it as on, if you will, like during those OTAs
Probably
and
not.
minicamp? Like, yeah, they're
Probably
gearing
not.
down a little bit, aren't
Yeah,
they?
yeah.
And today it's almost like, especially if you're one of those vets on the offensive line, you're like, all right, young fella, you're about to learn what this league is about today.
Yes, and that's where guys like Johnny Walker, the undrafted rusher, he has to prove himself. He's one of those 6 edge rushers they got to keep. Dondrea Tillman still has to prove himself. Jonah Ellis, we'll see what his health status is there. A lot of interesting players, and if we just stick with rookies, the overlooked player, because we talk some about Q Robinson, we talk a lot about Jade, we talk a lot about Pat Bryant, and RJ Harvey, of course. We can't forget Savion Jones. At all whatsoever. At all. Like, he was as studly as Q Robinson was, and that's more of an edge, so it's like a sexier thing, and people can see it immediately. Point blank period, and this is very offensive, but get as offended as you like. There's a lot of reporters that don't know football.
What they're watching?
Yes.
Yeah.
Andrew Mason does.
He does.
So when Mason and I watch practice, and we're like, Savion's doing it every day. Other people are noticing Q Robinson because it's an edge, and you're going to notice an edge. But when you notice the defensive lineman, the guy that's getting in there with rip and swim and burst, like, Savion Jones is a player. And that could tie into any sort of financial decisions for Malcolm Roach, John Franklin Myers, not necessarily Zach Allen. I'm not saying Savion's Zach Allen replacement, but, like, you have JFM who wants a new deal. Morgan Freeman voice. He's not going to get it.
No, he's not.
Malcolm Roach. We don't even talk about Malcolm Roach wanting a new deal. He's not going to get it.
Nope.
Why? It's probably because of Savion Jones. That kid can play.
Again, good problems to have if you're the Denver Broncos. That
Yeah,
means you're
but
drafting
problems.
and signing well in free agency.
Yeah, so, get ready. 5 surprise cuts for the Broncos. Like, okay, make that list because it's going to be more than 5.
All right. That means they're building the right way. If you have difficult decisions on cut down day, it should mean that your roster has been constructed.
Still kind of
right
sucks,
way.
though.
It still sucks. When Tim got cut last year, it was like, what the hell's going on?
Right.
And now, look, I think they might have made the wrong decision there with Josh Reynolds instead of Tim, but it all seemed to work out the way it was supposed to work out. Hey, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the Battle at Bethpage Black. All you got to do to enter is head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. Find that cutout of Zach By and scan the QR code. That's it, and you're registered. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. All right, let's check our X. What's on our timeline that you need to hear about? I almost sent you this on Twitter, but I wanted your reaction on the show. We're both sneakerheads. You're a superhero guy. So what if we combine sneakers and superheroes? Will Cecil love the new shoes? Find out coming up next.
How will first-round rookie Sade Barron fit into the Broncos secondary?
It's not a situation where he has to come in and be the dude. You just got to be a piece of it. The dude is Surtain. And then you have another guy that was a really good player opposite him last year, so just come fit in. There's not the pressure to come and save this defense.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean Ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, what's on our timeline that caught our attention and you need to know about? We got a couple of stories to hit here, then I want to find out what's happening on Cecil Lammy's timeline. First up for me is, now you're not golf guys, so you're going to think this is absolutely ridiculous.
You're ridiculous.
And I actually agree with you on this. I think I'm going to spend $500 on a putter that looks like a hockey stick that they're selling because Happy Gilmore is out.
Okay.
Happy Gilmore 2. You see this thing?
Okay, so if you have a putter that looks like a hockey stick that's like memorabilia, my advice to you is this. Don't ever use it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, crap.
Because then you could potentially resell it.
Yeah.
You're a big Facebook Marketplace guy now, right? I sell comic books on eBay. So as a reseller, hold on to that bad boy. If you're going to buy it as like a collectible, don't take it out of the package.
Okay, because
don't play with those Star Wars figures.
Intent was to play with the stick.
Then buy 2.
For $1,000?
Hey, you're the one that wants to drop You're the one that wants to drop $500 on a putter because of Happy Gilmore, and this sequel's going to be terrible. By the way,
well, here's
I've called it already. I guarantee this sequel will be terrible.
Is it out? I think it came out yesterday.
The 25th, I thought.
Okay, 25th.
Or is that Fantastic Four? I'm going to see Fantastic Four on Thursday, so tomorrow.
Nice.
But like,
you get the sneak peek or whatever it's called.
Well, everybody does. You can just go see it.
Oh, I didn't.
Even though it opens Friday, everything opens Thursday. So, saw Superman when I was away.
What was your, some people say it's terrible, other people say it's great.
I think it's good. It could have been great. It's good, but could have been great. It's a James Gunn film, so, it's got some gun humor at odd times.
Okay.
But, yeah, it's worth seeing. Superman is worth seeing.
Okay.
I think Fantastic Four is going to be better than Superman. I'm probably going to check in on Happy Gilmore because we're going to talk about it, but I am not.
I don't have high expectations.
No, I just don't like sequels that take too long. Dumb and Dumber, the actual one that was done afterwards with Jim Carrey and Jeff Daniels, that one's terrible. Clerks 2, Rob Wagner talked me into watching that years ago, and
blame Rob.
It was terrible compared to Clerks.
Yeah.
So Anchorman 2, I barely know any of the clips from Anchorman 2. Because I don't want it to soil the sanctity of my memories of Anchorman 1. So buy your $500 putter, but my advice is don't use it.
Well, so I need a putter anyway, and they're already expensive. So my thought is like, oh, this is fun. I'll have a fun putter and a cool story to talk about on the golf course, and I'll still 3-putt everything, no matter what putter I have in my hand anyway. So might as well have a nice little putter right there. So I think I'm going to do it. By the way, Odyssey made this putter. They released them whatever day it was last week, thinking that they had enough in stock to last until the movie release.
Yeah.
Sold out in 10 minutes, are restocking and re-releasing coming up on Friday.
Okay.
So I'll have to beat the crowd, I guess, but it is an opportunity. And yeah, I'm all over Facebook Marketplace. If you're in the market for a Blackstone right now, holla at your boy. I'm trying to sell that one so I can get an upgrade.
Okay, I got you.
One. All right, I mentioned this. So check this out. It's Advisory Board Crystals is joining forces with Puma and Marvel for a new Fantastic Four sneaker collection inspired by the franchise's iconic heroes and villains. So I don't know if you're into this, but you can get sneakers of all Fantastic Four crew members, I guess. I don't know what you call them.
Okay.
And then the people that they're fighting on a daily basis.
Well, first off, it's not Shala Ball is Silver Surfer. It's Norman Rad.
Okay.
And Shala Ball's in the movie, so it's like that's wrong to begin with.
So they already got it wrong.
Dr. Doom is not in this movie, not even in the post-credit scene. So
but he's one of the people they fight.
And it's Puma.
Yeah.
I'm out on Puma.
But Puma did.
Like, sorry. Unless they're a sponsor, unless I have to rep Puma, and then I totally love them. But, like, no, it's Puma.
So does Fantastic Four fight against Dr. Doom?
The Galactus comes to basically take over the Earth, and that's who they have to prevent from taking over the Earth. And Shala Ball, the Silver Surfer, the female Silver Surfer, she's his herald. So she comes to tell him, like, hey, we're here to
okay.
take over your planet unless you give us your son.
Oh, wow. Like
Yeah.
S-O-N or S-U-N?
Son, S-O-N.
Oh, wow.
Because their son can create basically realities. He can create other worlds, like
Ooh.
just as a play toy.
That's pretty nice.
He's the most powerful, like, omni being in the entire Marvel universe.
So Silver Surfer is a good person?
Depends.
Okay. 'cause
The
I
Herald
always
of the
thought they were
Galactus
bad.
can go either way.
Oh, really?
Nova.
Okay.
What? Flame? Who's Flame Lord? God, why am I forgetting that? Silver Surfer. Like, there have been different Heralds of Galactus. Cosmic Ghost Rider.
Oh, I know that one. I actually do know that one.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. So what about Human Torch? He's a part of the Fantastic Four, isn't he?
Yeah,
okay.
he is.
Okay. Just want to make sure I got that one right. All right, I got one more. Quick basketball story. We didn't get to this yesterday, but I wanted to. Chris Paul's a Clipper now. Are the Clippers something we should be worried about with Kawhi and James and Bradley and now 95-year-old Chris Paul?
Yeah.
Or are they the little engine that can't?
Well, it's Chris Paul. That's why. Like, wherever he goes, you're gonna fall short. So it's cute.
He doesn't
it's
win
fun.
Game 7s? Yeah.
Right. The Clippers are fun. They're funny, but this is a cute story. I don't think it's anything to be worried about, especially compared to what the OKC Thunder are and just will be. That's who they are. Their championship ring's going to have a tumbleweed on it, by the way.
There's a photo going around on Twitter that has a whistle on it, which is fun, too.
Yeah. The whistle is fun. The other side is a tumbleweed. It's
Yeah.
Oklahoma City. What could it possibly be?
A tornado or something?
Something like that,
Yeah.
right. So, but OKC's going to be a problem. Nuggets going to be a problem. Clippers are just, like, fun, cute story. Like, you guys think you have something.
I think the Spurs might be better than the Clippers. The Rockets are going to be better than the Clippers.
Yeah, Spurs are definitely going to be
Kawhi will
something.
be hurt. Harden will be fat, and CP3, the refs hate him. So,
Yeah.
you choose carefully. Cease, what's on the timeline?
All right, lots of stuff on the timeline today, including the Denmark government is fighting AI by giving citizens copyright over their own face, voice, and body to protect against deepfakes. Are you familiar with deepfakes?
Yeah.
Are you worried about yourself being a deepfake? Like, our voices are we're everywhere.
Yeah.
So someone could easily deepfake my voice saying the most inappropriate stuff of all time.
It would totally suck. I'm not that important. I don't know why anybody would waste their time doing that.
I don't think I'd be on anybody's radar in terms of like deep fake. Oh my God, he was deep faked.
If you're trying to get Cecil and I on a deep fake, you are one pathetic loser.
So like it's interesting that the Denmark government would fight that by being like giving everybody the right to deep fakes because it's deep fake. Like,
don't I own the copyright of my own body right now without the government telling me so? I'm pretty sure I can do whatever I want to my own body.
I'm not exactly sure. And it is X, so you never know exactly what's sure, but I saw that story. I thought it was interesting. You're not worried about deepfakes?
Not for me, no. Maybe guys like Mark Schlereth that are a little bit bigger in the space.
Okay.
Maybe
some
something to be worried
disgruntled
about.
Eagles fans have Stink saying like he loves Philadelphia or something.
There's a couple Chiefs fans. If Jerry Jeudy were smart enough to figure out how to deep fake, Mark might be in some trouble, but Judy's not going to figure that out in his entire life.
Okay,
so
yeah.
I think you and I are safe.
We're okay.
I think maybe the sports people are okay. It's like, movie celebrities and people that they're going to go after.
Okay. Give me that, Jameis.
Like, I've seen deep fakes of Joe Rogan 1,000 times already.
Right.
And I'm like, I can't believe Joe said that.
Now you sound like someone who hates Joe Rogan. I can't believe it. And again, I don't know if this is real or not because it is X, and it's not a deep fake, but a couple of WNBA players thought they could get into a club because of who they are, and the bouncers didn't care.
Oh, really?
Okay, now they wore the shirts like "Pay me what you owe, pay us what you owe us" or whatever.
Yeah.
And,
what do they owe them? You guys want to do the math problem on that?
What's her name? Took a shot at Caitlyn because, like, CC runs that thing.
Yeah.
She's not even the best player in the WNBA. I still love Sophie Cunningham. She's not better, of course, but still, like, the enforcer out there.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, if I'm investing in a business, I'm investing in the WNBA going forward, right? And if you look at the pay structure of NBA players make what, like 50% of the revenue in the NBA, and WNBA, I believe, is 9%, something like that. So there is that sort of unevenness. WNBA hasn't turned a profit. They lost $30 million last year. But if you're investing in a business, you're looking forward, right? Put your billionaire hat on. You're looking forward. That league, if done right, and if they don't hurt Caitlin Clark, that league can make some good money. some good money and continue to grow in popularity. Merchandise sales up by 500%. Ticket sales up by like 30%, something like that. So, and it's all Caitlin. And not all Caitlin, but a lot of Caitlin.
It's about 95% Caitlin.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to talk honestly about this. But it's whoever these ladies are, you're not at that level.
No.
Where you're going to walk up to a club and want to get in and not doorman. Doorman, you're going to let us in, doorman.
I thought of when you said it.
Exactly. So it's like, I just thought it was a funny video because like, don't you know I play for the Sparks or something? And then the guy's like, yeah, no, man.
I think Shane Gillis proved it all that none of us are actually watching the WNBA. We just all like to pretend that we are. That's what we learned. And look, am I all for the WNBA growing? Of course.
Yeah.
And it is doing that. You laid it out beautifully. It's growing. But right now, to think you deserve the same type of money that an NBA player deserves, you're crazy for that. Because the WNBA in its history has never been profitable. And now you want to break the bank because you think you finally got some eyeballs on you? Yeah, you're growing, but I think they need to dial it back just a little bit, continue to show the growth.
New TV deal will help.
New TV deal will help a lot, and people are going to games. Well, they're going to Fever games, and if that continues to grow, the WNBA needs 3 more stars. I think Paige Buchers is going to be one of those. Like, she can hoop. But they need like 3 more stars to really get this.
Yeah, it's coming, but we're probably, a couple, 3 years away from that.
Yep.
Don't screw this up, though.
And if they get too greedy, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Exactly. And we've seen this in other sports where players get greedy. I remember, hockey fan, get as offended as you like, when they were on the Outdoor Life Network.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah, dude.
After one of their many work stoppages, you're the 4th sport. And you decided to have a work stoppage, next thing you know, you're on the Outdoor Life Network.
Yeah.
It's taken hockey 20 years to get back. So WNBA, you're building something here. Ladies, don't think you can get in the club just yet, right? That's coming.
Right.
It's a little early. And yes, players, you will get paid eventually. Never what the NBA players make, but you're going to get paid eventually. Commensurate to what your income brings into your league.
Right. And do the numbers that the guys are doing and then complain a bunch, and I'll be on your side. I'll be fighting for you.
Oh, yeah.
But until that comes, there's a pecking order, and they're at the bottom of the list right now. All right, let's get into our lunch hour. Day 1 of Broncos practice is officially in the book. Sean Payton has talked to the media. We're going to hear from Sean coming up sooner rather than later, but want to talk about what we might have learned today, get an update as to what Cortland Sutton was doing, and what we're going to be looking for. Cecil and mine's list as to what our eyeballs will be on as soon as Friday when we get there broadcasting live. That is coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help. Get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Well, I'm gone. Can I kick it? To all the people
all
who
right, it's
compress
lunchtime
like a tribe
on
does.
Wednesday. We like to call it our third quarter, as we'll play 4 every single day. And then a little extra overtime with Crosstalk with the drive. As they get in here at 2 o'clock, the boys will get you home from 2 to 6. And then we got Denver Sports tonight for your second shifters. And they are live from 6 to 7 right here on the Fan. Broncos country. Want to hear from you today? We're going to go over our list of things we'll be watching out at training camp. If you're on your way out to training camp a day throughout this off season, let us know what you're going to be looking at 303-713-1043. You can tell us that. You can tell us any Don't Be That Guys or Gals that you have out there. It's Don't Be That Guy Wednesday. And then a third layer to this is celebrities that passed and really hit home for you guys, as we talked about it with Ozzy a little bit yesterday. It doesn't have to be Denver ties, just who you thought you were close with or felt a connection with, and they passed. Hit us up at 303-713-1043. And as always, we ask you to put your name on the end of your text so that we can give you a shout out on the show. All right, day 1 in the books, and we just heard from Drew Spivak. We'll hear from Sean Payton a little later, but it wasn't grumpy Sean. It was nice and pleasant Sean, who actually took questions for about a half an hour.
No, he didn't take questions. He just talked for a half an hour, and you got some questions in between.
It's actually 4 questions. He talked for a half an hour.
I'm sure Sean was listening to this show, as they listen to this show often at Broncos Park Power, Red Comet Spirit. He probably heard us talking about Grumpy Sean. He's like, I'll show those guys.
Oh, I like that.
I'm going to be happy Sean today.
Well, if you're listening, size 12, let me get some of those Jordans up off you.
It is your birthday coming up on Friday.
That's
I'm
right.
just saying, you will be there. Sean could gift you Jordans in person.
I will be at work at Broncos on my birthday. I'm DMing Sean so much tonight. I'm just getting in his DMs.
He's on Twitter.
Yeah, that's why he's there, for me to DM him.
Exactly.
That's exactly
size 12.
what it is. All right, so now I do have a new mission. But what do we learn from day one? I think the biggest thing here is that there's no hold in. We knew there was no hold out. Cortland Sutton's playing the game, man. He's playing a little bit of ball with the Broncos, George Payton and Greg Pinner. He showed up to report yesterday. He showed up to work today. And we know he was out there working, running routes, so no hold in. That's got to be, at least until we hear from Sean here, the early news of the day with the Broncos.
The early news of the day, Sean did say that Bo Nix has been working out with Drew Brees, so that's also
I love that.
News of the day. I think 4 days, something like that, with Drew Brees, so that's news of the day. But Cortland Sutton being there, again, just shows how he approaches business the right way. He could hold out. He could hold in. He could be making some noise. He could be going on podcasts and talking about the Denver Broncos and how I can't believe they're not paying me. He could be causing drama. He's doing exactly 0% of that. Not 1%, not 10%, 0% of that. And another reason why he's the type of Bronco that you want to keep around. You want to pay him, give him the right amount of money. He's underpaid right now. I know people had taken issue of like, well, he underperformed his contract, and then now he's okay. Well, guess what? Right now, he is underpaid. He is underpaid, and he's your best receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Like it or not, love it or not. Think he's number one? Don't think he's number one. Love Devon Vele? Don't know how to spell Devon. I don't care. Right now, Cortland Sutton is your best wide receiver. It's not a debate. It's not close. He wants more money. You give it to him. Don't cause a situation where you create problems in a league where problems are going to arise.
Yeah.
Don't create your own.
And you and I don't look at Cortland Sutton in the same light. I'm not saying don't sign him and let him walk. I'm saying this is a little less of a number that I would offer than you would. And then we came to kind of a fairer number around 20, 21 million before camp started. But what you're saying about him being their best receiver, that's 100%. And that's the best leverage that they have. And that's, when we were arguing or debating it, that was the biggest reason of like, I have to get on your side. Because not only is he their best wide receiver, I have zero interest in doing anything, the slightest of things, and this is actually a big one, that would hurt the continued development of Bo Nix. That's the only thing that matters with the Denver Broncos.
Yes.
I know there are other pieces and Nick Benito's money and Zach Allen's future and all that stuff matters. But you know what the biggest snowball is? It's Bo Nix. And if Bo Nix doesn't take this next leap, the sophomore jump instead of slump that you and I have been talking about for a couple of weeks, it doesn't matter what Cortland Sutton does. It doesn't matter how many sacks Nick Benito gets or how many pressures Zach Allen puts on opposing quarterbacks. And you know how I know that? I have 10 years of evidence. 10 years of evidence of these Broncos having a solid defense and doing absolutely nothing in the league because the quarterback didn't matter.
You almost cussed.
I did almost cuss. You saw me catch it right there.
Absolutely blanket nothing. That's what you're going to get if Bo Nix doesn't develop. What happened to Mac Jones in year 2?
Didn't develop. He actually took a step backwards, not even a step
a monster
forward.
Step backwards because they messed with his development. It's crazy Matt Patricia as an offensive coordinator and Joe Judge. Are you kidding me? Now, that's different than disrupting things with a wide receiver. And I know that some out there, Bomani Jones, Nick Wright, all the Bo Nix haters, they've been saying like, oh, well, it's just like Mac Jones. No, it's not. Mac Jones should have never been a first-round pick. He wasn't graded that high.
Yeah.
Football intelligence was a question with Mac Jones. I have to clean it up. None of that is a question with Bo Nix. He's your grinder. He's your brain. I said he was a supercomputer last year. Mike Evans, as the season went on, stopped making fun of me as much for that, which is fine. I got big shoulders. We all give each other crap. And by the way, there's studies that have shown like you need that from your best friends. To people that can give you that crap.
Oh, really?
Not from other people. That's one of my Don't Be That Guys on a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday. Don't be that guy that tries to give me crap when I don't know you.
Yeah. You got to be in the crew.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, once you're in the crew, then yeah, you can make fun of whatever. But if you're not in the crew, like, like, no, don't. That's why you get punched in the face. So, supercomputer is what Bo Nix is. Supercomputer is what Bo Nix can continue to be as long as the software that you give him continues to run at a high level. That includes Cortland Sutton.
Yes, it does. So that's the news of the day, plus the workouts with Drew Brees. I don't think that's something that we should overlook either. We did talk about it. I don't know if we brought that on air, but we were like, hey, man, did Bo Nix ever have that passing camp? Because we didn't see any photos of it. And if it's not on the internet, how could it have existed?
Right.
And then we actually had a Kevin reach out to Mike. Mike's like, yeah, I wrote about it. He wrote about it when he was also writing about Adam Troutman.
Yes.
And
or Evan Ingram. Was it Evan Ingram or Adam Troutman?
I think it was Troutman.
Really? Why is he writing about Adam Troutman?
Was it Troutman, Kev? Kev's grinding back there.
Okay.
Whatever it was. It was it wasn't an article just for the Bo Nix thing. And
it was in there.
And it was in there. And then you hear that he's working out with Drew Brees. I mean, that's just one. Anytime our rookie second-year quarterback's working out with a Hall of Fame quarterback that's won a Super Bowl, I'm all for that. But add something to that. He's working out with a Hall of Fame Super Bowl winning quarterback that knows Sean's BS.
Yes.
And can kind of guide him on, hey, this is how Sean's going to act when he's mad at you. This is how you counter that.
Yeah.
That's going to go a long way for Bo Nix.
Yeah, I absolutely love this because it's exactly what you need. We talk about your recruit up, right, and your boys can give you grief.
Yeah.
And they can also tell you the real. Drew Brees isn't going to be like, Sean's the greatest guy ever. Drew Brees is going to be like, Sean's a bit of an aloha.
Yeah.
But I love him. I love him. Because if you work for him, he's going to get you what you need. He's going to get you there. And that's where players respect Sean Payton. Is Sean Payton difficult to work with? What does George Payton say? Like, hey, want to work with Sean Payton some more, huh, George? Sean Payton is a little difficult to work with, right? I'm not wrong in that.
Yeah.
But you're going to get the reward. And the reward is a championship. If you can show up and show that love. Bill Parcells was an SOB to work with, whatever you want to say. Guess what Parcells did? He got you rings.
Yeah.
He got you championships. He just continued to grind. Sean Payton's the same thing. Same damn guy.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if you look at that, Brees is going to be able to tell Nix, like, oh, he did that on you? Yeah, he tried that with me, and then I told him this. It's the exact same thing. So it's more than just concepts. Concepts are concepts. We're not going to bore everybody to death. Or I always love when radio or TV guys try to be like, well, actually, he was playing 9 technique in this cover 3 Joker. I'm like, oh, okay, sorry, buddy. And I know what you're saying.
Right.
99% of your audience doesn't know what you're saying.
The fan's like, yeah, and I lost my bet. That's what they think.
That's true. So concepts are concepts. A sale concept's a sale concept. Whatever. Nobody cares. The real conversation with Brees and Nix will be about how to handle Sean. And how Sean
I love that.
Loves you. He just shows his love in a different way.
Yeah.
It's being maniacal, right?
Like trying to embarrass you on national television.
But he loves you in his own way. So those type of conversations, learning how the ins and outs of this system, what you're going to see. Bo Nix, Drew Brees has seen everything. He's seen it all.
Mm-hmm.
And he's had Sean's system, for the most part, to be able to combat what he sees. He's going to be able to talk to Bo not only about Sean and the concepts, whatever. He's going to be able to say, like, hey, once they figure out you can do this, now they're going to try to do this, and then you go here.
Yeah.
And once they figure that out, then you go back to this over here. Like, so it's almost the puzzle pieces, right, within defense that Drew Brees will be able to help out. And Brees, like Peyton Manning, would walk to the line of scrimmage, couldn't see over it, but he'd walk to the line of scrimmage and he'd already know where to go with the ball.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't about reading the defense happens before you get the snap. People think it's like, go through your progressions. That's just window dressing.
Mm-hmm.
The best ones, Peyton Manning, best one, right?
Yeah,
best one.
He's pretty good.
He knew before he got the snap where he was going with the ball. What you saw his head do, the progressions, was just window dressing to make, okay, and now I'm looking over here. They're going to go over here. Now I'm going to go back to here, which I knew I was already going to do anyway.
He's checking his boxes to make sure the defense is going through what they have to go through.
It's why Ed Reed would play defense wrongly, knowing that Peyton Manning was watching the film so that he could trick Peyton when he played him. Think of that.
That's crazy.
That's like 5D chess.
He's using tape, which all NFL players live and die off of, to lie about who he is as a player, which is actually making him smarter as a player.
Yes,
it's
because he knows
unbelievable.
Peyton Manning's going to watch it, and he's going to know exactly what you're going to do. Bo Nix, supercomputer, he's going to get there.
And you know what else? Like, I know we have some fun with Sean, and we bust his chops from time to time. Most of it's in good fun. until he doesn't run the ball enough week 3 and I'm dog cussing him on the show. But
it doesn't give you Jordans for your
and doesn't
birthday.
give me Jordans on Friday for my birthday. I really believe this, and you couldn't convince me otherwise. I would bet you anything that Sean knows, hey, Drew and Bo are going to meet. Drew, tell him to come back at me a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, tell him to give me some of that. Like, when I'm in his kitchen, tell him to come right back at me, too. Because that's what Sean wants out of his. I think Sean wants that out of every player.
Oh, yes.
Certainly wants it out of his quarterback.
Yes, 1,000%. He wants you to respond. He wants you to care.
Yeah.
Care as much as he cares, and he cares a lot. Are you familiar with the bro code?
Bros before.
No, not that bro code. The bro code. Richie Carney's going to bust in the door and be like, don't talk about it. No. I'm not talking about that, Richie. I'm talking about the bro code because the bro code is merely this. What'd he say? That's what, Sean's going to hit up Drew. And he's going to be like, what'd he say? Like, oh, you told him that? I told you not to tell anybody that story. Yeah. So that bro code that Drew has a closer relationship with Sean than Drew has with Bo. So because of that, the bro code dictates that Sean can call up Drew and be like, what'd he say?
Yeah.
And figure it out, right?
Yeah.
And then Drew can either tell him most of the truth or he can tell him some of the truth.
I like that. I like the fact that, like I said, any Hall of Fame quarterback's great work. With Drew Brees, it's just a little icing on the cake right there.
Yeah.
All right, a couple texts coming in. Rome from Loveland says it's his wife's birthday on the same day it's my birthday. Shout out to Nelly Martinez. Rome, your wife getting a little shout out on the show. That should give you a little extra love as well. Plus, we're getting people that are giving us their don't be that guys. Oh, this is another good one.
Uh-oh.
Noah the Lake Tender. This is a unique one. You asked how they felt when certain celebrities passed.
Yeah.
Do you know who Ken Block is? Like Drifter Driver. What are those guys called? Like the
yeah.
And he actually created DC.
Yes.
He and Rob Dyrdek were a big part of that.
Yes.
And Danny Way, the half pipe skater, he freaking 360.
He wasn't the Hoonigan guy, was he? The Drifter is a car, because the Hoonigan guy died as well. But either way,
I don't know. Ken Block died on a snowmobile, actually, and it was very early. That's a big one, especially in like the extreme sports world, if you will.
Yes.
Ken Block was like the dude in that. So that's a very, very good one right there. Very good one.
Okay.
And then a quick don't be that guy. Roy in Denver. Don't be that guy merging on the highway behind me and cross the solid white line and then take my whole spot. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. People don't know how to merge, and it's a huge problem in this city.
Not at all.
We should have to retake our driving.
It's called the
test.
zipper method, everybody. Get up to the front and get over.
Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to do.
And
People get mad when you went all the way up to the front. That's what you're supposed to do.
When you change lanes, you're supposed to pick up speed.
Exactly.
To like stay out of the
Get
damn
in on
way.
the highway.
Right.
Pick up speed. The Broncos this year, get in on the highway of Super Bowl
That's
to
right.
Santa Clara. We want Sean Payton. What's Sean Payton like on a road trip?
God, I bet you he talks so much. He just never stops, dude.
Yeah. Well, is it Happy Sean or is it Grumpy Sean?
See, if it's Happy Sean, I'm all for it.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's Grumpy Sean, I'm like, tell me who you hate. I'd be all there for that, too. Like, unless I were on the list or you were on the list, then I'd be like, dude, shut up. That's my guy. But like, if he was giving us the dirt about other people, I'd be into that, too.
There's some other people he doesn't like.
Yeah, I know.
That I know, and it's pretty funny.
And I'd go, hey, I don't like them either. Let's talk about them. Oh, and they wrote back, Ken Block is Hoonigan. You nailed it.
Yes, okay,
So you nailed it.
Good.
All right, let's talk about here quickly some of the things we're going to be watching for, Cecil. We went over our offensive stuff earlier in the show. That was actually at 10:15. If you missed it, want to go back and find it. We talked about Bo taking the next step. We talked about the running back battle, and not really 1 and 2, but who's 2, 3, and 4. We talked about wide receivers. Is Vele or Mims wide receiver 2? And then Evan Ingram's involvement in the passing game early in preseason, or will Sean try to hide that a little bit to surprise folks throughout the regular season? So the other side of this, the defensive line. All right, that's something I want to look at during training camp. This is also like, are we going to get, I mentioned Ellis maybe being one of those surprise players or a darling of training camp. It's just so hard to go, you and I will hear it when we're sitting there field level. Like the defensive line will go, nope, that'd have been a sack. That was a sack. You didn't get the ball off. You can argue about that a whole bunch.
Right.
But that's what we're not going to really know until the preseason starts. And then even that, the snaps are going to be so limited. We're talking about week 1 to know if this defensive line is right back to where they were from a year ago.
Yeah, and, perhaps it's a little bit past week 1 because it's a rookie quarterback.
Oh, fair point, yeah.
Yeah, so
because they should eat him up.
They're going to look like all-stars they're going to put in bench guys. They're going to look like all-stars against a rookie quarterback. As that might be one where Bo Nix gets the fourth quarter off.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool.
Honestly, it could be that sort of game. So as the season goes on, it's rush and cover. Your coverage is going to be great. Riley Moss needs to stay healthy. I mean, that's a huge kind of under-the-wire story people aren't talking about enough. Riley Moss has got to stay healthy. But your defensive line, it starts with rush. Your coverage can be great. It doesn't matter if the rush isn't getting there. And that starts with the guys up front. It starts with them stuffing the run. Buffalo didn't have to throw, and they beat you easily in a playoff game in their building. So stop the run, create pressure, which makes every quarterback look mortal, rookie or otherwise, and make sure that defensive line picks up right where they left off.
By the way, the 63 sacks a year ago, franchise record. I asked you yesterday what can they kind of get to, 50 to 55 range.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it today at 3 o'clock on our YouTube page, Dover on Denver. I actually broke down by player how many sacks each guy's going to get.
Whoa, you did math?
I did math. It took me so long. I got to 54 and a half sacks. I got to 54 and a half for the Denver Broncos.
There
So 3 o'clock on our YouTube, I'll be breaking that down for you.
Nice.
All right, a couple of other things that we're going to be looking at are notes that will be taken, and this kind of goes to what we were just saying. I don't know that it's, Nick Bonito, Sean Payton had mentioned slowing down some of his snap count, and then Jonathan Cooper, you make the point, and it's a great one, that he's so good at stopping the run, it's going to be hard to take him off the field. But do you think anybody, Jonathan Cooper, Nick Bonito, are they in trouble of losing snaps because Tillman and Ellis? You can't ignore what those guys are.
Yeah, well, and we can't ignore what Sean Payton had said earlier about Nick Bonito. Not in this 30-minute press conference, which is him just going off.
By the way, Kevin just told me he's listening through some of the Sean stuff.
Yeah.
Sean mentioned Zach as a guy that they need to watch snap count on, too.
Yes. So he's
Funny,
talked about
the two guys they owe a lot of money to, they're going to limit a little bit.
Well, he's talked about snap count, and does that mean that Nick Bonito, start with him specifically, is exactly, a full-time player to play 800 snaps or whatever? What is that number for Nick Bonito? How would they limit Nick Bonito? And yeah, that means getting more for Dondre Tillman, getting more for Jonah Ellis. That's just natural. I don't think it says anything about Bonito's not a full-time guy, or they see Bonito as just a rusher. He's so much better against the run. I'm not saying he's Jonathan Cooper against the run, but he's not a liability against the run anymore. I want Nick Bonito out there as much as possible. I also want Nick Bonito to be fresh. And if that means he plays a little bit less, and Dondre Tillman, who's awesome, Jonah Ellis, who's awesome, if these guys play a little bit more, I'm okay with that.
Okay. And that's, you've been so high on Tillman, and then we both got to watch him with our eyes last year, was outstanding. And Jonah Ellis is, I think you've said this back to being the moment he was drafted. That dude doesn't even know how good he is.
Right.
Let alone how good he can be.
Exactly.
So there's a lot left there.
He didn't know the number of pass rush moves that he had on film. Because I told him, I was like, dude, you have 6 moves. He's like, I got 3. I'm like, no, you don't. And I went over him with him. He's like, I do.
It's like, I can do that.
He's just so naturally talented. Mm-hmm. And yes, I'm old enough to have covered his dad. My first camp was Luther Ellis's only in final year with the Broncos.
That's up in Greeley, right?
No, it was actually here.
Oh, it was here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
nice.
It was 2004. It was the first year here.
Wearing the freaking neck, what was those, roll pad things that he wore?
It was badass.
And then you brought it up. I had written this down for us to talk about on the defensive side. Riley Moss. We could take it a couple different ways. Can he stay healthy? Can he stay that level of player that he was for 14 weeks? And then I think another question that I'll certainly be watching is anybody going to push him? Does Barron get an opportunity? I'm not going to take off Chris Abrams' drains right now until I get my own eyeballs on him. But maybe that's a guy that's looking at pushing a Riley Moss. Riley's going to be the leader in the clubhouse, but I'll steal one of your terms. I don't know that I've written down Riley Moss CB2 in pen. I think he still has to go out and earn that.
Yeah, he has to, and he's got to stay healthy. He seems the one player that is, immune to the Bo Lowry magic that has worked at Broncos Park. Bo Lowry can keep you healthy. Riley Moss has been a puzzle. So they have to figure that out and figure it out because Riley, one, needs to get paid eventually, And then 2, he's a damn fine player. Your best option for cornerback 2, this is all apologies to KAD, all apologies to Jade Barron. Your best option as cornerback 2 is Riley Moss. But he can't be out there if he's hurt.
No.
So keep him healthy.
All right, got to tell you about our fan golf tournament that's going to benefit the Arthritis Foundation, Colorado, on Monday, August 25th. About a month away, so you can start to plan now. Going to start at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble. It's going to be some dinner afterwards and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation of Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. That's DenverSports.com/club. This thing is awesome. Been doing it for a while. I'll always love when we get these things going and benefiting great foundations. So make sure you're there and out there golfing. Brag it up to all your friends that you're the best at the fan golf tournament. All right, our buddy Will Peterson, he was out at Broncos practice today for date number 1. Let's find out what it looked like and what he learned coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the roof comes off, till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Hey, it's Mike Evans, and if you missed the filing deadline again, or maybe you haven't filed in a while, the consequences can be substantial, and the penalties, huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, sometimes even criminally. Don't gamble with the IRS, it's just not worth it. You can avoid the stress and worry of not filing your taxes simply by calling the people I trust, and that's Advanced Tax Solutions. I've personally talked with clients who've been helped by Todd Whalen. They can get your taxes filed and provide a number of solutions to get you off the IRS's radar. You will feel relief and peace of mind as soon as you talk with the experts. So call the professionals I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, he's live and he's in studio, fresh off a trip to Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. It's our buddy Will Peterson at Peterson Will on the Twitter machine. Follow along there. Read him at DenverSports.com. Well, I'm sure he'll have some work up later today after day one of camp. So, Will, any quick takeaways? We're kind of just going over the things that we'll be watching on Friday when we get out there. I think Bo Nix is at the top of everybody's list, so let me start there with you with Bo. How did the second-year QB look on day one?
Yeah, he looked good. It was good to see him in 7-on-7s and 11-on-11s. I will give you guys a guess, and his name did come up during your sweep in the last segment.
Okay.
The play of the day was Bo Nix to who?
Pat Bryant.
Nope. He did hit Pat Bryant in 7-on-7s. That was in my notes, but it was not the play of the day. It was a deep completion over the middle. I'll call it 35 to 40 yards.
35 to 40 yards.
Whoa, over the middle, too. I like this game.
I like this game, too. I'm going to say that it is Troy Franklin.
Nope.
Evan Ingram.
Nope.
What? Devon?
Nope.
What the hell? We're running out of guys.
The play of the day, and this just sums up training camp, the play of the day was Bo Nix to Adam Troutman for 35 yards.
Oh, wow. We'd have never guessed that.
Sean's like, I told you.
The middle of the field.
He is listening to the show. They hate Adam Troutman. He hates these cans.
No, but Bo looks sharp out there. Listen, guys, they literally practiced for 50 minutes today. So you talk about the definition of acclimation and ramping up and all of this. It was 50 minutes, but I think the biggest takeaway was you get there, and Courtland Sutton's in the stretching line, and he's smiling, and he looks happy. Like, he genuinely did not look disgruntled. Guy looked happy to be there. If we're just reading body language, Courtland looked fine. And then he goes through individual drills, and Bo's hitting him over the middle. I tweeted a couple videos of that. But then they got to 7-on-7s and 11-on-11s, and I didn't see much of Courtland, if any of Courtland. And then, of course, Sean got asked about that post-presser and shut it down and said, you're going to ask me about contracts. I'm not going to discuss contracts with you guys. In fact, the question was framed by our own good friend Mike Kliss. Didn't see Courtland do a ton out there. And Sean said, well, actually, he did. We're all kind of looking around. No,
we saw it.
No, he didn't.
We're here, Sean.
But he said, I will never discuss contracts with you guys. So that was the only contract talk of the day. So, listen, it's not Washington, right? Terry McLaurin isn't even up there with the Commanders right now.
Yeah.
Again, I watched Court 20 feet away from me, my own two eyes. He appeared to be in a good mood. But then when you look at the 7s-on-7s and 11-on-11s and you don't see a lot of 14, that does get the wheels turning a little bit.
It gets the wheels turning, and hopefully something happens this week before things get a little bit more real and we all get out there on Friday. The running backs who took the first handoff.
It was J.K. Dobbins that I saw.
Are you surprised by that?
No, I'm not surprised by that. It was funny. There was actually contact when there's not supposed to be a lot of contact.
Oh, yeah.
There was an offensive and defensive lineman that kind of got tangled up, and J.K. ran into the back of one of them. But, no, I wasn't surprised by that development, I guess. But I think, and I've said it before, week one against Tennessee, you're going to look at that box score on Monday morning. You may not see another guy get a carry that doesn't have 2 letters in his first name. Like, it's going to be JK for 16, RJ for 14, and maybe Jaleel gets 1. It's just not going to be that every play on Sunday where we had to watch the numbers. Is that Audric? Is that Bidet? Is that Watson? Is that Javonte? I just think this year, guys, it's going to be a 2-horse system. I think JK is going to be the starter as the vet, but I think RJ will get plenty of reps as well.
That one carry minus 2 yards for Jaleel McLaughlin there. When it goes to Sutton's
Jaleel
deal,
catching a stray.
It's his Jamal.
On a Wednesday.
It's his Jamal.
Yeah.
When it comes to Sutton's deal, Cecil and I have gone back and forth a bunch, and I was at a lower number. He was at a bit of a higher number. We met somewhere in the middle. What do you think that deal? Let's just go guaranteed money because that's what really matters. What do you think that number should be for Sutton?
Well, I think it should be incentives, and I know that's not going to make Cortland happy, but they made him happy last year. Cease, I gotta call you out, just real quick.
What? Because I'm his agent?
I'm pulling into the parking lot at Broncos camp, powered by Common Spirit,
Yes.
about 10:07 this morning. I'm listening to the first segment of the show, and you're like, Cortland did everything right last year. He didn't do anything wrong. He was a pro. And I'm thinking, Cease, let's go back to the spring of 2024. What about removing Broncos from his Instagram bio? What about saying goodbye on Instagram?
Yeah.
What about tweeting the Will Smith gif? What about barely showing up to mandatory minicamp? What about saying I'm not sure about training camp? Like,
what was the Will Smith one?
Remember, it was the
little
gif
empty room
after they traded Jerry Jeudy. He was all by himself.
Yeah.
My point is,
Good to remember.
I know you love Cortland, but
I do love Cortland.
Cortland's had a good offseason this year.
Yes.
Let's not act like it was all puppies and roses
Last year at mandatory, it was terrible.
Correct.
He was terrible.
Mm-hmm.
And then training camp, he seemed to be better. So I think incentives, you're going to look at a Terry McLaurin situation. If you sit down with him and say, you're getting incentives again, and I don't know if that's the message they want to send to the young players. I mean, Marvin Mims, his contract's going to be up before we know it. He was a second-round pick. His contract is up after next year. So, like, I think there's a lot of things that weigh into Court situation that don't have anything to do with Court. It just is the way that you conduct business, and I think Greg Penner conducts business the right way, so I guess I'll continue to be Sutton's agent. Super quick, back on the running back thing. Do you think that R.J. Harvey is having to earn his spot similarly to the way Bo Nix, maybe not as fake as the Bo Nix competition did with Jarrett Stidham, you know what I mean? But is R.J. like, oh, kid, you got to prove it? You know, is Jaleel, is Estime getting more reps? Like, you think Sean's going to watch the young kid move up the depth chart? Or is he getting the spot behind J.K.?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think he is, but I think it's all for show, right? They didn't invest a second-round pick in R.J. Harvey to make him battle to make the team or anything like that. But you're right. If they put Bo through it last year, then why aren't they going to put R.J. through it this year? And when we do get a longer practice than 50 minutes and get more glimpses, it'll be interesting to see if, like, whoa, he just took the fourth carry. They gave the second to Jaleel, the third to Audric, the fourth to him. That'll be something to monitor for sure. But I think fans, having gone through it last year, won't take it all that seriously. They won't worry that Audric Estime is somehow above R.J. Harvey on the depth chart.
Well, and I think with last year, like, quarterbacks make the world go round. Everybody cares about the quarterback. I am kind of saying running backs aren't that important, but they aren't.
Sorry, Phil.
I mean, not in today's world. When Phil was playing, they did matter a little bit more. But in today's world, it's not the same sense of, like, oh my gosh, what's happening down there from the fan base? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I hear you. Can I pass on a couple other things from Sean that I thought were important? One, and I heard you guys talking about it, he did work out with Drew Brees. Now, Sean dropped that nugget in there, and of course, like the Sharks we are, we're all like, wait, what? Yeah. What? You just said that. So he got multiple follow-up questions on it, including a third follow-up that ticked Sean off. It was, so did Bo go to New Orleans and work with Sean or with Drew? And Sean, no. Drew lives in San Diego. That's where he went and worked with him for 4 or 5 days out there. So
how dare you not know where Drew Brees lives?
I think Sean maybe regretted putting that information out there into the atmosphere.
Sure.
But you guys are right. Cortland being there, story one. That's story two. And then story three, Sean has a 26-minute press conference, right? And it's
almost longer than practice.
A little bit of a slog. But then at the very end, Troy Rank asks about, hey, all your players say you want to win the Super Bowl. How does that make you feel as a head coach? And Sean said, hey, we got to focus on the short-term goals, right? Winning in our division, winning the AFC West, getting home playoff games. But the quote that I think stood out the most to me, and I'm going to go write about this at DenverSports.com, is we can't be afraid of the end game. And I love that from Sean on July 23rd because it shows you that the two-word Super Bowl are being tossed around in Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit, and I think that's a good thing, right? These guys can't sit there and go, ooh, the Super Bowl. We can't possibly get there because you got the Chiefs and the Bills and the Ravens. You have a handful of guys in the building that have been in that game. Now, I think all of them were on the 49ers. You got, McGlinchey, Greenlaw, Hufanga, and DJ Jones back in the day, 2019. Call, I don't think there's another Bronco who has played in a Super Bowl that wasn't for San Francisco. But I love the fact that they're not dancing around those two words. That was important to me that Sean didn't just – because, guys, he could have blown it off. not worried about the Super Bowl. I'm worried about winning the division. But he said we can't be afraid of the end game. I like that as a Broncos fan on day one.
And as a comic book nerd, I think of Doctor Strange talking about this is the end game. 10,000, 10 million chances. This is the one. This is the one. JK and RJ equal LX.
Oh, I like that. You've incorporated the Roman numerals.
Yes.
Do you know anything
60,
about
Super
Roman
Bowl
numerals?
60.
No, because when they went to 50, the NFL ditched Roman numerals.
Remember,
for
1 year, L on the ring.
The official was just Super Bowl 50. It is funny, though, fellas. It's in Levi's Stadium in San Francisco.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the 10-year anniversary of Von Miller becoming Cam Newton's daddy? The Broncos are back there playing the Eagles or the Lions or the Buccaneers or whoever.
Or they beat Von and the Commanders in the Super Bowl.
True.
One other off the top of my head, and I had to double check. Thank you, Wikipedia. Michael Burton was on the Chiefs when they won the Super Bowl.
Good call. There's a fifth. There's a fifth Bronco.
So it's not many.
And he might be the only one with a ring because none of those Niners guys got rings.
Yeah.
They all lost the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan, of course, has had chances out there, hasn't gotten it done. But
multiple.
Yeah, that's interesting that Michael Burton, the fullback, and it's funny because you look at the 53 and it's like, well, you better put Michael Burton in. None of us are really sure what he does, but he's just going to make the 53.
If you're a Sean Payton guy, he'll love you forever.
Yeah, for life.
If Lil Jordan gets cut, watch out. He's coming home.
Real quick, is CB2 the cornerback battle? Is that the next biggest battle we all need to watch?
Absolutely, because they like Riley Moss and Jaquan McMillan. They just do. And this notion that, well, Jahdae Barron was a first-round pick, so of course he's going to start week 1 against the Titans. We sure? We sure? They went best player available, fellas. They didn't go some glaring need where the guy's automatically a starter just because he was a first-round pick. I think Jahdae Barron's going to get snaps, don't get me wrong, but Cease, you tell me, don't they like Moss and McMillan? Isn't Barron going to have to earn every ounce of playing time he gets? Because, again, it was a BPA situation and not some major hole that they had to fill.
It's a BPA situation, and he can play in a lot of different spots, so he might be just kind of a fill-in guy here and there, as they really like Moss's CB2. And the early, super early, 50 minutes of practice, Omarion Hampton looks like the real deal, so we're all going to be watching that pick. We're all going to be watching, especially if RJ's kind of okay and Hampton's like
slow,
the new LaDainian. We're gonna monitor that.
He was on the board when the Broncos
was right there at 20.
And then the wide receiver, Golden as well.
Yeah,
right?
Matthew Golden.
Matthew Golden. So they passed up 2 guys to go a luxury pick at corner for a guy we're not even sure is going to start. I know on Friday when you guys are out there, you're going to have a lot of eyes on Jahdae Barron.
And look, I'll say to give the team a little credit, I felt that way about PS2, like a luxury pick at corner when there were some QBs there, and it turned out they made the right decision there. So TBD.
I'm not putting those two in the same sentence quite yet with Jahdae Barron and PS2. I mean, they're both first-round picks. That's about the only thing they have in common.
Barron was looked at as a damn fine player in the secondary at the college level.
Future Defensive Player of the Year, Jahdae Barron. You heard it first from Josh Dover.
I'll go out on that limb.
Okay.
Maybe in like 2036, something like that.
Yeah.
We'll read what you have to write later today. What time do you think that's going to be up?
I'll have it up around 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay. Check it out at DenverSports.com. Make sure you're following Will at Peterson Will on Twitter to see what he saw today out at camp and get the link to his latest article. Thank you very much, Will. Let's react to a few things that Will had to say. Plus, we haven't got a chance to hear from Sean Payton yet. Not grumpy. Happy Sean Payton coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Hi there, I'm Kim Rudell, owner of Wills and Wellness Estate Planning. Summer is in full swing. Have you spent more time planning for your summer vacation than you are planning for your family's future and peace of mind? Your vacation planning checklist should include completing your estate plan. Let us help you check that off the list. We have a streamlined and efficient process so you can get back out there and enjoy the summer. Find us at willsandwellness.com or give us a call at 720-266-8190.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help, get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Grown-ups, in between, churning babies. Right about now, it's your boy, you heard, back again. DJ Manny, fresh. Yeah, fresh.
All right, day one. Broncos practice. It's in the books. 50 minutes, according to Will Peterson. A little short ramp-up period. And you did get a happy Sean, except for about contracts. He's not going to talk to us about that. I guess that's none of our business. But you did get a good version of Sean. Interesting to hear about the Cortland Sutton situation there. So, again, if you're just joining us, Cortland Sutton showed up yesterday to report, showed up today to do a little bit of individual works, and then sounds like he took a couple of the team periods off to kind of hang out and do his own thing. Maybe, Cecil, I don't know how you interpret that, but maybe that's his, hey, I'm going to be a team player, but I still want to let you guys know I want a new contract.
Yeah, I want a new contract, and that is technically a hold-in?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. Good. Good for Court. Good for Court, man. Good for Will calling me out on my Court love as well. See, because that when you're boys, you could do that.
Exactly right.
As somebody else,
Yeah.
I get mad. Will does it, I laugh because it's funny. And it's also, yeah, okay. I believe Cortland Sutton needs to get paid. I want to pay him. I want to pay him $23 million a year. I want to get this thing done. Should have already been done. It's super easy. This is not complicated at all whatsoever to get Cortland Sutton done. Nick Benito is more complicated. So get this thing done. If, in fact, he is holding in, as is his right, then, okay, what are we doing? What are we doing? Can't be afraid of the end game. Well, you're not going to get to the end game without Cortland Sutton. You do not make a run of the Super Bowl without Cortland Sutton. And that's not because I'm Sutton's super fan or his agent. That's just the way it goes in the NFL. You're not going to get there without a number one wide receiver. regardless of how his production is or defenses adjust to him, like, you're not going to get there. The Eagles don't get there without A.J. Brown, right?
Exactly.
You're not getting there without Courtland Sutton.
Yeah, that's a good point you're making of, like, Sean wants to talk about the end game or at least tell his guys to not be afraid to talk about it, but then don't go and pay your number one wide receiver.
Right.
It's almost talking out of the both ends of your mouth there.
Right.
Sean did get asked about players, not Courtland specifically, but players that are currently trying to negotiate new contracts.
Look, there's a number of guys. You're going to ask me about a few contracts. They're all, being worked on. Something we really would never discuss with you. And those guys are getting work done. So, there's been good communication, and I'm just going to leave it at that relative to the specific players.
All right, still working in that relative to.
Relative
really
to
like that.
vision.
So again, I'm not going to talk about that stuff with you. That part I don't like, and I understand who Sean is and where he's coming from. We've gotten away from like, hey, Sean, fans are really interested. That's why guys are asking about it, and these are like reporters that have to write daily and have deadlines and things like that. They're trying to get that information out of Sean so they can pass it on to fans because I know you've dealt with it, I've dealt with it, and you get more of this stuff than I do. Like, that's the only question I've been asked all summer. What's going to happen with Courtland Sutton and the Broncos?
Mm-hmm.
What, are they going to pay Nick Bonito? Like, those are the questions. So that part, I know why he's doing it, but I don't like the way Sean handles that. Like, hey, they're asking to represent what the fans are asking, and he just kind of pooped all over them.
Well, you know what Sean's doing right now. Right now. He's going to George's office. Hey, George, you got a minute for me here? I need to talk to you, George, today. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Can you believe I got so many questions about Court?
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to do this thing, right? You're going to get it done, right? Like today? Today soon?
Yeah.
Okay. You know he got pissed off.
Yeah.
You know he's all worked up. He's all in the building like, hey, we get this thing done so these guys stop talking to me about it.
Do you believe everyone there wants to pay Courtland Sutton? And Greg, George, Sean. Do you think they all go, you know what, easy to... Well, it can't be all of them because if it were, it would have been done. So there's somebody there giving some pushback. I assume, and it's just my assumption, we know what assuming can do.
Yeah.
But I assume it's Sean that's holding out on giving Courtland Sutton all the money that Courtland Sutton
I would
wants.
say this, and this is just a guess. I don't think it's Greg. Who's pushing the pause button on paying Courtland Sutton? It's not Greg. I mean, what money? What's $23 million to Greg Penner?
And I think Greg Penner trusts who he has in place, and if both of them came to him and said, dude, we got to do this, Greg would say, here's a check with my signature on it. Go give it to him.
Yeah. George has drafted some receivers. Some interesting players that were shining during the offseason, like Devon Vele. Let's put a pin in George. I'm not sure it's not him.
Okay. You're right about the draft class. Like,
and
we could look
Sean,
at his history.
With Sean, Court did it with Russell Wilson. Court did it with Bo Nix. And he did both of those with Sean Payton. So if I'm to guess, it's not Sean Payton, which by point of deduction, point of fact, that means it's George.
His draft selections really, that's a great point.
How many wide receivers has he taken in the last 2 years? He took Pat Bryant
this year, Devon
Troy
Vele,
Franklin, Devon Vele, so 2, so 3, and then Marvin Mims the year before that. There's 4. He's taken 4 receivers.
All those added Josh Reynolds in free agency. There's 5.
Yep. I mean, they've been looking.
Yeah.
They've been looking to kind of replace Court.
That's 5 in 2 years.
Yeah.
I guess 3 if you go back for Marvin. But
Right.
I mean, that's a lot of players at one position.
Mm-hmm.
Man, maybe it is George. I mean, the reason I went Sean is because Sean trumps George. And if Sean wants the deal done, he goes to tell George, get up. We're going to Greg's office and telling him we want to sign Courtland Sutton. And George falls in line and gets up out of a chair and goes, all right, I'm with you, That's how it works.
Yeah.
Okay. But you're making a good point about George's actions might speak louder than his words.
Mm-hmm. It's time. It's past time. It's time. This is ridiculous. He's out there, but he's not doing 7-on-7s. He's not doing 11-on-11s, if that's truly the case. Like, if that's the case, pay the... Kev, get ready, because I almost cussed. Pay the flipping guy.
Yeah.
Pay him. Come on, man. And Sean, if he gets all worked up, he'll make this deal happen because this has got to be beyond frustrating for him. How are you supposed to work your offense when your number one receiver isn't out there?
The guy you've drawn up the first progression to be isn't there.
Exactly. So it's ridiculous. You have a quarterback on a rookie contract. You and I should be able to get paid by the Broncos if we go out there. They have a rookie quarterback. And they should be throwing around money. Be like Wes Welker at the Kentucky Derby, man.
Yeah.
Just throwing around money. All worked up.
I thought you were going to say on drugs. That's what Wes Welker was doing.
And he was throwing around money, right?
Yeah.
Okay. They should be throwing around the money to the guys that deserve it, like Nick Benito, like Cortland Sutton.
Yeah. By the way, to our point that fans only want to know about contracts and what's going on with Cortland and Benito, a texter, is it Chad? I think it's Chad here. Troy Rank walks his Bulldog Bentley by my house every day. I ask him, hey, what's up with Court, Benito, and Allen's contracts?
Nice.
But Sean doesn't want to answer that question.
Nice.
So nice work. Keep asking, Troy. Tell him we said hello and pet that good boy Bentley
And
for
Troy
us.
is the man. You don't talk about one of the ultimate good guys.
Truly one of the good guys in this business. All right, we didn't get to hear a ton from Sean Payton there. I want to continue checking in with the coach. First time we've heard from him since OTAs and mandatory minicamp. So he was in a good mood today. Let's ride some of that momentum. We'll hear from Sean, talk about what they're doing here the next couple of days. And I want to have the conversation with you, Cease. When are we going to see this thing really ramp up, throw some pads on, and start hitting some people? That's coming up next.
When evaluating Bo Nix, it's not just what he does with the football, it's what he doesn't do with it. Right, Mark?
He doesn't take sacks. He doesn't take that many risks with the ball. He does have the ability to scramble and get himself out of trouble. He doesn't give you a lot of opportunities to create big plays against that offense.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Brandon Stokley here for Embers Fireplaces and Outdoor Living. The annual Embers Living Golf Tournament is Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Tee times are at 9:45. It's a shotgun start. They're giving away pizza ovens. You get free dinner on Saturday night. And get this, you get free Oakleys, free polos, free breakfast burritos, golf balls, free hats, 2 full days of golf, and a $50 Embers Golf gift card. 2-man teams. Register today at embersgolf.com.
Injured in an accident? Don't settle for empty promises. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective results. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients across the country. Founded by nationally recognized attorneys, we bring elite legal power to personal injury cases, fighting to get you the justice and compensation you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Done right, did right by me. We've heard those words before. Hi, Dan Cicchini. For Kitchens Done Right, our forte is custom kitchens, but also ever since we started back in '85, kitchen cabinet refacing and custom countertops. With our unique refacing process, you'll get a brand new looking kitchen without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of total kitchen replacement. How's it done, Todd?
Folks, we'll install custom hand-rubbed cabinet doors and drawer fronts and resurface your existing cabinet boxes with a 1/4-inch thick overlay to match, not veneer. We offer additional cabinets, cabinet changes, sliding shelves, and new drawers, countertops in quartz, granite, solid surface, or the stunning new laminate. Dad, the folks should call now. Why?
Well, Todd, great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, and windows and doors. Done right. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. DRHI.com, 303-722-2295, or 800-362-8370.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can.
It's hour number 4. As we go to 2 o'clock, we got another hour before the drive comes in here and takes over. Those boys were out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit today, so they're going to give you a breakdown of what they were able to see. I can't wait till we can get out there, Cecil. Our first day will be Friday. We'll be broadcasting live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, and giving you just real live updates as to what our eyeballs are seeing and what we think about this version of the Denver Broncos. We had a good conversation with our buddy Will Peterson at 12:30. Then we're hearing a little bit from Sean Payton. He was talking about contract negotiations. DB Bob, are you a defensive back, Bob? Says on the RamosLaw.com text line, what if Sutton's asking for $30 million? So it's not Sean or George's fault. There are two sides to every negotiation. Bob, you're absolutely right about that. See, so I would assume here, again, I hate to do that, but I would guess that Cortland's not asking for $30 million. I mean, you think he's going to ask for a $17 million a year raise? I don't think he's that crazy.
He's asking for Stephon Diggs money. $23.5 million.
And right now, I'd pick Cortland Sutton over Stephon Diggs
a million times. Diggs was chasing around his dog at Patriots camp.
Yeah, and before that, he was doing drugs on a boat with a bunch of ladies. Cortland ain't doing that.
It was just a pink substance. Who knows what it was?
Yeah. I know they just keep random powder in those kind of bags for no good reason at all, right?
What is that in Half-Baked when they're using all the code names? Yeah. Do you mean, would you like some China? You mean heroin, B? Right.
He's trying to get him on tape to say
right. Abracadabra.
So, yeah, what will it look like for a guy like Cortland Sutton? In fact, I really wanted to play something from PS2 yesterday. So I heard it as such. I'll let you interpret it however you do, Cecil. But I heard in this answer when PS2 was being asked about, hey, you're going up against Cortland for another year, the whole iron sharpens iron situation, how much better are each of you going to be? But I also heard a dude go to bat for his teammate here when he's talking about Cortland.
Yeah, I mean, Court, my dog, he's my brother. So, every time we come out here, we're looking to compete and get better. And you can just tell each and every year, he's looking to get better himself, So I feel like we haven't even seen the best of him yet, even though he's been so great. So I think, sharpening each other's craft is going to make each other better each and every day. So.
All right, so I believe him, right? He does love going up against Cortland Sutton, their number one option, so it gives him the best chance to improve his craft, as he said it every day. But that little line at the end there, I actually think he's going to get better. That's going to bat for your teammate. That's telling George and Sean and Greg upstairs that, like, hey, you're not paying for past production. There's still some future production to be brought out from Cortland Sutton, and I like that from PS2.
Have we seen the best of blank? Have we seen the best of Cortland Sutton? I mean, I thought yes.
He had a 10-touchdown season, followed that up with a 1,000-yard season.
And
it's going to be tough to top those.
The most he's had is, 1,100 yards?
Which was back in 2019.
Could he be a 1,300-yard guy? Dare I say a 1,500-yard guy? I won't say anything more than that.
I don't know that he could even be 1,300. I don't know that I'd go there.
It sounds like PS2 thinks he can. I mean, seriously, what is math? Damn you. In 17 games? I mean, what is that, 65 yards a game?
I'm busting out the phone.
Okay,
I have no
you're going to the
idea.
calculator right now. 65 times 17 is what? That's like 1,300 yards, right?
So 1,100.
1,100.
Just
okay.
over.
So 65,
That's
70
not a lot.
yards a game.
I know what you're saying, yeah.
That's not a lot per game on a per-game basis.
75 times 17 gives you 1,275.
Okay, so 75 yards a game. Can Courtland Sutton do that? Yeah.
He can.
So,
okay, in the last couple of years, he certainly could have. And now with Bo, certainly.
Yes.
But now it's with Bo, with Evan, with RJ, with JK, with Troy, with Marvin, with Devon. Let's see what else, Pat Bryant. You know what I mean? Like, many more mouths to feed than there were even last year.
Yes, many more mouths to feed, which only opens things up for Court. In the years past, in
like
years
his
prior.
matchups, you're saying?
Yeah, in years prior, you could be just like double court and who cares? Yeah, Adam Troutman might get you for 30 yards once in a blue moon. We would have never guessed that, Will Peterson.
We could have listed every player on the roster before we got to Adam
He would have
Troutman.
been the last person we would have guessed. So, yeah, you're doubling court and letting anybody else beat you because they can't. Now they can, which means your coverage is going to roll away from Court, which means Courtland Sutton's going to be one-on-one, which means better numbers for Court. It's possible that we haven't seen the best of Courtland Sutton, and that's amazing. I did not have that on my bingo card today. And that's something through these conversations and from hearing from Pat Surtain. Surtain's going to know way better than anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Courtland Sutton's non-official agent. I will tell you, I like that sound.
Yeah.
I like it. Sounds like dollars.
It sounds like a lot of dollars. A whole bunch of dollars backing up right there.
Yes.
We mentioned something else that Sean talked about today. It was, what they're doing here to kind of start camp, how they're handling install of new offensive scheme, and then we'll talk about it, but when do we think they get to pads?
These guys all do a good job of training, whether they're here local or somewhere else. But the installation, I just mentioned to them, it's a process. We're going to have 4 straight days of installation, and then when the pads come on, we'll be back with the same installation. So it's retaining, getting a chance to repeat and put the mistakes behind you. So there's a number of things. Getting back into wearing your football shoes on the grass, moving around. I thought today was a good start. We weren't long out there, so it's just it's building it up. And before, years ago you'd have your report day, and that afternoon there'd be a conditioning test. It's just changed a lot.
I'm sure he misses those days.
Oh,
Get your pads on, we're running.
There was a defensive tackle. I'll tell the story super quick. Defensive tackle that barely played in college football, Walter Thomas. Famous in his first Saints camp. Walter Thomas, who I saw at the Texas First Nation game in El Paso, and he was like a phenom. Like, who is this guy? Yeah. He's crazy. He was 380 pounds. He could do a backflip.
What?
Like, just crazy athletic.
Hell.
He lasted 10 minutes in Sean Payton's first camp. Not 10 days, not 10 hours. Yeah. He lasted 10 minutes.
Decided to go do something else for a living?
No, Sean Payton cut him.
Oh, really?
They did the warm-ups, and even though this guy was 380 pounds, and you could look it up, I synced it, and I literally scouted Walter Thomas in person. He was a freak athlete, crazy phenom, intent, just huge player, athletic. Sean Payton saw him for 10 minutes and said, "Get out of here." Cut him.
Wow.
Because he was fat and out of shape. Mm-hmm. I don't care if you can do a backflip at 400 pounds. Yeah, that's Sean Payton. So you said, I'm sure he misses those days? Yeah, because he could cut guys in 10 minutes.
And I'm sure he's
I'm going to send you the story. It's phenomenal.
I'd love to see that.
And imagine, we know Sean now, older Sean, right? Wiser Sean. This is young, I'm a first-time head coach Sean.
Well, and it's still mostly my way or the highway. I can only imagine what it was a few years back.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't have a real hard problem with that. He grew up that way. And now, you heard it. Now he uses I'm sure it's not to the same level, and the players have to like it much better. It's why the CBA is what it is. But now, and he said it in that answer, it's more of the I'm gonna throw everything at you from a mental side of things. He just said it. We're gonna do the next 4 days of install, and then we're gonna put the pads on, and I'm gonna throw more of the install at them. And it's what he did to Bo Nix in his pre-draft process. I'm figuring out how much you can retain, or I guess we call it the Paxton Lynch project. I'm just figuring out how much you're actually into this. Do you care enough that you're actually going home from a long-ass, hard day's work and still doing football activities? That's where he tests them now, because he can't run their ass into the dirt anymore.
He can't test them out. He can't test them like he used to. But, hey, I'm sending you the Walter Thomas story right now. I urge everyone out there listening to my voice, just do a quick Google search, because it's hilarious. A phenom, undrafted, freak athlete, and Sean Payton's like, nah. See ya, Pollyanna.
We're good.
Yeah, we're good.
What game did you say you saw him at?
Texas versus the Nation. It was an all-star game that lasted for 3 years.
Okay.
It then became the Players All-Star Classic for 1 year when I saw Danny Trevathan.
Okay.
And that was in Little Rock, Arkansas. But these were 3 games in El Paso, and I remember getting there immediately, and they said, hey, make sure your phone's off because your cell phone will pick up because you're at El Paso UTEP Stadium. And Juarez is right there.
Oh, wow.
You could go to the top of the stadium, and then not off in the distance, there's Juarez. Right across the highway, there's Juarez. He said, and they said, your cell phone will pick up the Mexican towers, and you'll get charged $25 a minute.
What?
And they also said, be careful going downtown because you get a little drunk, and then you wind up in Mexico.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's not the worst problem to have.
I had a good time.
Probably find some fun there in Mexico at
I had
some
a good
point.
time, yes.
When you said the name, I'm like, I don't even know that. You go to every football game. So it just doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
All right. I kind of like Texas versus the Nation. I'm not the biggest Texas guy, but I kind of like what that dynamic could be.
Yes.
All right, let's continue hearing from Sean Payton. Kevin gave us this information earlier, and it was, I guess, a bit of a surprise because I was kind of surprised when he said the same thing about Nick Bonito. But do the Broncos, and more specifically Sean Payton, think they got to watch the snap count on Zach Allen? And what does that mean for Zach's production versus pay? Let's have that conversation next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 1043 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the roof comes off, till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Do you love the game of golf? Because I am obsessed right now. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. And Aurora Golf has improved my game this season. The facilities and customer service are top-notch at all 5 of their courses. But their executive course, Spring Hill, is a hidden gem. Give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Hey guys, it's Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Moen Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. Whether you're on vacation or just at work, you'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation done right the first time. Protect your home and your wallet. Ask us about installing a Moen Flow system today. Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Does Zach Allen really need to limit his snap count? And if so, for what good reason? If you got a good one, I'm all for the conversation, but it's something that we heard out of Sean Payton today. Dover and Cecil will be live out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, in 2 days from right now. We're fired up to be there on a Friday, broadcasting live, and hopefully we see some folks out there in the tribe. I think that they're going to be like right above us.
Yeah.
So you guys can yell like, "We love you. Those other guys suck."
Our guy
Stuff
Chewy,
like
he said he would be there on Saturday.
Yeah.
So we'll be there Saturday. If you see us, we won't be broadcasting Saturday, but shout us out, man.
Yeah.
And yeah, definitely tell those other guys they suck, because they do.
Yeah. Like, we love Dover and Cecil. The rest of you losers go home.
Tribe, react to us.
Yeah, stuff like that. That's what we're looking for. So is Zach Allen actually going to be on a snap count? What's the reason for it? Sean mentioned Nick Bonito snaps early in OTAs, and now here, his first day talking to the media, he says this about Zach Allen.
He's very important to what we're doing. We got to be mindful of the snaps. You know, I would say he probably played a few too many snaps, so we got to be, especially at that position. But he's an important part of what we do.
All right, that's like almost word for word what he said about Nick Bonito.
Yeah.
We're like, important, we know how important he is, but we have to be careful with what he does. So my conspiracy theorist brain wants to go, oh, they're playing the game. They don't want to pay up. But I don't know that it's exactly that. I think it's man, we used that guy a lot last year. He's very important. Let's not break him down.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, and he's a valuable player. He's an older player. And he's a player that can do things that you can't replicate at all. I talked about Savion Jones earlier in the show, rookie defensive tackle that I think is a phenomenal player. Going to be a great player in this league. He's not Zach Allen.
Yeah.
He's the guy that replaces John Franklin Myers. He's a guy that's better than Malcolm Roach, like eventually, in a year, basically. But Zach Allen is very rare traits. Only him and Aaron Donald have 40 quarterback hits in a single season. At defensive tackle.
That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, that's good company to be in.
You want to be on a list with Aaron Donald.
Exactly. So Zach Allen, you can't repeat that with anybody on your roster or really anybody in the league. So keep him healthy, keep him fresh, and yeah, that might mean keep him limited. Plus, it also speaks to the Bonito conversation. If they didn't have 6 edges, you know what we'd be saying? Play Nick Bonito.
Yeah, every snap.
If they didn't have Savion Jones and JFM and Malcolm Roach and all these guys at defensive tackle, we'd be saying, play Zach Allen all the time. But they've got other options. Not as good. But they have other options that can make plays as well. So that means saving Zach Allen for the most critical moments. And I'm sure that in a game, let's say a tight game against Kansas City or Mark Schlereth's favorite team, the Chargers.
Yeah.
You're in a tight game. Hey, Zach, you know what? You're playing 90% today. You're playing the Titans. Hey, Zach, you're playing 40% today. So I think based on the matchups and the team and the opponent, you could see that snap count being massaged one way or the other.
Okay. Yeah, it's all right. The two probably most important PS2, but he just doesn't have as much action because he's so good. But the two most important pieces that are involved every play, Sean Payton is telling us they're not going to be involved as much. And that's a little, I don't want to say it's alarming because as Mike McGlinchey said yesterday, it's July. But it's not, I would say it's not the norm to hear from your head coach.
Right. It's a little unusual.
Yeah.
Is the best way to put it.
Feels a little strange for sure. All right, well, Sean Payton talking about J.K. Dobbins. Remember, you and I had talked about this. He came in, visit, left, then ultimately comes back. Sean talking about how important it was to get him in before training camp to just get a head start on the process.
Look, he's got the playbook for the 5 weeks he's not here. He's a quick study. He's been in 2 offenses, and he's someone who's smart. So it was good to get him in here. I think it was important.
And I would agree with that. I think, Cecil, you would agree with that as well. It's just a head start. Here's the playbook. Here's kind of the role situation things that you're talking about. And it's just a 3-4 week head start of just being a dude in the locker room where you don't have to, hey, I'm JK. How you doing? You know what I mean? Like, that's all over. It's just about ball now.
Yeah, you're just going out there to do what you do. And Broncos Twitter is awesome for the most part. And people were putting out J.K. Dobbins like highlight reels.
Okay.
When he's on, he's on.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to go from seeing Javonte Williams and Jaleel McLaughlin not do anything to R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins tearing up this league. I think that if you just, Zach always says, if you're an alien, you come down to Earth and you're blah, blah. Like if you come down and you're in your UFO and you saw the Broncos last year and you spin back around Earth again this year, it's going to look so different because of those two, because of JK and RJ. And it's dynamic, it's explosive, it's run after contact. I mean, watch Dobbins. Again, the highlights, I know, don't YouTube scout. Ozzie Newsome told me that years ago at the Shrine Bowl, having coffee with him and Ted Thompson, RIP, about don't YouTube scout. Don't YouTube scout.
Yeah.
Don't watch the highlights. But watch J.K. Dobbins highlights because they're really good.
Yeah, everybody's got a few, a highlight package. That's actually what social media is. Social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat. Well, I don't even know the other ones, but it's all just a highlight package.
Yeah.
And it's not a real look into what's going on in people's lives.
Wait a second. Because I don't post personal stuff on my social, that means I have no highlights.
I guess so.
Because you said it earlier. If it's not on the internet, it doesn't exist.
It can't be real.
Exactly.
No, you're doing it the right way. You're doing it the right way.
I just I got to a point when my kids were little, back on the old ESPN days with Spivak, and I had to tell my kids, like, hey, people are going to know a lot about you. And they might say something like, go to your kid, your elementary school and be like, hey, your dad is in Mobile, but he told me to pick you up because he's there. And
crap.
Yeah, stuff like that. So
That's terrifying.
When that type of stuff arose, I was like, you know what? I'm out on this. I'm not going to post about my kids or talk about it as much, just, for private reasons.
Yeah. There's someone in my family or just a family friend. They'll like do photos of their kids, but do an emoji or like a face
emoji face over it. Yeah.
Over the kid's face.
I've seen that.
So it's just, I mean, I don't know. I'm also like, you work at the tech company. I'm not sure anybody's going to come and get you.
You never know. It's the internet. It's wild out there.
That's
and the weird thing is about pictures, I was thinking this. There are a few pictures of me growing up, right? I've got zillions of my kids.
Oh, right.
So pictures used to be something
you're just
like
snapping it right from your
exactly.
phone. Yeah.
Pictures used to be like, oh, remember that? And you'd have like, one or two from a Christmas. And then now it's like, I have 800 pictures.
Dude, remember photo albums?
Mm-hmm.
Like you just go through photo albums with your family and you're like, look at Dad, he was super drunk that night at the concert, got in a fight with his brother later on. I'm like, damn, that's a cool story,
It's a very specific story. How do you know this story?
And now it's like, hey, look through my phone and check out all the pictures I took.
No. That's a don't be that guy. If I give you my phone to look at a picture, do not swipe to the left. Do not swipe to the right.
No.
Because
there's some stuff on there.
There's that one meme of the guy. He's like showing pictures of his vacation.
Yeah.
There's my, next. Just keep going. But I think that's very, very rude. I think it's very rude. Not for any sort of dirty reasons. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Yeah, sure.
But I think it's rude when you're like, hey, look at this car, and then someone starts scrolling through your phone. Don't scroll through my phone.
Yeah.
That's it. Don't be that guy.
Yeah, you don't want to do
Or
that.
they got Dick Cheney pics on there or not. Don't be that guy.
It's none of your business what's on my phone.
Exactly.
If I wanted you to know, I'd share it with you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you on that one. It's a good don't be that guy.
Cecil, why do you have pictures of politicians on your phone?
All right, let's hit a quick timeout. I want to come back and I want to have a conversation about training camp darlings and training camp surprise cuts. Who are candidates for both? That conversation's coming up next.
How will first-round rookie Sade Barron fit into the Broncos secondary?
It's not a situation where he has to come in and be the dude. You just got to be a piece of it. The dude is Surtain. And then you have another guy that was a really good player opposite him last year, so just come fit in. There's not the pressure to come and save this defense.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
When you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help, get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, who's going to be the training camp darling this year at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit? Who's going to be one of the surprise cut candidates? Those are the questions we're asking you, Broncos country. Send your answers, your responses into the RamosLaw.com text line. That is 303-713-1043. Somebody wrote, Cecil has Latina baddies on his phone. That's a good listener. That's a good listener.
That is a top tribe member, part of the tribal council, because if you've listened to Check RX, you know that Latina baddies, as soon as I discovered that account, I was like, I don't need to look at anything else on the internet.
Yeah. Another person wrote, Cecil just has a bunch of pictures of Grover on his phone. Just a bunch of pictures of the city.
I think your wallpaper's a tumbleweed, right?
It's the thunder ring. It's just that tumbleweed comes across.
It's my truck.
Oh, it's the smoking gun.
Yeah.
Love that. All right, so send that in. Who's your surprise training camp cut candidate, or candidates if you have multiple, or who's going to be this year's training camp darling? So, Cecil, if we rewind a year ago, training camp darling was Devon Vele.
Yes.
That's kind of what we're looking at. A 7th rounder that's supposed to just be a training camp body and came in and was just dominating. What did the drive say? Play a day Vele, or big play Vele, whatever they were calling him. That one a day Vele. Thank you. I knew I'd get there, and then Drew got me there. That's exactly what he was. One a day Vele. Make him play after play after play. And then the surprise cut was Tim Patrick. What would Tim Patrick have done in a Broncos uniform? I mean, I think he would have contributed. He would have certainly been better than Josh Reynolds, who that experiment failed. And I know there were some extreme circumstances that went with that. But surprise, who do you think has the best chance to be a training camp darling type?
Yeah, a training camp darling, which means fan favorite, means big plays, the oohs and ahs plays, and that's Pat Bryant. You are going to get to love Pat Bryant, and you're going to get to see him make plays. He's going to be the guy that people talk about. Why isn't he starting? Because Vele, you saw that. That's, I'm not saying old news, but you saw Vele kind of show off during training camp. You got somebody new, and his name's Pat Bryant, and he's clutch. The #1 word, if I was said, give me one word for Pat Bryant, it would easily be clutch. So I'm talking back in the end zone, falling backwards, gets 2 feet down, hangs onto the ball, touchdown Broncos.
Yeah.
That's Pat Bryant. I'm talking sideline play. Jahdae Barron, Riley Moss draped all over him, and he still makes this, he gets it right off the blades of grass and gets the low catch right on the sidelines, 2 feet in, first down Broncos. That's Pat Bryant. He does that all the time. That's his play. He's not fast. Okay? Everyone get that out of their heads.
Yeah.
He's not going to win with speed. He wins with guile. He wins with intelligence. He wins with body control. And scouts call it my ball mentality. It's in the air. It's mine. So what is it? The Birds and Up? I've quoted Up, not Up, Finding Nemo.
Oh, yeah.
Mine.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
When the ball's in the air, That's what Pat Bryant's saying.
Remember the Nuggets were doing it with Michael Porter Jr.? Mike.
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
And that's what you want. That's what Cortland Sutton is right now, right? That's his role, his my ball mentality type of player. I love the idea of Pat Bryant being a breakout kind of player, a guy that is just going to be icing on the cake. Lon Yup is what Brandon Stokley calls that. I think he certainly has an opportunity to be that kind of guy. This wasn't supposed to happen that quickly. Jonah Ellis, I think, is another one of my names. Now, this one's going to be a little bit more difficult for us to truly get a good pulse on because the defensive side is going to argue, he got there.
Is it a sack?
The offensive side is going to go, no, Bo would have thrown it. You can't sack Bo Nix. What are you talking about? So it's going to be for our own interpretation. But, I mean, even in preseason games, because if they are going to limit guys like Nick Bonito, Zach Allen, I would assume they feel the same way about a Jonathan Cooper that they know are key cogs in what they're going to do in the regular season. I would imagine that Jonah Ellis, Dondre Tillman, Johnny Walker, these younger players that have a lot of upside are going to get a bunch of opportunities. And I think a dude like Jonah Ellis that's playing a fifth-round draft pick in preseason game number 2 is going to eat that dude for lunch.
Yep.
And it's going to be damn near impossible for Vance Joseph to keep him off the field.
Yep. I think that's what you're looking at for this team moving forward. You're going to have wave upon waves. And when you bring in Jonah Ellis and Dondre Tillman, there's a drop-off from Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito. I'd be crazy to say otherwise. However, it may not be as much as you think. And I love Coop. Coop is one of my favorite players. He's my guy. Since the Senior Bowl, Cooper's been my guy. He's the run stuffer, edge setter, and get you 10 sacks. I think Jonah Ellis could be that. And you're not replacing Cooper. Obviously, he's been paid. But, so where's the drop-off between Cooper and Ellis or Cooper and Tillman? It's a little bit closer. Cooper's superior, but it's a little bit closer. Bonito, you could make the argument is Jonah Ellis a 13-sack guy or is he a 9-sack guy? There is a difference. So maybe there's a larger gap there, but you're not falling off a cliff. You're not it's like the Nuggets substitute roles when the bench comes on and you're like, well, I guess we're screwed. You have wave after wave after wave of pass rusher. Now, that's the second wave. There's a third wave if they want to. And they're going to have to because you're not sneaking Johnny Walker through to the practice squad.
He'll get poached.
You're not sneaking Q Robinson through to the practice squad. Your third wave of rushers could be guys that there's not much drop-off from your first wave.
Wow.
And that's an undrafted guy and a rookie, mid-round pick. Great pass rushers abound here in the Mile High City, so it's going to be fun to see how they work these waves in.
I was looking at, like I told you earlier, I'm going to do a breakdown of sack numbers at 3 o'clock on our YouTube. I went from Jonah Ellis having 5 sacks a year ago to jumping up to 7.5.
Okay, I think that's fair.
And I didn't want to get too crazy with some of these of he's going to go get double-digit sacks.
Right.
The chances of him with limited time on the field going from 5 to 10, I look at that as a 1% chance. But if you go rookie dude, limited snaps, 5 sacks, little bit more playing time, turns that into 7.5, then you can do the prorated rate, if you will, of what does that look like? If he's a full-time player, he turns into a hell of a production from the sack standpoint.
Yeah, I think it'd be great for this team to continue to work in these young players and taking that sort of step. Sacks they come in bunches. So because of the missed time this offseason, Jonah Ellis might not do much in the month of September.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe October gets a couple, right? But it's about December, and it's about January. And yeah, it could be about February if you want it to be.
Yeah.
We're in the end game now. And the end game is Super Bowl 60. So get there. And that's where a guy like Ellis could be peaking at the time you're playing your most important football. So right now, do I need Jonah Ellis to have 4 sacks in the month of September? No, not at all.
Right.
But 4 sacks in the month of January, that'd be pretty damn good.
I'd be signed up for that. Mm-hmm. No doubt about it. All right, the other side of that coin is a potential for a surprise cut. So if Devon Vele was the big darling a year ago, Tim Patrick was the surprise cut. Who do you think, or who would you have on your list that could be the surprise cut here in a couple weeks?
Yeah, and I think there are going to be multiple quote-unquote surprise cuts because the talent is that good. George Payton has done a hell of a job in assembling this crew, And he's done a great job in finding talent at multiple positions. So now a guy like P.J. Locke could be cut. A guy like Alex Singleton could be cut, depending on health, depending on Drew Sanders, depending on the rest of these young safeties. Like, what's J.L. Skinner look like this year as a safety? Do you want to get him on the field? Or is he just a special teams guy? He's been outstanding on special teams. And I give JL a lot of credit because he was seen as a potential developmental starter. It doesn't look like he's going to get there now, but he's also not done, so he's got more to show. In safety, you're essentially, you have to know everything as a safety.
Mm-hmm.
Safeties are the smartest players on the field, not named quarterbacks. They're essentially the quarterbacks of the defense. So with JL Skinner, you give him some time because it's a lot to learn. So I'm willing to give him another year to see, okay, is he peaked as a special teams guy? Or is maybe he is a future starter? And that pushes a guy like P.J. Locke out.
My first answer is Jaleel, and then you said something earlier like special teams. That's going to save guys roster spots. It does every single year.
Yeah.
And now not only can you be break glass in case of emergency running back, and it better be a damn emergency if Jaleel's out there, or you can do that and be he's not, Marvin Mims is 1, but you can be our 1A as returner. I think that's going to save him a lot. But I would, if he gets cut, I'm not going to cry about it. I'm not going to go, oh, man, what are you going to do on special teams now? It's not that huge of a deal. It's just a nice luxury for their special teams unit to have.
Yeah.
I mean, Jaleel McLaughlin could get cut.
They brought in, is it Trent Sherfield? Who's the receiver they brought in?
Oh, yeah. It is Sherfield.
Sherfield, as the returner.
Smith guy, Trayvon Smith replacement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, special teams will be a luxury at this point because you have so much talent. And you're going to have talented players that never thought they'd have to play special teams. They're going to have to play special teams now. Because this team is too good, talent-wise, on paper, to just be like, hey, you're so good you're not playing special teams. No, you're going to be really good, and you're going to be down there shagging kicks.
Yeah, that's right. One of our texters from New York City, they wrote, Drew Sanders is both. Training camp darling and potential surprise cut candidate. I don't think you can do that.
I think you can. I think he just did. Yeah, I think that's...
So he might be the darling, and he might be on his way to being cut.
I think that's the perfect answer, right?
Okay. I think Drew Sanders is in line for a big role this year. You said his name, and it's very fair. I have some questions about the inside linebacker group, and the depth is not good behind it. Drew Sanders should be, but it's so unknown that I can't just go, yeah, they'll be fine no matter what.
Yeah. No, just Sanders needs to have a big year.
Yeah, he needs to have a big year for his NFL life moving forward.
And like JL Skinner, he's been good on special teams. Skinner's been better. But, yeah, you weren't drafted for that.
No.
He was my number 1 inside linebacker the year the Broncos drafted him. I'd like to see that pay off.
Yeah, I'd like to see him just do some inside linebacking. Do some stuff there, please. That'd be nice. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the Battle at Bethpage Black. All you got to do to enter is head to a pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. You're looking for Zach Bye. Not the real version, a cardboard cutout of Zach Bye. When you find that, scan the QR code on ZB. That'll get you registered. For more information and to find the list of courses, head to DenverSports.com/golf. Good luck. You could be on your way to the Battle at Bethpage Black. All right, let's recap what we learned today down at Broncos camp. Day 1 of practice. We'll do that coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the roof comes off, till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey guys, it's Zach By here. I want to make sure you know about Step Denver, a residential peer recovery program right here in the ballpark neighborhood. Step Denver helps men recover, learn how to stay sober, and put the pieces of their lives back together. There is no cost. They don't bill insurance or Medicaid, so men can get into the program the same day. I'm talking to the men out there, or maybe a friend or family member who is struggling with addiction. Step residents work full-time jobs and put the tools they're learning into play daily, building a solid foundation and savings before leaving the program. I've met men who've been through Step Denver, and I can tell you it works. Step Denver's program of sobriety, work, accountability, and community is a proven formula that leads to long-term outcomes that double the national average. Their staff have walked the same hard road to recovery. They've been there. They know what it's like, and they know what it takes. Are you ready for help? Visit stepdenver.org for more info. You want to help? Step takes no government funding and relies on private donations. You can be part of the solution at stepdenver.org. The door to a better life is open.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, your final chance to hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. You can join the conversation as we were talking about training camp darlings, surprise cuts that could come at training camp, or you could give us a Don't Be That Guy or gal on a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday. We always appreciate hearing from you guys when it comes to our Don't Be That Guy type of conversations. I have a quick Don't Be That Guy or gal. have I shared this one before? Of like always trying to relate to the story. It's not like the one-upper guy that's like, oh yeah, that story, but dude, check this out.
Right.
This is the like we're crewing up. We're in a crew and we're talking.
Yeah.
And then I'm telling a story and I'm like, yeah, man, and my buddy was doing this and I can't. What an idiot, right? And then that person goes, dude, I had a friend that was doing that same thing. And then you start to tell a story and you're like, yeah, I was dating this girl and we went back to her place and all this. And he's like, man, this one time I was with this girl and we went back to her. And I'm like,
yeah,
there's no way you can relate to 9 different stories here. Don't be relatable guy. You know what I mean? Like once or twice is okay.
Guy, yeah.
But if you have a relatable story to every story, we know you're lying.
Sometimes it's okay just to listen.
Yeah, that's okay.
And sometimes I do have to remind myself of that because when people are telling you something, it's not so that they can hear what you did. It's so that they can tell you because they trust you with the information or whatever. So sometimes it's just okay to listen. Sometimes that's all people need you to do.
Right.
I don't need you to relate to me. I'm trying to share something with you because you're my bro. So, yeah, I get that.
It's become a there's not many conversations that happen today. It's a oh, you're done? It's my turn. Let me tell you about me now.
Right.
Instead of a like, hey, I listened to your story. That's crazy. Let's talk more about that. I have a question about your story. You know what I mean? There's none of the responses and rebuttals. It's a oh, you're done? Let me tell you about my stuff now.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate that.
Yes.
I absolutely hate
I blame social networking.
Yeah.
Because, again, all anyone posts is their highlight package.
Right. And nobody's living a highlight reel.
Exactly. You know,
we
have
have a pretty
highlights all
good
the
thing
time.
going with this radio job. My life's not a highlight reel. I promise you that.
I woke up to a flood this morning. Okay? Yeah. I busted a water heater. I ain't posting my highlights.
That's exactly right. So, yeah, the always relatable person. Just don't be that guy. Don't be that gal. All right. Again, good ones coming in. Roman Loveland says, don't be that guy that speeds in a residential neighborhood trying to show off. I got kids, bro, and I got hands. Don't ruin my day. Oh, and then he writes O'Doyle rules at the end of it. I
like that.
Rome's got some good text coming in here on the text line. All right, Cease. What did we learn today with the Denver Broncos? I think this could be something fun we do every day at about 145-ish, 150-ish of, hey, especially when we're out there, what are our big takeaways from the day? So let's start this with the first official practice in the books. I think it was what we talked about with Will Peterson for the bulk of it. What Cortland Sutton is and then is not doing when team periods start. And then the fact that we learned that Bo Nix spent a couple of days in San Diego. Don't get it twisted. Not New Orleans, but San Diego, working with one Drew Brees. Those are the biggest takeaways for me. And the fact that Bo went to work with Drew is absolutely outstanding as far as football aspect goes. But there are so many more different advantages that I think Drew can teach Bo. And my biggest one I told you earlier is how to handle Sean.
Yeah.
When to push back, when to fall in line, when to speak up, when to keep your mouth shut and listen like we were just talking about.
Right.
I think Bo got a real on-the-job training of that weeks 1 through 14 or 18 last year and saw him bite back in week 6 or whatever that was. But I don't think that can go understated. Drew knows how to deal with Sean at every level and in every situation. Bo has a little tiny bit of that. That's so big, and you're not going to get that. You will get it by just doing it, but it could take you. How long were Drew and Sean together? A decade, whatever that was. And then Drew being able to show him, hey, this is how you handle him. He's going to bark and bite at you sometimes. When he's coming at you like this, bite back. When he's coming at you like this, definitely don't bite back.
Right.
Those things will go a long way.
Yeah, listen.
Yeah.
Listen to what's going on with your head coach, and it's the resource that is Drew Brees. And it's amazing that younger players don't take advantage of the resources in front of them. And it's refreshing to hear that Bo Nix has, had those conversations with Peyton Manning, has gone out to see Drew Brees in San Diego, and has studied under the guy that got it done at the highest level with Sean Payton. That was a multi-year 5,000-yard passer. It seems crazy to say that, considering that the 5,000-yard mark in the NFL stood from 1984 till 2008, whatever the number was. Like, it stood for decades where you thought, wow, is no one ever going to pass for 5,000 yards after Dan Marino did it in his second year? Yeah, Drew Brees did it. And then he did it again, and then he did it again, and then he did it again. I'm not saying Bo Nix will be a 5,000-yard passer. That's special.
Yeah, it is.
But 4,500 yards is not out of the question. what does that say for the ground game? Back to our conversation yesterday. But to be able to go spend days with a player that shattered records for years.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fantastic that Bo would take that opportunity.
Well, and I know you're talking about getting to 5,000 yards in 17 games. Bo's going to play in 18 games. He'll achieve that number. I think he gets to 4,000 yards this year. He was at 37.75, like right under 38, and was absolutely god-awful the first month of the season. I mean, dude, we're talking about him being 225 yards away from a 4,000-yard passer as a rookie, and I'm telling you, was the worst quarterback in the league for the first 4 weeks of the season. So that's... If he threw for 75 yards in those games, he would have achieved a 4,000-yard passing status in his rookie season.
Yeah.
So that to me, again, let's TBD on what the running game is going to look like. But Bo being a 4,000-yard receiver, it's almost my expectation now moving forward.
Yeah.
4,000-yard passer.
It's my expectation as well for Bo Nix, and just continue to grow and develop. Where's that ceiling at? Where's the sky at? I don't see any clouds. I see nothing but blue sky with Bo Nix, and fire that rocket ship up there and see how far this kid can take you.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So love hearing that today. Drew and Bo working out a bit in the offseason, and I would imagine that's just the beginning of a long and beautiful relationship there.
Mm-hmm.
Is Drew going back in the booth? I was going to say, when does Drew just take Davis Webb's job when he goes and gets an offensive coordinator job next summer?
I don't think Drew needs to do that.
Does he even want to be day-to-day? That's a lot of work.
And then
he's got a lot of money.
I mean, you work with Sean Payton on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
That's a grind.
Yeah.
That's a grind. Ask George, right? That's a grind.
George knows.
Yeah.
It's only been one day, and George is already with Sean Payton. So
hope you enjoyed your vacation, George.
Well, I guess, and it couldn't be like
Sean didn't check in with him on his vacation, did he?
Oh,
don't be that guy. It's like,
we left you alone for the most part.
I'm on vacation. Like, don't just let a guy enjoy his vacation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet Sean texted George. Hey, I know you're having a good time, but
I was thinking about this concept for Troy Franklin on third down. It's got to be like 3rd and 6, though. Give me a call. Can you FaceTime? Hit me up. Let's figure this out.
Oh, my God. He asked him to work on vacation?
Yeah. That's like, I'm turning my phone off, Sean. Leave me alone. All right. How about the Courtland Sutton situation? So Sutton shows up. He's not going to pay any money. Remember, his agent was saying it last year. Courtland's not in the business of giving money back or losing money for football. And then he showed up to avoid fines. So he did the same thing yesterday. Mike Kliss had the report first. He said, when we were out in our little media tent for some food, Sutton walked by assuming he's going to report. Then we see videos and folks talking today about Courtland Sutton being there. We saw a video of him doing a little, individual drills, but then we find out from our boy Will Peterson that when it came to team stuff and 7-on-7s, Courtland really dialed it back and wasn't fully participating. Is that Courtland Sutton doing his best? Let me send them a message that I'm still looking for a contract extension.
Yeah, that's a hold-in. That's what that is. If you look at guys that have done this in the past, Brandon Ayuk springs to mind with the 49ers. It's like, okay, I'm going to be there. I'm going to do a little something, but I'm not going to do everything. And I don't have to. Like, something's got to get done here. So will we have, in 24 hours, a Courtland Sutton deal? Will we have, by the time we're out there on Friday, will we have a Courtland Sutton contract? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I would love that. I would love to stop talking about this.
Yeah, me too.
I would love to be just about ball. Like, my favorite thing in the world is ball. Let me talk about the game. Let me talk about the players. Let me talk about the plays. Let me talk about the schemes. Let me talk about the defense. Let me talk about everything. The contract stuff, it's like everybody has the money, even the Bengals, who are as cheap as all get out. You've got the money. Just figure it out, man. Courtland Sutton is too good for you not to figure this out. Just like Nick Bonito is too good for you not to figure this out. You're going to be stubborn over some dollars. You're going to be stubborn over some dollars that you easily can afford.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just the working man in me. I just don't like it. I don't like it because it's like, I know you have the money to pay Courtland Sutton, and I know he's not asking for the moon.
See, and that's where I tend to agree with you on. Like I said, we see Courtland a little differently, but it's perception. You and Greg doesn't want to be this. I know this. Greg doesn't want to be looked at as like, hey, if I go and do my job and meet or exceed expectations, and I always tell you what Ryan Harris told me the moment he sat down with the Pittsburgh Steelers and put his name on pen, they looked him in the eye as a man and said, here's what we expect out of you. Meet or exceed what we're telling you right now, we're giving you another contract. That's who the Steelers are. I believe Greg operates in that same manner. Here's what I'm expecting. You do that, I'm going to reward you handsomely with money. That's where I'm kind of lost with this. All right, what's Courtland worth? Everybody has a different answer on that based on how you value the guy. But how Greg is looked at as an NFL owner, I think, is what matters even more than Courtland's feelings. I've said this before. Call me a jerk if you want. I don't care about Courtland's feelings. I don't care about any athlete's feelings if I'm being real. I care about them winning and us doing a good damn radio show based on them winning. That's what I care about. So I don't want to be in that feeling business, but I do care about how free agents and future players that can help this team win a Super Bowl view Greg Pinner. And I know Greg's aware of that too.
Yeah, he's definitely aware of that, and he's cognizant of that situation with the Courtland Sutton deal. Get it done. It's the Terry McLaurin deal is going on right now with Washington. He is holding out, not holding in. Also, McLaurin and saying he wants to be a commander for life, if that's a thing. Yeah. He's also said he doesn't want $30 million a year. So you have guys that are saying, hey, I don't need to break the bank, but I need a raise. And Courtland Sutton is deserving of that number, and that number is $23 million a year. So, again, the math is easy. And when math is easy, in football and in life,
you do it.
You do it. You meet that lady. Have you met Kevin?
Yeah, that's right.
You don't. Yeah, but she got that birthmark on her cheek, and I just don't know about it. Like, no. You fall in love, you make it happen, right?
What
Close escrow.
What did he say? LaToya Jackson, more like Freddie Jackson.
She didn't have no damn hair.
Oh, it's one of my favorite.
We're going to kick it or what?
Of all time. All right, it's KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. As we said, the guys are going to slide in here. They'll get you home. They were both there to talk about what they'll be in here to talk about what they saw. And then Cecil and I will be out there on a Friday again. We're going to be literally sitting right under you guys. So if you see us, say hello. We would love to chat with you once we're out there starting this weekend. You know what? Can I be selfish for a second here? You know what else I was thinking about? Are the Broncos going to give us cool shirts again? They gave us that cool golf polo last year, and I had a stain on mine. No big deal. I should have given that one to Stokley anyway. But will they give us cool swag again?
I hope so.
I wear the golf shirt.
Because I didn't get that last year.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
What the heck?
Mm-hmm.
Just the radio nerds?
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah. I'll ask Mace. I don't think you got it either.
Okay.
Maybe you guys can ask for a XX blue Bo Nix jersey.
Oh, a jersey now.
Patrick Smythe, I'm calling you out. I can't. They got some at the stadium, but they're not the right ones.
What do you mean?
They're not stitched.
Oh, you want the actual.
I need real.
Okay.
I'm willing to spend the money, but
we didn't get you stitched for Christmas. Were you
well,
making fun of that now?
I want the blue. I was going to spend the extra money on the blue one.
I was going to say,
no,
wait a second.
He got it for free. He wouldn't complain.
Okay, all right.
I didn't complain once about it.
No.
Don't be that guy that doesn't complain about the not stitched free jersey for Christmas.
You basically just said, hey, I want the most expensive jersey for free. And I respect that, Kevin.
Yeah.
I really do.
I mean, I'm just trying to find a way to get one. I can't even order it online.
That's crazy to me.
3X or small.
Wow.
I'm like,
yeah, that's a little weird.
Help me.
Well, I told you, do the duct tape on the back and go get a tan. You'll have that thing permanently. It's always there. All right, Phillip Lindsay sliding in here. Zach Byes coming in. Phil, what's up, my man? How you doing?
What's going on, guys? What's the word? I've been hearing a lot of talk from you guys. You guys weren't too happy about a comment I made maybe yesterday.
Where's your guy ZB at, man?
He texted me. He said, hey, I got a couple more autographs to sign.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll be right in.
Is it talking with his cameraman or what's going on here? Like what?
Yeah, I mean, hey, he's professional now. He knows how
I saw that. Yeah,
he's doing it all up.
He does.
He's
He's
able
got
to
it
ask
done.
the questions, and then he has somebody videotaping him. I mean, my man has it going on.
That's pretty good.
It is. He's
so,
legit.
Did Sean yell at anybody today?
Sean did not. He was a lot more patient.
I'm disappointed by that.
You know, I'm happy that he was a lot more patient. It's like there's nothing to be upset about. Your team is well put together. Everybody is healthy other than one player. Is it A.T. Perry?
A.T. Perry, yeah.
A.T. Perry, which I want to say he's dealing with an ankle. Something happened there.
Yeah, A.T. not going to make the team.
Yeah, A.T. Perry probably won't make the team, but he might make a practice squad. He's a big receiver if he's able to play. Now, overall, when you have a well-put-together team and it's ran by a lot of older players, there's a lot more veterans on this team, you're going to have good days. You're going to be happy about looking at the media and answering questions. I feel like he did a good job of being patient with us. Now, Zach can agree with me, disagree with me. We'll see.
With what?
With Sean just being in the mood to be able to just talk to
yeah. No, he was as thoughtful in that press conference as he has ever been in any press conference since coming to Denver.
Wow.
Why do you think it was that way?
You know what? I don't know. If I had to totally, recklessly speculate, I would say he really likes his football team. That's what I would say.
I like that.
It just hasn't been the same in years past. And, 1 year ago, yesterday, we know how he came in there and there was, whatever. He just had
scorched earth.
Yeah, he just was not a happy camper.
He was setting the tone for the year.
Which I thought he would do. That's what I told you guys yesterday. I thought he would do that today to send the little message. And I know he got a little, I'm not going to talk to you about the contract stuff. I don't know if that's necessarily unique to Sean as a head coach.
It's just a lot more older cats.
Yeah.
And like I said, a lot more veterans.
Yeah.
You can respect them. You know that they're going to come to work. You know they're going to work hard. You have your quarterback. All right, last year, we didn't know what Bo Nix was going to look like when the season started. Now we're confident that Bo Nix can be the franchise quarterback here if he has another solid year. So that when you're a head coach, you're feeling good about your football team.
We also really liked learning that Drew Brees and Bo worked together this offseason.
That's sensational.
And dude, we talked about the on-the-field stuff is obvious. The how to deal with Sean stuff that only Drew can teach Bo.
Yeah.
Next level, man. I love that I learned that today.
No, same. You speak for, I think, all of us, certainly me. That was great news. Bo has not arrived. Bo had one really great season, all right? But he
started slow with that.
It started the slowest in some
First
metrics in NFL history. But he started to figure it out. But he has not, we're not crowning him. He has not arrived, and he is not, this is what I like about Bo. He is not acting like he has arrived. There takes a certain level of humility to go out, and you had one of the best rookie statistical seasons in NFL history, and say, hey, dude, you need to help me. I need your help, and I need to see, the codes to Sean's offense to truly unlock it. And if you remember, so no one asked about that today. Sean brought that up out of thin air. Not too long ago.
I know where this is going.
Not too long ago, he told Russell Wilson to stop pestering Drew Brees.
Whoa.
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
You remember that?
I remember that.
Yep.
He said, stop. Stop trying to stop calling him. Stop FaceTiming him. And now Bo,
we don't like you.
Bo, pretty much. And he's just too
Drew
much.
Drew doesn't like you. I don't like you. Stop calling.
And Russell's just too much. He's extra. And that was answering a call. Bo is staying with him for 4 to 5 days in Drew Brees' home. We don't know it. Sean Payton is freely giving it. And the contrast of those two things in back-to-back quarterbacks is about as stark of a contrast as you can find.
No, it's huge. Think about it. Drew Brees, who will be a Hall of Famer, saying, hey, you come into my house.
First ballot,
I have my family here. First ballot, you are right. I have my family here, my kids, my wife, but you are welcome to be here. You're welcome to stay. Pick my brain. Let's go through some film. That's what players should do. I like what you said earlier, C's. Why aren't players doing this more?
Yeah.
Getting together, saying, hey, for example, a running back, I'm just going to put one out there, Reggie Bush. For me, I should have got with someone like Reggie Bush and say, hey, Reggie, can I pick your brain? Can we go and do some stuff? Can I work out with you? Are you okay with me coming to your house and watching film? But a lot of times as a player, you're so prideful or you're so stuck in that moment and it's like off season and you want to have fun and that you tend to forget hey, you still have a job to do. And have you arrived? Are you ready for this job? And if not, try to find some people that can help you out. That's what Bo Nix is doing. Just the maturity, man, is amazing.
No, and we want to know what, to that example that you just used, and co-signing on the maturity part. But Bo is, he's almost I don't want to say too mature, but he is
calm, cool, collected.
That CEO energy that we talked about last summer, he just has it in spades. He is not lacking in the maturity factor. But with the example that you just used with Reggie, not that he wouldn't be receptive, because I'm sure he would have been.
For sure.
But you're also, was he in the league at the time that you were in the league?
I think he just left.
Okay.
I think he just left. So I just threw a name out there. It could be somebody that.
Because I was going to say, if it's like active player and you play the same position, you might not want to like hand over those codes because there's only 32 starting jobs and 32 backups and all that stuff. But with Drew, he's retired. And it's like, dude, like pass this information along. You know, you're not going to take it to your grave. Like, this is a complicated offense. It's Sean Payton's offense. You know it uniquely. And help out. And by helping out Bo, he's helping out his friend Sean.
No, definitely. I mean, and also to be on the other side of this when players do ask, because there's been multiple players, especially in college, that have, hey, Phil, can I work out with you? Or can you meet me somewhere and we work out? And it's like, I want to do it. But also, when you start to have family, when you start to have to do other things, it's like, man, you're so busy. Now with Drew, I don't know what he's doing on his off time, but I do know that Drew speaks highly of Bo. He speaks highly of Sean. He wants Sean to succeed. He looks at Bo and say, okay, a lot of people are comparing you to me and that you have some similarities.
Yep.
And maybe it's just the mindset, the maturity. And so let me guide you when you want to, right? Like when you're willing to like, let me, I will do it. And when you feel like you have it, then I'll leave you alone, which is great to have a mentor like that throughout a long season, because even for Bozak, there's going to be games where he is going to struggle. And you need somebody like Drew Brees to text you right after the game and say, hey, man, it's okay. Let me look at this film with you. Let's go back to the drawing board and let's get going. I did that exactly with Jonathan Taylor after the Broncos game when he messed up.
Oh, yeah, when he dropped the ball.
When he dropped the ball, he helped us out. And it was like, hey, JT, man, like, You're a great running back, and you probably don't need my words of advice, but just keep going. There's going to be some great times, and there's going to be some bad times for you. That was a bad time, but don't let that right there, that moment, be the reason why you have a bad rest of the year.
Yeah.
Just keep rolling with it and bounce back. And I remember him texting me back saying, man, I really needed that. Thank you. So just things like that help players out.
Sure. I love it. I love hearing little micro stories like that, but this one, you know, it's depending on each fan, you know, how they want to feel about this Drew Brees, Bo Nix trip that happened and staying with Brees. And is it a big deal? Is it not a big deal? I happen to think it is a big deal. I do. And there's going to be one or two things, or maybe 10 things, I don't know, but at least one or two that I would imagine Bo Nix carries with him for his entire time with Sean Payton, if not his entire career. And maybe those two things are the same, his entire career with Sean Payton here over the next decade. So that was a really awesome piece of information that Sean, you know, he wanted us to know that.
Spilled the beans.
He wanted us to know that. So when he wants you to know something, I mean, he's going to figure out a way. Do you remember the time he said Russell Wilson lost like 30 pounds or whatever he says?
Yeah, Russ was like, hey, we're not going to talk about my weight.
Yeah.
And then Sean.
Yeah, Sean went and said it.
I'm going to tell everybody about your weight.
Yeah.
I don't like you.
So, no, it was, I'll say this, in terms of a press conference setting, it was one of the more unique press conferences that Sean gave because he was just present. He was not rushed. He was
real and authentic.
He
and,
was.
And you said, like, he really thought about what he was saying before putting it out there.
Yes.
And that's all you're asking for as a media member. Is just like you ask these questions, and sometimes you have coaches that you're intimidated by.
Yeah, and he can be intimidating.
No, definitely. It's like one of these things where it's like, I'm getting ready to ask this question. Is it a dumb question? Because you know if it's a dumb question, he's going to react differently.
Sure.
But when he's able to just sit there and kind of comb through what you're trying to ask him, it's just better for all of us.
No, and I walk away from that press conference that lasted nearly 30 minutes, and I'm like, I walk away, you know, I'm fascinated by Sean. You know, I just am. You know,
different guy.
The person, he is a different dude. And on the wrong day, you could be like, man, I would never want to hang out with that guy. But on a day like today, you're like, man, I would love to have a couple beers with him and talk about this winding road of his career that led him to Denver, because he's thoughtful, he's insightful, he's got unique experience, and we'll comb through some of these answers throughout the afternoon. But it was day one of Broncos training camp. Phil and I were there, and we'll start passing along our observations coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, gentlemen? Phillip, Lindsay here. And fellas, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinics are experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men that are dealing with low T. And a lot of those men have seen amazing differences that those treatments can make in their life. And if you're just like these guys, within just a few weeks, you'll feel your energy return, the brain fog will go away, your sleep will improve, as will the workouts. And fellas, I'm here to tell you that the sex drive will be significantly enhanced as well. All you need to do is take the low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz full of yes or no answers. It takes 2 minutes to do, so it's fast. Then, you'll schedule a consult at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will draw your blood and have the results within 30 minutes. And I'm here to tell you guys that there are 5 locations out there that can serve you. Alright, so there are no excuses about it's too far or I don't know where to go, because you can go to Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So go and get your low T treated. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Phillip, Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Phillip Lindsay sent you.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Off and rolling. Day 1 of Denver Broncos training camp. On a Wednesday, July 23rd, it is officially going down. The Broncos are back.
It's going down.
Phil, when I say the Broncos are back, you could argue there's a double meaning in that regard. They are back at the facility physically, but there's something in the air that it's like the Broncos, like the Broncos. they could be back.
That song, I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh, Lord. Hey, no, I feel it. I feel the energy is just different. And although you're at practice in the sense, okay, it's kind of calm, it's because I've said it earlier with Cecil and Josh, when you have a veteran-ran group, all right, for example, Evan Ingram, Hufanga, Drake Greenlaw, you have Bo Nix going into year 2, you have Cortland Sutton out there, Garrett Bowles, that have been through so many different camps. You know what you have to do as a vet. You're just there, you're focused, you're locked in, attention to detail is at an all-time high, and that's what you're looking for. That's how you win football games. The energy is just different, and it's a great thing.
It is.
It's a great thing. It's like, hey, we've been here before. We're not trying to win 10 games. We know we can win 10 games. Now it's about winning maybe 11 or 12. Now it's about trying to win the division. Now it's about trying to win a playoff game. That's the mentality that I feel when we're out there watching these players fly around.
No, and you mentioned the veteran type of group that it is. I had the thought, and the word was maturity, yesterday when listening to Pat Surtain and Mike McGlinchey. All right, and they're two different people, two different positions, two different sides of the football. But both of those guys, and it's not just those guys, because I think they represent
the locker room.
The locker room in a lot of ways, in this specific regard. Not in all ways, of course, because they're all different people, and there's too many of them to be the same. But like in this regard, there is a real maturity about this version of the Denver Broncos. And you hear it from a guy like Mike McGlinchey. You hear it from Pat Surtain. You hear it from Bo Nix, right? Cortland Sutton.
You hear it from Sean.
Has a sense of maturity. Cortland Sutton's not like a loosey-goosey guy. Like, there are just a lot of, Sean, for sure, there are just a lot of mature, even if they're, now, again, there's too many guys out there to all check this box, but a lot of the core players have a seriousness about them, have a, you know what it reminds me of? In some ways, the 2022 Colorado Avalanche locker room.
Just like strictly business, that business feel?
Yes, it was very business-like approach. And not to say that they didn't have fun and crush beers and laugh, but I'm saying in general, they took their craft with a very serious approach, and I'm getting that sort of sense and vibe from these Broncos.
Well, it's like gauging when to have fun and when it's time to lock in. That's the difference when you have vets and when you have babies, when you have rookies that are just happy to still be there. They're trying to learn how to be a pro.
Right.
But when you've been there and you've done that and you know that, hey, my job is on the line, that we have to win, that if I want to get paid more money, I have to produce. Now it's more of a let's lock in, let's be attention to detail, like I said earlier, and do our work. And then when we get to the locker room, let's have fun. When we're out there and when we're eating lunch together, let's learn about each other.
Of course, yes.
There's going to be times for that, and you have so many different personalities. It's funny because you see these guys, and they're so big, and they're muscly, and they look mean. And then you get to see them outside of football, and it's like, man, they're still kids. Of course. Because that's how you should be. But there's a time and place for everything. That's like
right.
being
That's
dad.
right. That's right.
It's like being dad. Like we have fun with our kids, but at some point, it's like, all right, enough's enough.
Right.
All right, like now I'm being serious. And so it's just it's about understanding when to turn it on and when to turn it off.
No, I think that was very well said, Phil. And in the past, some of the core players have lacked that sort of seriousness. And I'm just going to mention a couple names here just to connect the dots. Like
don't put me on that list.
No. Don't
put me on that list, Zach.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. But I think of a guy like Jerry Jeudy. I think of a guy like Jeudy who was supposed to be a core member of this team, but he did not have a seriousness.
Well, entitlement
about
that's
him.
What it
Yes,
felt like.
there was a lot of that. I'm also going to mention Melvin Gordon. You know, there was a seriousness that was lacking with Melvin. Whether you're talking about actually on the field and putting his team in jeopardy for individual statistics, or I remember the young guys were talking, he's got the glasses on, he's being their bodyguard and taking, like, it was just a little bit like,
he's trying to be their friend.
Yes, correct.
And not their teammate.
Correct.
Not the older guy that say, hey man, follow me.
Correct.
Like, let's win this year.
And I'm going to mention someone else, and again, this is just my observations through the years, okay? I'm not saying these guys are bad guys, okay? But even someone like Drew Lock, he lacked a seriousness that Bo has. And I don't know maybe it's just DNA or maybe just sometimes lack of awareness. And again, I'm not saying bad guys, right? But like there is a seriousness permeating through this team that it seems like there is a singular focus, and it seems like they are like it seems like these guys are ready to whoop someone's ass this year.
No, it does. It feels like, hey, if they had to play today, and it would look sloppy, but they could probably beat the Tennessee Titans because of the maturity, because of the players that they have on that football field, because the defense has been together for multiple years, and they added a couple other guys that are going to help out, because the offense has stuck together and the offensive line has stuck together. Like, you want to have that relationship to where it's like, hey, we've been here with each other for so long that I know you. I know about your kids. I know about your wife. I know how serious you take this. And I'm here to help you out. I'm here to help you get paid, and vice versa. You have to help me get paid. And when you're able to do that and be on the same page, and not just players, coaching staff as well, that's when you are a good team, and that's when you win 11, 12, 13 games. And this is what it feels like out there is it's all about business. It's all about having a fast start. Start fast, finish strong. And you have to beat the Tennessee Titans. But before you can beat the Tennessee Titans, you have to perfect your craft on that football field during camp and then going into preseason games.
Yeah. Well, it's one day, and we're going to continue to put these puzzle pieces together. And this is really what training camp is. And I've used this analogy in the past, and I may have even done it with you, Phil. Is like, have you ever seen one of those pictures? And like, I remember seeing one of like Martin Luther King, and it's like, it's like a speckled picture, and you step back from the picture and you see it's Martin Luther King Jr. Yeah. But when you go up close to it, the picture of Martin Luther King Jr. is made up of all these little bitty pieces,
like little dots.
No, little pictures of Martin Luther King Jr.
Okay,
so
yeah.
they're little micro pictures of him, but they're put together in a way that when you step back from the picture, it creates a bigger picture of Martin Luther King Jr. Training camp for me, it's like, today we got our first little micro picture, our first little puzzle piece, and you start to put these little puzzle pieces on the table. And for the first week, it's like not really making an image, but you get to week 3, you get to week 4, and you put these little micro days together. You put Wednesday, July 23rd, put it next to Thursday, July 24th, and it starts to create a picture of who the football team is going to be. And I am not going to get over my skis from this one practice, but from the stuff that we're talking about right now, not even specific plays, but just an attitude and a tone that
atmosphere,
you're feeling.
Energy.
Yes. It's a good first puzzle piece. That's how I'll say it.
Well said. And now, can you stack another day? Can you be consistent? The name of the game is be consistent every single game, every single play, every single practice. You don't have to go out there and make a crazy play every day. Right. Now, you should, so that you can make this team, but it's about stacking bricks. It's about being together. It's about staying healthy. And that's one thing that I'm going to take out of this is there was one guy that was not on that football field, and it was A.T. Perry. And he's going to have to battle to be on this roster. Everybody else is healthy enough to be out there running around for the first day. That's a great sign, and that's how you start fast. Now, can you be consistent? And Sean's going to have built-in vet days. Very smart of him anyway to be able to have it built in and be calculated with your team so that when preseason comes around, you're ready to play. And then when the regular season rolls around, everybody is healthy and everybody has the same mindset. Let's go win this football game.
Well, there was one guy who was out on that football field, kind of. And we'll talk about him coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the roof comes off, till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit riothermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very... Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
If you've been hurt in a car crash or on the job, don't just hope for help, demand results. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective representation fighting to get you more. Call 844-POSTMAN for a free case evaluation. It's free to get started. You pay nothing unless we win for you. Others promise. Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
Pull up in motorcades. I got a show today.
We do.
It's all I'm trying to do.
It's hustle and motivate. All right, so we're just out of Broncos practice. And, man, we got a lot of observations from day one. And I'll just say this. I was pleasantly surprised considering my expectations coming in for what they were going to do.
Yeah.
It was much more active practice. I mean, we saw offense versus defense, and I just didn't know if it was going to start, routes on air, strength and conditioning stuff, and then just sort of, ease into the actual competitive nature.
But shame on you because you brought it to everybody's attention in mind during OTAs because I thought that last day of OTAs was going to be more of a ice cream, go and have fun and enjoy yourself, field day. And you're like, no, it's going to be different. It's going to be different. I just have a feeling. And then Sean comes out and says, hey, there's no sugar days.
Yeah, no sugar days.
No sugar days.
Yeah.
Like, damn, Sean.
I
No
love that.
fun. No fun.
I loved that from Sean.
So why wouldn't you think that was going to be the same? It's camp time now.
Yeah. Well, it's just the first day, and that, I just didn't know how competitive it was going to get in terms of offense versus defense. And I was pleasantly surprised. I mean, it was guys hooting and hollering, contact. I mean, they're not in pads, so it can only go so far. But it's like, we saw a little thud. You know what I mean? I saw J.K. Dobbins get a shoulder into him and drop.
You're like, oh my God, is this football? Like, Zach, calm down. You're going to get hit sometime.
No, of course.
You're like, protect him at all costs.
No, I just didn't want to get the news. J.K. Dobbins out 6 to 8. After
sore shoulder.
Training camp number 1. So going into the last segment, I said, hey, there was a guy that was out there on the field because you mentioned there was one guy who wasn't out there. It was A.T. Perry, right?
Yeah.
I said there was another guy who was out there, kind of, okay? And we're talking about Cortland Sutton.
A lot of people jumped the gun.
I was one of them. And when I saw, first we get the news yesterday, Sutton's here. So it's like, perfect, no holdout. Still possibility of a hold in. So when he's fully, suited up, right? And sometimes these guys hold in, they're in their squishy pants or their warm-ups or just chilling, right?
Or they don't show up to the football field like Deshaun Watson used to do.
And just
Deshaun
stay inside.
was like, hey, I'm going to stay inside. And if you force me to go out, I'm putting jean shorts on. My man had jean shorts on during a practice.
That's insane. I still can't believe that.
I'm like, what? What's going on?
I just still cannot believe that. So Sutton starts going through the warm-up drills. And he looked great. He's flying around. I took a video of him, put it on my Instagram. And
Bo and Cortland connecting. It was like, here we go.
It was.
Here we go.
And I put the video on my Instagram, zby23. Hit me up. And it's a public page. You don't even have to follow me, but I would appreciate the follow.
Follow him.
And I said, hey, Cortland. I said the Broncos are back. Cortland Sutton not holding out and not holding in. And then the next hour happened, and they went into the team period.
Well, it started before that. 7-on-7 period.
7-on-7.
It was first 7-on-7.
Yes.
And then team.
And I did not, and I'll give you credit, I did not realize.
Thank you, Mr. Bye.
Yes, sir. I did not realize that Sutton was just sort of lurking in the background. Helmet on, just chilling.
Body language tells you everything. All right,
Tell me about that.
Well, when you have a player that wants a contract, and he's been very vocal before in the past, and then all of a sudden he's showing up, he has his helmet on, full pads on, and he's ready to go at it, and then he's going through individual drills. It's like, okay, he's buying in.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, 7-on-7 rolls around, and you start to see someone like Cortland Sutton fall back because he's not going to go with the ones. He's not going with Bo Nix.
Right.
He's kind of just sitting there looking, kind of quiet. That's because he's letting people know, hey, I'm not practicing.
Right.
I'm here because I don't want to lose any money. I'm here because maybe there are talks being done, but I'm not happy where we're at just yet.
Yeah.
And maybe it's the agent saying, hey, look, you go out there and show face, but don't do any of the team drills. Don't do any of the 7-on-7 work until we can get something resolved. And that's kind of what happens. So you're not necessarily sitting out. You're not sitting in. You're participating a little bit, but also you're kind of like, hey, I'm making a stand for myself. You want me out here? Pay me.
Yeah, and I'm sure that is the advice that he's getting from his agent, Jacob Presser from Milk and Honey Sports. And honestly, if you were in his position, try to put yourself in his position.
I've been in that position, Zach. I've been in with Melly Mel. Like, truly. The day that they signed Melly Mel was the day that they ripped up my contract. The contract was almost done. Almost done. All I needed was Elway to sign off on it. I get a call at 1 o'clock in the morning. So I answer the phone. I'm like, either I'm getting traded or we got it done. Mike, my agent, Mike McCartney, hey, Phil, we have an issue. You're not going to like this. they're bringing in Melvin Gordon. I was like, okay, like, of course I don't like it, but what does that have to do with us getting something done? It was going to be like a 3-year deal. What was wrong with that? And it was like, hey, they didn't want to go through with it, and they decided that they wanted to bring Melvin in, and they paid him whatever he was paid. And so now I'm like, okay, Mike, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Do I show up? Do I sit out? Like I want to get this done. And he's like, let's take it as you got to show up because you don't have the power right now. You don't have the money just sitting there for you. Yeah, you have the stats, but they have all the power on you.
Right.
And I went into that year, Zach, and I was upset, I was angry, and I was ready to battle. And I clogged my mind because it was all about battling the running backs instead of just getting better.
Right.
And I ended up having a bad season, an injury-prone season because of that. But also, I'm out there and I'm thinking every time I'm on that football field, I need to make a big play. And I was always upset, and I was mad at the coaches, and I would snip back at the coaches and stuff. And it was just not a good feeling, and you could feel it. And I remember my running back coach, Curtis Markins, coming up to me and saying, hey, at some point you got to get over it. I understand that you're hurting, but you're hurting yourself. And that's when I had to take a step back and say, okay, like I have to just do my part. Now with Court, it's a little different because he does have some money to rely on and lean on if he needs to.
Sure.
And he also is in a situation where the coaching staff loves him, so maybe he is getting something done. It's just not right now. And so all I say for Court, Zach, is he's gonna do something like this until it gets done because he wants to feel respected. That's my take on it. Now, maybe tomorrow it's different. Maybe Cortland's out there running around tomorrow. But if we didn't see it today on a 50-minute practice,
right?
Are we going to see it tomorrow?
Probably not. Probably not. And I don't think you start this unless you're going to follow through with it. Because if you don't follow through with it, then you're letting the team kind of win in this sort of battle that's happening. And I'm sure battle's not the right adjective to use, but it's the best I got right now.
It's business.
It is.
It's not personal. It's business.
Yes.
Literally.
Yes. So Sutton was there, but when it came time to go against any defender, anything that wasn't routes on air, Sutton didn't participate. Now, my question is, this was really interesting because one of the first questions that Sean got today was from Mike Kliss, and Sean did not really agree that Sutton didn't do that, wasn't a full participant. So it was Mike saying, and I don't know, I don't think we have the exact exchange, but I have something on the contracts that was part of his answer. I'll play it here in a second. But Mike was like, hey, I noticed Cortland Sutton didn't participate in anything team, and Sean kind of acted confused and was like, no, we're good. You know, we're having healthy conversations, but in terms of like the actual practice, I'm not saying that Sean didn't notice that he wasn't in the team periods. He would have to have noticed, right?
Do you think that Cortland just said, you know what, I'm going to do this. I'm not telling anybody. I'm just going to do it?
Yeah, like it was sort of a surprise.
Yeah.
And maybe it wasn't communicated like, hey, just a heads up, I'm doing routes on air, but I'm not doing anything else. Like that, I'm telling you from someone who is standing there, that's sort of what the exchange looked like.
Oh, and it could have happened.
Now, this is part of the answer from that exchange.
Look, there's a number of guys. You're going to ask me about a few contracts. They're all, being worked on. Something we really would never discuss with you. And those guys are getting work done. So, there's been good communication, and I'm just going to leave it at that relative to the specific players.
So, but right before he said that, it was like it was a point of confusion. It was just a little bit strange.
His facial expression was confused.
So I'm wondering, could it fall within the realm of possibility? And I literally don't know, so I'm just asking out of curiosity. Could it fall within the realm of possibility that wasn't communicated, that was going to be the approach?
But it was planned by Cortland and his agent to do that.
Yes.
No, it definitely could happen, Zach. Like, the thing about contracts, it gets sticky, and people react and do different things to make a stand for themselves. So maybe Cortland did say, I'm going to be here, and everybody's like, okay, he's telling the truth. He's going to be there. Or now he has his pads on. Now he's running routes. Like, okay, we're fine. And then all of a sudden it's like, hey, I fooled you guys. Like, you guys got to see me, you got me here, but I'm not doing anything else. And now it gives us an opportunity to look at this team without Cortland Sutton being a part of it. Like, you're there, but you're not. And even when Cortland Sutton was there in flesh, he wasn't coaching and teaching some of these players like he usually is. He's kind of sitting behind them, just watching practice with his hands like, I'm bored to be here right now. That's what it felt like to me. And he's showing up because obviously they're having talks. But maybe it's not where they want to be, or Cortland and his party wants it to be. And so until things get cleared up, I believe Cortland's going to continue to do the same thing. And maybe it can lead to, hey, if things don't get better and they start to get worse, now it's like I'm not showing, I'm there. And
I'm not even doing individual drills.
I'm not doing individual drills. And then I'm not doing individual drills to I'm not stepping foot on that practice field anymore. I'm going to be inside. Something like that could happen
if it trends in the wrong direction.
If it trends in the wrong direction.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay. What was the order of the running back group today? We'll pass along our observations coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Brandon Stokley here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit RollerAuction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at RollerAuction.com. That's RollerAuction.com.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Do you love the game of golf? Because I am obsessed right now. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. And Aurora Golf has improved my game this season. The facilities and customer service are top-notch at all 5 of their courses. But their executive course, Spring Hill, is a hidden gem. Give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
You worked hard for your 401k. But if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4.
Splash into summer savings right now with soda's lowest prices of the year.
Get help. Get results at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, just to finish up the conversation that we were just having. We just went back and watched the start of the press conference again with Sean Payton. And again, if you're just joining us, it looked like Sean Payton was almost caught off guard when he was asked about Courtland Sutton not participating in the team drills.
He looked confused.
Yes, and so we just went back and we'll play the audio for you because it wasn't a part of the original piece of audio that we're playing, but Drew's going to hook it up and stitch it together, and we'll play it for you here in a little bit. But when he was asked by Mike Kliss, hey, Courtland Sutton wasn't participating in the team drills, Sean Payton actually looked confused and said, no, he was. But it's like, oh, no, he actually wasn't. And you made a great point in the commercial break that I'll give you credit for. It was a more run-heavy day today. It was a run-heavy day.
Focus on the run.
So you have 90 guys out there, and you think it might be impossible. And again, I'm still speculating, so I want to say that. But you think it'd be impossible to not notice that Courtland Sutton wasn't out there. But there's so much stuff going on. There's 90 guys. And I've seen Micah Malone, who's coaching 5 guys on the floor, forget to put someone back in the game in the heat of the moment.
Well, Zach, it's a run-heavy day. You're focusing on the offensive line, the tight end, Bo Nix with the handoff exchange, and your 2 new running backs.
Right.
That's what you're focused on because you know, okay, the receivers are going to probably run off, maybe do a couple slants, and I know that Courtland's going to be out there, so you stop paying attention.
Yeah.
And then something like that goes under the radar because now it's like, okay, what are you talking about? He was just out there doing the drills.
Right.
He was out there doing walkthrough. And now you're telling me he's not out there doing 7-on-7 in team?
Right.
So things like that you have to notice that Courtland's like, hey, I'm not playing or I'm not going out there and risking getting hurt going against somebody else until my contract is done.
And here's the thing, and I wanted to shoehorn this in the previous segment, but
we got a lot going on.
Just got caught up. So Drew already has the whole clip. Thank you, Drew. This was the exchange when because I don't want to sound like a crazy person because I know someone's gonna hear, oh, Zach's trying to stir up. No, I was standing there. I watched the exchange.
We watched it. You watched it. We just watched it on video. If you guys want to go and watch it on video, it's on video. It's
on the Broncos official account.
Official, yeah.
So again, we only need to play the first couple seconds. This was the initial exchange when Mike Kliss asks about Courtland Sutton not participating in team drills.
No, he did. He was. Look, there's a number of guys. You're going to ask me about a few contracts.
And that's all good. And that's all good.
He was. Look, you guys caught me.
But you caught me. And this is what I'm saying here. And that's why I asked, could it live within the realm of possibility that Sutton not participating in team drills was only known by he and his agent, Jacob Presser from Milk and Honey Sports, and they didn't exactly communicate that with the team? If you're sort of at odds, and I think that could have happened.
Now, tell me this. Are you surprised of all this?
Not really.
Okay, because of what's going on with Scary Terry, right?
Yeah, and
like
just
similar and how it is, the nature of the beast when you're dealing with contracts.
Yes.
You know, a lot of people jumped the gun because it was like, hey, he's out there. But now that we got to see it for one day, now maybe tomorrow's different, like I said earlier. Maybe tomorrow's different and Courtland's practicing. But what it's looking like is he's trying to show everybody and Sean himself that I'm serious about this. I want to be here. That's why I am here. I want to get more familiar with Bo Nix in year 2, but I also want to be taken care of. Does this get done to you, Zach?
Yes.
Does this get done?
Yes. Yes, I believe so here during training camp.
During training camp.
He's too valuable. And folks can agree or disagree, but his value to the offense is paramount. It can't be understated.
Let them disagree. When they go out to camp and Courtland's not out there, we're going to see for ourselves how it looks when your receiver 1's not on that football field.
And here's the kicker. We don't even know who the receiver 2 is going to be. It's that much of a vague gray area. If you took out receiver 1 and a candidate for receiver 2 is now receiver...
You got a bunch of receiver 3s out there.
It could become problematic. And what Sean Payton said last year
last year at this time. It wasn't even this time. It was OTAs when he was staying away, right? He said Courtland knows his importance to the offense. Courtland knows his importance to the offense. So,
well, now he really does. Over 1,000 yards, 8 touchdowns. It's like, come on now.
18 touchdown catches in the last 2 years. It's some of the most in the entire league.
Come on now. We may not agree that Courtland needs another contract and that he already has money, but when you're dealing with football in the NFL and it's all about contracts, this is what comes with it. It comes with the territory. You're going to have drama.
And this is also in life as well. It could be in radio. You could be a valuable electrician, a wanted teacher, whatever. When you have leverage, you're only going to have it a few times in life. When you have it, what's best is usually probably using it. And Courtland looks like he's using it.
It's not personal. It's business.
Yeah, truly. Because he wants to be a Bronco. We know that. But he wants to be a Bronco on his terms. And the Broncos want him to be a Bronco on their terms. But this is not unusual. But it is unusual for the Denver Broncos. We have not had a hold-in around here. We just haven't. You know who the first ever hold-in I saw was a player for the Chargers named Melvin. Not Melvin Gordon.
Melvin Ingram.
Melvin Ingram.
I remember.
Do you remember him, pass rusher?
Oh, yes.
And maybe there was one before him, but he was the first that I remember. I'm like, wow, he's at practice. He's coaching up his teammates.
That's Von Miller's partner in crime, by the way.
Is that right? Okay. Enough said.
They do the dirty work together.
So, but I believe this is the first, if this trend continues, and this is just like a one-off day, I think this could be the first hold-in that we've had with the Denver Broncos.
The drama. Now, do you let it go if you're the Denver Broncos? Do you let it go for a long time? Do you stretch this out and play this game, or do you just say, you know what, Uncle, you got me. Let's get this done because we need you on the football field. Not just because he's a great athlete and a great player, but it's his presence. It's just different. When he's happy and he's teaching these young receivers, you're going to get a lot more out of that.
Yeah.
Well, right now, Courtland is just sitting back there relaxing.
Yeah.
Just there. But he's really not. Mentally, he's not there right now. That's a scary thing because you need him all in.
And he's a team captain.
He is a team captain.
As well. He's your second longest tenured Bronco. So it's a very interesting situation. It doesn't have a precedent here in Denver, and we just don't know how serious this is going to get. But look, we can't act shocked because we speculated on this for the last 4 months. So
and people just assumed he's going to show up. Mr. He's going to show up.
But here's the thing. But here's the thing. When we were having those conversations, you see on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043, oh, you guys are making stuff up and you're making up. It's like, dude, no. This is the current landscape of the NFL. The Denver Broncos just haven't experienced it before, and they're doing it for the first time. Okay, so it's new territory here in Denver.
And like we just said multiple times, who knows? Maybe Courtland has a change of heart tomorrow.
Maybe
Sean talks to him. Brings him in the office and says, hey, look, we can't do that. Like, I need you out there because now there's a lot of attention on this. There's a lot of drama.
But here's the thing, and I almost wanted to get to this point 3-4 minutes ago and never did. I don't know what's going on.
Come on, man. Set the game up.
If you're Sutton and you're in the last year of your contract and you're talking to your agent, you said, hey, I've seen Tim Patrick blow his ACL on the first day of training camp. Yeah. I've seen it. And I'm not taking that risk. And you can disagree or agree as a fan, and I don't have to love it. Me personally, speaking for me, I don't have to love it, but I understand it. So, okay, so we'll sequence out of this conversation. We'll get to the order of the running backs today. Very interesting. Also, Sean Payton was asked about Super Bowl expectations, and he gave a really interesting answer, and we'll play it for you coming up next.
When evaluating Bo Nix, it's not just what he does with the football, it's what he doesn't do with it. Right, Mark?
He doesn't take sacks. He doesn't take that many risks with the ball. He does have the ability to scramble and get himself out of trouble. He doesn't give you a lot of opportunities to create big plays against that offense.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, Talkies fans, Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Injured in an accident? Don't settle for empty promises. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective results. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients across the country. Founded by nationally recognized attorneys, we bring elite legal power to personal injury cases, fighting to get you the justice and compensation you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, it's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 5-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Leading off with the big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Phillip Lindsay.
1 hour in the books. Quicker than Cortland Sutton put his foot down.
Oh, doctor.
It's my money and I want it now.
Man, and
I feel you, Court. Go get it.
Hey, I want to ask this.
Yeah.
If this is in fact what we're seeing, and I promise we're going to get to the running backs, we'll get to Sean's answer about Super Bowl conversation and all that stuff. I asked Sean a couple questions myself that he gave really thoughtful answers to.
He was nice to you.
He was nice to me.
Now you were shaking a little bit, huh?
I was not.
Knees shaking, clapping together. Like, what's that sound? Somebody clapping? No, it's just Zach's knees.
No, my questions were tight. I was calm, cool, collected. There was very
well
little
thought out.
Very little like stumbling or stuttering. But I'll tell you, you're in that press conference. You don't know what version of Sean you're going to get. It can be nerve-wracking asking a question.
That's what I said. It's intimidating.
It is, and there's a lot, and I'm not. Please, I'm not calling anyone out, but there's a lot of media members who go out there for the press conference who will never ask a question. They just don't, and that's okay.
Oh, you calling me out, huh?
No,
calling me out, huh?
No.
Did you see the press conference with the head coach of the New England Patriots the other day?
I did not.
And he went through a well thought out answer, right? He answered the question and it was like 2 minutes. And then a media member pretty much asked him the same question.
So that,
and he said, dude, I'm sitting here, I'm explaining this to you. You're on your phone tweeting or doing whatever you're doing. I'm not telling you again. I just told you a well thought out answer and you're asking me the same question.
So it happens almost every year. It already happened in OTAs here in Denver. And what happens is that you get so focused on what your question is going to be and how you're going to ask it in your head, you're not being an active listener to the question that's being answered. And so it can happen. It can.
It used to happen when you interviewed me. I come out to the podium and I said, hey, it's okay. I don't bite. Zach.
Back in the day when you were playing, you used to do interviews just like walking off the field.
Yeah.
They don't really let us do that anymore.
It's just different. Zach.
It is very different. You could just grab a guy.
Well structured.
Yeah. And if a guy didn't want to talk, he would tell you no. Okay, no problem. Let me just finish up this thought with the Sutton stuff, and I promise we're going to move on. If he does, in fact, continue to hold out of team periods, hold out of 7-on-7, is it personally a bad look because Zach Allen wants a new contract and he's a similar position and he's out there? John Franklin Myers is in a similar position. He's out there. Who am I missing? Nick Benito's in a similar position. And Benito's never gotten paid the way that Allen has and the way that Sutton has. And they're all out there. Do you think, and he's a team captain, do you think that's a bad look?
No, it could be? There's two things. The other three guys you listed, they're on the defensive side of the ball. Cortland's on the offensive side of the ball. So he's like, whatever you're doing defensively, that's on you. You guys need me offensively. That's all I care about is helping the offense out. Number two, you guys talk in the locker rooms. All right, like they talk in the locker rooms, I should say. And they're picking each other's brain. And maybe Cortland has asked Nick Benito and Zach Allen, hey, where's your contracts at right now? Where is the talks at right now? Because you guys are not battling in the same position, so you guys are going to talk about it. And maybe he's listening, and Zach Allen's saying, well, mine's getting done. Nick Benito's like, we're close on ours. And if you're someone like Cortland and you're not close,
right,
you're like, okay, what's going on?
Right.
I've been here the longest. All right, I'm on the offensive side of the ball, the best weapon we have, and I'm not close on the contract, if that's the case. And so that's why it's like it's not a bad look because everybody in that locker room, even the coaching staff, they understand it.
Sure. Okay. All right. Well, we'll continue to monitor that situation. But an interesting start on that front. We've talked about it for months, and now here we are, and we saw some of it right out of the gate. Not in wholesale fashion because it wasn't like he didn't do anything, but he also didn't do what everyone else was doing.
Those individual drills, they look really good.
They did.
Feet were hot.
The running backs.
Yeah.
You tell me how much stock we should put into J.K. Dobbins getting the first carry of training camp, followed by R.J. Harvey.
Okay, I thought you were going to say J.K. Dobbins getting cut because I feel like I got a lot of heat for that one, Zach.
No. Oh, my gosh. The segment was surprise camp.
Surprise!
What could be a surprise? And you literally said you don't think it's going to happen.
It's not going to happen, man.
All good. But I was listening to the morning show because I heard my guy, Mike, who I love. We saw him out there. We were hanging out a little bit. Yeah. He's like, I mean, this is hour number one of the show. He goes, did you hear the bombshell from Phillip Lindsay that J.K. Dobbins is going to get cut? And I'm like, wait a second. That's
Here we go. It's typical Mike, though.
It's classic. The bombshell. What did you make of the order of operations with the running backs?
It went J.K. Dobbins, R.J. Harvey, Jaleel, Tyler Bidet, Audric Estime.
Right.
Now, some people are like, well, why didn't R.J. Harvey get the first reps? He's been out there. You have a vet that you just paid a little bit of money to, that you brought in because you feel like he can carry the load if he has to. You probably promised him a couple things here or there at the start of camp. You're going to let him start it off because he knows what he's doing. Then you follow it up with the second-round draft pick, which is R.J. Harvey. It's interesting because now after R.J. Harvey goes and gets his reps, Jaleel's next.
Right.
Now, for me, I see why Jaleel is next. He's the next most explosive running back, and he had a good OTA, and I do believe that Sean likes Jaleel. Sean signed Jaleel as an undrafted free agent.
He did.
Right after Jaleel, it's a close number 3, right? They're battling. It's Tyler Bidet.
Right.
Another one that Sean seems to have feelings for.
I thought really of any slotting of the sequence that you're going through, I thought the most interesting one was that Audric Estime was with the 4s.
He was not only with the 4s, but the body language was just different, Zach.
What do you mean?
What I mean by that is Audric Estime knew going into this practice, when you go into a meeting, you see your name, you see where you are on the depth chart.
Yep.
And he was already upset.
Yep.
And then you take it to practice. Sometimes that one snap clear mentality of like, hey, you can be upset that you're the last on the depth chart.
Yep.
But when it's time to practice,
you should be upset, by the way.
But when it's time to practice, you got to focus up.
Yeah.
Because now it's time for you to battle.
Yep.
Show the coaching staff that you want this job. Instead, with Audric Estime, it seemed like he would walk to his rep, or that like when he's sitting there, it's not like he's paying close enough attention, and that it's like he's going through the motions because he's pouting. And that's something that I talked about earlier, Zach, last year, where it's like the immaturity.
Correct. You did.
Are you bringing that back again? Because now if the coaching staff said, hey, look, you're not changing. All right, you're the same person as last year, and when things don't go your way, you pout.
Yeah.
You're not going to be on this team.
Yeah, you are not good enough to pout. You have not earned the right to pout.
This is your second year.
Right.
And you were benched in a playoff game for Tyler Bidet, who was hurt week 4, and the next time he played was in the playoffs. So your mentality has to be different. It has to be like, hey, it's a new me. I'm willing to do whatever it takes, whether it's special teams, whether it's the 4th on the depth chart and doing some running in red zone, whatever it takes to make this roster, I'm willing to do. And I didn't see that out of Audric Estime today. I saw a young man, because he's still a young man, that was in his feelings, and the body demeanor was just not there.
Yep.
Now, that doesn't mean that the next day it can change for him, and it's like,
Sure,
hey, I got to turn it around.
Sure.
Somebody in that building is going to have to talk to him and say, hey, look, you don't look good. Your body language is crap, and you have to change your ways because they're talking upstairs. You always have to have somebody that's upstairs that's listening, Zach, that can come back later on and tell you like, hey, man, they're talking about you upstairs and not in a good way. Because now it opens your eyes to like, okay, I got to get my act together. Or like, okay, what do I need to do? So you need somebody that has your back. Audric Estime needs to find somebody in that building that has his back and that can set him straight that, dude, you're on the bubble. You need to produce.
I've shared this experience before, and it's a different sport, but I remember playing college basketball, and my coach, Brian Bury, he was a New York State Hall of Famer. He'd be the first day of practice, say, all right, let's have 5 guys out here. Doesn't matter. Let's go Shea, Andre, Devin, Malcolm, and Shanty.
I'm gonna close my eyes.
and then we'd get to the first game a month and a half later. It's like, all right, here are the starters. It's Shea, it's Andre, it's Devin, it's Malcolm, and Shanty. I'm like, but like what? Well, I'll be, So from a football perspective, it's day 1 of training camp, so I don't want to go crazy and overreact. If you're on the Broncos, how much stock, or even here doing this job and watching this sequence in this order, how much of a deal do you think?
You put a lot of stock into this. Like, this is your job on the line. This means that during OTAs, you were not good enough. I always say my rookie year, I was last on the depth chart when it came to being a running back. I was last on the depth chart in every special team drill, every special team unit, gunner, kick return, punt returner. When I got back, and it was a all rookies report, I remember Coach Mitch coming back. All right, you remember Coach Mitch, special team coach.
Oh, yes.
And he came up to me and said, hey, man, congratulations. You are a starting kick returner right now. Now, if you don't go out there and produce, it can be taken away from you. But you did enough during OTAs to show the coaching staff that you belong out there. Now you're a starting kick returner and a starting gunner. That was the beginning of camp. And so now it's like, okay, like there's a hierarchy, and now I'm on top of it.
But you're in the vision.
But I'm in the vision. You have to be in their vision early. And so for Audric Esime, during OTAs, it seemed like he did not do enough. And when you come back, you're fourth on the depth chart. Right now, it looks like you're battling with Blake Watson and not Jaleel McLaughlin.
Wow. I mean, this is a really interesting storyline to watch throughout this
drama.
summer.
It truly is drama.
It is. And I hope that whatever's going on in between his ears, that he does not squander this incredible opportunity that he's been given starting a year ago coming out of Notre Dame in the fifth round.
Pressure creates diamonds or bust pipes.
It's one of those.
What are you going to do? What are you going to let it do?
Very interesting.
Under pressure.
Very interesting. Sean was asked about Super Bowl conversation. Okay? Super Bowl conversation. And Sean was very thoughtful. It was my favorite press conference that he's ever given so far here in Denver.
Okay, Sean.
He was
it's big if Zach Bye saying this.
Well, I mean, he was the best version of himself at that microphone. He was considerate. I mean, he's like, dude, he's giving 1 minute responses, like locking in with you, like eye contact, like being considerate. Like I didn't hear the end of that question. Can you please repeat it so I can answer it the right way? Like now. I'm not foolish enough to think that this is like all summer. This is all going to be all summer long, right?
Wow, this is a new Sean.
New
year, new me, huh?
We'll see. He did look good though. I will say that. Like he looked good to the point where someone underneath the comment, I posted a video of me asking him a question. Someone's like, "Did Sean get something done to his skin? Like he looks younger. He does look refreshed. All right, he looks like he's lost some weight. He was in a great mood. He was asked about Broncos being involved in Super Bowl conversations, and this is what the head coach said.
It has to be a comfortable topic, but we're in such a league where this is a journey. And, briefly yesterday I outlined a few things that are coming. But it starts more with the division and seeding. And, we have to start faster than we have the last 2 years. And so you try to, how do I say this? You try to point at the nearest goal and some of these ones that are more visible. But you can't be afraid of talking about the end game. That's got to be a comfortable subject. And then you've got to be comfortable saying, hey, look, this is what's required. And, you don't get a best of 7. But I think you start with some of the objectives that are a little bit more clearly visible in the short term.
So, 2 things can be true at the same time with that response. He's saying, yeah, like you got to start with the goals that are within sight, that you can see. We're so early in this process. Super Bowl is next February.
The first goal should be make sure everybody's healthy. The second goal is win the first game of the year. The next goal is, all right, let's go 2-0. Let's try to you break it in. It used to be you break it in 4s. And now with that extra game, I don't know what they do.
Yeah.
But you break it in 4s and you try to win 2 or 3 out of the 4. And those are your goals. Those are your little goals that build up, and at the end of the year it's like, hey, we're here. We're here because of this, and we're back in the playoffs, and now we have an opportunity to win a Super Bowl because of this.
Yep. And he said, we need to start faster. The last 2 years, he didn't get real detail into it. He's like, but the last 2 years, just like, we can't. Like, the Broncos were 0-2. And you remember, I keep that probability calculator on my waist. that playoff probability calculator.
Ready. Oh, it's coming out.
And
you paying for it this year?
Yes, I am.
Right.
Yes, I am. And the Broncos had a 1% chance to make the playoffs when they were 0-2. Right, and and then the year before that, with Russell Wilson, you remember they started 1-5, and still had we're within striking distance of the playoffs.
Yeah, they end up going 8-9.
Yeah, they end up going 8-9. So they need to start faster. But I also like what he said. It's like we can't be afraid of those conversations. Like, and it's not totally in focus, but we're not afraid because if you want to have those conversations, we need to talk about what's required, is what he said.
Well, what it sounds like to me is he's having those conversations in maybe a baby ways, like alluding to, hey, we have a great opportunity to do something special this year, gentlemen. We have a great opportunity not just to get back to the playoffs, but win our first playoff game. We have a couple guys in the building that we just added, great additions, that are going to get us over the hump. Like, you're having those conversations, you're putting it into your players' heads that, like, believe that we can do it this year. Just like you guys believed in me last year when I told you guys that we were going to be special and they were able to win 10 games. All right, seeing is believing. So you start to see it, and now you're like, okay, Sean put it out there to the world, and it was successful. Now your players are, like, buying in. Now everybody is buying in, and now it's like we all believe we can do this.
Yeah.
We all believe that there's a chance that we could get to a Super Bowl. Who knows if you will or not, but it's out there and it's in your mind.
Well, I asked him, you remember last year we had that thing that went viral when I asked him the question. I said, hey, Pro Football Focus has you as a 31st ranked roster. ESPN has you this, da-da-da. And I said, is there a compartment where you have two middle fingers?
Yeah.
Or a middle finger? And he goes, well, I have two middle fingers.
Two, yeah.
And that's where we were at last year. So I wanted to circle back, not to the middle finger thing, but like I said, Sean, last year you had an expectation to win 5 or 6 games. 1 year later, the tone is drastically different, radically different, and it's around the country. Has your approach changed to your team year over year? And this is what he said.
Well, it does a little, and in a good way. I mean, look, it's what you want. In other words, there are so many different ways it's met. You're playing on a national stage more, and there might be unique travel more, but that's what we're wanting. And, we're not a finished product by any means. We're still, there's a lot of parallels to that building across the way here. We're still work in progress. And yet it's not the national expectations. It's just there was a belief a year ago, I think, by many of us internally that we had a team that could compete, certainly for an opportunity in the division and for an opportunity to get in the playoffs. Those standards, and they can't be just high for the coaches or just the whole group needs to see the opportunity and where we can go and so, look, that's when the whole thing started 2 years ago. This is kind of where we were hoping to be going into year 3, and it's exciting.
And it is exciting. It is exciting. And he said, yeah, the approach does change a little bit, but this started last year when everyone had counted us out. That's when this sort of started. And I love him making the analogy, because you guys could maybe even hear it during the press conference. There is major construction going on 150 yards away for this facility that's going to be a top 5 practice facility in the entire NFL. I mean, the splendor of the Penners and what they're going to make over there. It's going to be a football palace. If you want to see, and I'm going to do it for a second hour in a row and plug my Instagram. But
please follow this man.
Please forgive me. But I took a video of what
it's really
what
cool.
it looks like. I mean, you can see it taking shape, and he's like we are that building over there. Like we're no longer pouring a foundation. We're building up, but we're also, the floors haven't been laid yet, so we still have some ways to go.
Well, there are people in the building that I talked to and talking about Sean in last year and how he was able to put belief and confidence in these players and the coaching staff that a lot of coaches cannot do. And now you have a bunch of players and coaches believing they can do it when you have the media at that time downing you, saying that you're only going to win 5 games. That's why Sean is so special. He can get players to feel like they're invincible, to get them to another level, to make them have that confidence that, hey, I can go out there and do it. And that's when you're a great coach. And that's when you have a great team, is when everybody feeds off of each other. Everybody keeps it positive, and they listen to their coach. They believe in their coach. And then you look up and you win 10 or 11 games because of that. So Sean is the man for the job. We all know that. And he understands that there's a lot of pressure put on this team and on him. But he's ready for it, and his team will be too, because they're going to believe. They're going to have that confidence. They're going to look at each other and say, we are a well-put-together team. Why can't we do this this year? Why can't we win a Super Bowl? Maybe you don't, but I'm going to keep putting it out there.
Yeah.
Because this team just feels different.
They do. They do. It is very exciting. And I think, if I were to guess, the 800 fans who are going to be in attendance on Friday and Saturday, chances are you're going to like what you see. I mean, especially defensively. They are just loaded defensively. And there was a bit of a change out there today. There was a bit of a change. And throughout OTAs and minicamp, Riley Moss was the starting cornerback.
Yeah.
That was not the case on day 1 of training camp. It was Jahdae Barron. And we just talked about this yesterday. How much of a camp battle, is Riley Moss versus Jahdae Barron? I don't know how this is going to unfold through the summer, but just like with you coming into camp and you're the starting, kick returner and gunner.
That's their vision.
The vision is, it looks like Jahdae Barron opposite of Pat Surtain.
Now, I will say this, Zach, because I was surprised at that. I was like, wow, Jahdae Barron's going to be the outside corner today. Maybe I would have started him at nickel with Jaquan McMillan, but no. Riley Moss is the guy coming off the bench. But the thing about this is, because Jahdae Barron is so versatile, I wouldn't be surprised tomorrow if Riley Moss is starting on the outside and now you have Jahdae Barron doing some nickel work. And now it's like that battle. Like, who are you better than? Are you better than, exactly. Are you better than Riley Moss? Are you better than Jaquan McMillan? And then whoever you beat out, that's the position you're going to be at. So it's a win-win situation for Jahdae Barron no matter what. You're a first-round draft pick, and you have 2 opportunities to play. You want to be on the outside because that means that you're playing every single play. Now, for Riley, what do you do about it? Do you pout like somebody that we just talked about? Or do you go to work with the mindset of, I'm not letting this young buck beat me, and that you guys have not seen the best of me yet? That was my first year starting if I'm Riley Moss. And I got banged up at the end there, and I rushed back. This is why you don't rush back, because they start to place things on you saying, hey, you weren't the best version of yourself at the end of the year. And they don't care about excuses. It can hurt you when it comes to a contract as well.
Sure.
But for Riley, it's like, tomorrow, you have to make a couple plays, because they're looking and they're telling you they want Jahdae Barron to be not only on the football field, but maybe as an outside cornerback.
Yeah, and so tomorrow, that will be one of the storylines to watch. Is Riley going with the ones? And is he going to get a look, the same look that rookie Jahdae Barron just got? But if we see Jahdae Barron out there with the ones again, opposite PS2, that will speak volumes of what the vision currently is. So that's a fun one. That's
a shocker.
That is a fun one.
That one's a shocker to me, just because I feel like Riley Moss did enough to at least start the year off as a starter in camp. But after OTAs, and remember, it was quiet with Jahdae Barron.
It was.
It was like, man, did you see Jahdae out there? And we're like, nah, like we really couldn't see too much. Well, obviously something stood out on film where it's like, hey, we're gonna let him start the camp off as the receiver or the cornerback 1.
Very interesting subplot to this Broncos defense. Man, and then so if they go that route, like, does Riley get pushed inside to nickel?
Riley is very aggressive, and he is not afraid of contact.
Right.
And it's not just like for McMillan, it's like, hey, like, you didn't do well last year at the end of the year. So it's not like this is your spot. So you could see a scenario, Zach, where, Riley ends up getting pushed to the nickel spot, battling with McMillan. See, McMillan, at the end of the day, he may be the odd man out no matter what.
He could be.
He's going to have to play his butt off against these receivers in the bigger receivers this year if he wants to keep his job.
Yeah, and he's in a contract year, no less.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, goodness. I mean, this is but like, for me, if I'm just being real, when I see Jahdae Barron out there, and it's got nothing to do with Riley Moss, because I'm a fan of his game and I'm a fan of his competitive nature, that defense would look different when he was not out there last year.
But what's the but?
But Jahdae Barron, side by side with Pat Surtain. I mean, if their evaluation is right, and he is that crystal that Sean talked about, and
they're not passing on a crystal for a blender.
No, and if he's the crystal and he's side by side with the diamond that is the total package, Pat Surtain, I mean, you're talking about
$100 million diamond.
We got gems. We got gems dripping.
What do you want? What kind of gem do you want, huh?
I mean, goodness gracious, that, like, to me, that excites me, and it has nothing to do with who Riley Moss is not. It's got everything to do with who Jahdae Barron can be, and who the Broncos believe he can be.
When as a player, you're looking at it as, I have to start. I must start. But as fans and as a coaching staff, it's like, wow, we have depth. We have depth.
Yeah.
And if something happens to Jahdae Barron, you have Riley Moss that can play that position well. If something happens where PS2 has to miss a game like last year because of that concussion, you can plug in Jahdae Barron and Riley Moss and McMillan. All right, Chris Abrams-Drain is out there too with the second unit.
Gosh, this defense is loaded. All right, another observation from camp that we didn't get to, we'll pass along here. Also, the way that you watch football on Sundays could be changing. And we'll talk about why coming up next.
How will first-round rookie Jahdae Barron fit into the Broncos secondary?
It's not a situation where he has to come in and be the dude. You just got to be a piece of it. The dude is Surtain. And then you have another guy that was a really good player opposite him last year, so just come fit in. There's not the pressure to come and save this defense.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this
Hey, what's up,
real,
guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and woodpeckers. Right now, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Stoke here for my friends at Embers Golf. The annual Embers Living Golf Tournament is Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Tee times are at 9:45. It's a shotgun start. They're giving away pizza ovens and free dinner on Saturday night. And get this, you get free Oakleys, free polos, breakfast burritos, balls, hats, 2 full days of golf, and a $50 Embers gift card. You can't beat it. It's 2-man teams. You can register today at embersgolf.com. At Embers Golf, they aren't just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts.
Injured in an accident? Call Postman Law. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients, fighting and winning nationwide. Others promise, Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Brandon Stokley here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep, $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
If you miss the filing deadline again, the consequences can be substantial and the penalties huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, often criminally. So call the people I trust, Advanced Tax Solutions. They will help you get back into the system and off the IRS's radar. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at DenverSports.com. Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, the Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the drive.
All right, let's come off the top rope with it. 1! All righty. Passing along another observation from Broncos training camp. Day 1 out there today.
Day 1 is in the books.
You know who I think had maybe the play of the day?
Say his name.
Was Caleb Lohner, the late round draft pick who had a seam route.
Yep.
And in traffic went upstairs and caught the football for probably a 30-yard gain. I mean, again, it's day 1, so we're just passing along these little puzzle pieces, these nuggets.
And it was with Sam Ehlinger, which was a good pass by Sam.
It was.
Everybody gets respect around here. And then when you do a good job, we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, so this basketball player, right? You guys remember Caleb Lohner from the draft. He was a 7th-round pick, last Broncos pick.
Experimental pick.
Very much so. He is a project, all right?
4 catches, 4 touchdowns.
Good memory. 4 catches in college, 4 touchdowns. He played college football for 1 year. He was a basketball player that started off at BYU, did well enough, transferred up to Baylor. He is a great athlete. Like, if you're standing next to this guy, he's a mountain of a man, but he is an incredible athlete. Like, if he took off on a basketball court, he's got a step, he's throwing it on someone's head, and you saw that athleticism translate. And Caleb Lohner is probably not going to make the football team. I'd be very surprised if he did this year. It's more for next year. But I saw out there in that split second what Sean saw during the draft process of, like, he's the sculptor, and there's this big mound of clay, but he's like, there's something in there. There's something in that ball of clay.
You know Sean loves to compare players to other players he's coached with before. Who do you think he's comparing Caleb Lohner?
Jimmy Graham.
There you go. And when you make a play like that, if you're Sean, you have to be excited.
Yeah.
It's like, this is why I drafted you in the 7th round. It's not for this year, maybe not even next year. But as you develop, as you get stronger, bigger, faster, you start to understand the game, understand your body, you could turn into somebody like Jimmy Graham, who, by the way, just retired. You know, I saw his story, which is we'll have to talk about it at some point. It's pretty crazy.
Pretty dramatic.
You saw it too?
Oh, I've been known it. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
You know, shout out to Jimmy Graham.
Talk about getting it out the mud.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Jimmy Graham. Yeah, basketball player at Miami, and then transitioned to hoops. But his growing up, his childhood and his adolescence years were chaotic. Yes, very much so. But yeah, so for a split second, I saw it, and then conversely, not Caleb Lohner. Lucas Kroll, you know, again, routes on air, gets a ball from Bo and just drops it. I'm like, man, it's a little thing. It's day 1, but when you're trying to
scratch and claw to make the roster. You just can't afford to have moments like that.
Everything matters. Now, I'm not going to let you hit that button until you talk about one other tight end.
Oh, Adam Troutman.
There you go.
He had another
disrespect, Zach.
Well, down the seam as well.
Yes,
it was a
down
very
the seam.
similar play with traffic.
VJ, what's up with the seam route?
Yes.
Get that taken care of.
Is VJ already on the hot seat? He cannot cover the seam route. Yeah, he did to Troutman and Caleb Lohner. But yeah, good for Troutman. Strong hands at the point of contact.
And it was with and it wasn't just Adam Troutman out there. It was two tight end set. So you had Adam Troutman and you also had Evan Ingram. Adam Troutman was able to get down the seam route in the middle of the field, had a really good, spectacular catch as a tight end.
He did. That was fantastic.
He's not athletic, but he looked athletic on that play.
Yeah, he did.
And that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, and I heard someone say, and I didn't hear who it was or didn't know who it was, he caught that ball and like, what is it, National Tight Ends Day again? You remember that day? It was the most successful tight end day in NFL history on National Tight Ends Day.
The script.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Hey, guys. It's your day today.
Yeah.
Go out there and succeed.
Yeah. All right, next in the 3 count.
1, 2.
All right, Deion Sanders made an appearance at Buccaneers training camp to see his son Shiloh and to talk to Todd Bowles.
I wonder how that conversation went. How's my son doing after day 1? You gonna make the team?
He's got an uphill battle for sure. Shiloh does. Do you think we'll see him in Cleveland?
Of course. He can't go to his one son's practice and not the other. That's not being a good father. You got to be balanced.
So
I believe that he's going to go to a practice. Maybe he's heading there now to go see Shedeur Sanders.
So he's in Tampa. Next stop's Cleveland.
Next stop's home.
When's Boulder coming?
When everybody shows up. Camp is not here yet.
No.
Let my man live a little bit.
Well, camps were here. The kids' camps. That was in his contract.
That was a while back.
Yeah.
That was a while back.
I'm on Deion watch.
Why are you not the only one on campus?
Oh no, it's all good as long as he's getting better. And camp starting up here very soon up in Boulder. Very soon. Next in the 3 count.
1, 2, 3.
All right, so I said going into the last break that the way you watch football on Sundays may be changing. Not for everyone, but I'm talking to you folks who watch NFL Red Zone. And I did not used to be a Red Zone guy, okay?
It's fun.
I got baptized in it a few years ago, but maybe 15 years ago I'd say, man, I want to watch the substance of the game. I just don't want to see when teams are in the red zone. Well, Red Zone, ended up tailoring it to someone like me where you see every big play. Doesn't matter if it's a sack, a pick.
It's huge play.
It's just not red zone. So I became, when the Broncos aren't on and maybe the Bills aren't on the TV here, we watch red zone in my house every single Sunday. So ESPN is reportedly nearing a deal to acquire NFL Red Zone and the NFL Network. And the deal is rumored to be worth around $2 billion.
Man, what is going on? $2 billion. It's big time though.
It is.
NFL Red Zone. It's something that before the games, when I was at the Denver Broncos, they had it on at the locker room. They had a bunch of TVs in the locker room, and you're just watching the NFL Red Zone, kind of getting ready for the game. I used to think in my head like, damn, it seems like everybody's having explosive plays. Why can't we?
Yeah.
Why can't we? Come on, Drew.
Come on, Drew.
Come on, Drew. Pass me the ball.
Oh my gosh. So ESPN, if they buy NFL Red Zone, that'll change things a bit. And my guess is there's no such thing as a free lunch. So it's not going to be ESPN's buying NFL Red Zone and you can just flip to ESPN2 and there's Red Zone. My guess is they will put it on their ESPN Plus, package that you're going to have to pay for. So, okay, NFL Red Zone could be on the move. We'll keep our eye on that deal. $2 billion potentially. Okay, what do we make of the over-under passing yards and touchdown totals that have been set for Bo Nix in year number 2? They may surprise you. Also, Bo was on the move this offseason, visiting one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. We'll pass along what we know coming up next.
How will first-round rookie Sade Barron fit into the Broncos secondary?
It's not a situation where he has to come in and be the dude. You just got to be a piece of it. The dude is Surtain. And then you have another guy that was a really good player opposite him last year. So just come fit in. There's not the pressure to come and save this defense.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, talking about my buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now's the time to sell it, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my boy Troy's still offering you $5,000 guarantee. If you can't sell your house on the timeline that you agree upon, plus the price you agree upon, get this. He's going to cut you a check for $5,000. Come on, who else makes that offer? The answer is absolutely no one. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings. As we speak, he's got about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. So if you have a house to sell, Troy probably has the perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him at 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433. 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Brandon Stokley here for the only heating and cooling company I trust, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's no one better in Colorado. July is the hottest month of the year. Is your air conditioner going to survive? Get a free estimate on a new air conditioner and take advantage of the best deals in town. To make it even better, you can get 0% interest financing. Stay cool, Colorado, with ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
They say there's no such thing as a free lunch, but not true, I say. Hey everybody, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040, and I'm here to tell you about the best, absolute best free meal in all of Denver. Times are tight right now. You go to the grocery store, things are insane. So we all could use a little bit of help. No questions asked. Anybody that needs it can come by every first and third Thursday. Here's how it works. You pull up, you pop your trunk,
They put free groceries for the week in your trunk, and they say, how many hot meals do you need? We pass those to you right through your window, and this is good stuff. This is not soup kitchen stuff. I smoke these meats personally. Delicious pulled pork. I got my special secret Chipotle chicken recipe. It is fantastic. Please help us spread the word. Anybody that needs it, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me personally. It's Dan Jacobs at 303-LAW 4040.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Go shorty, it's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. We gon' sip Bacardi like it's your birthday. And you know we don't give up, cause that's your birthday. You'll find me in the club.
All right, what do we make of the over-under passing yards and touchdown totals that have been set for Bo Nix in year 2? They may surprise you. All right, and we also said that Sean Payton shared a little detail with us today that Bo Nix, a part of his offseason, was spending time with Drew Brees. Check this out.
He's someone that works his tail off, wants to improve. The whole offseason is planned out. Gone and visited Brees for 4 or 5 days, and that's Tom House in here. And there's a lot that he wants to absorb in a fast period of time. That's a great thing for a young player like that, and we're never just going to pick up from where we left off, but there's a lot of building to do when we look at last year and a lot of positive things to look at.
Love that Sean just freely shared that, because we did not know that. And it's interesting because the quarterback before Bo Nix was Russell Wilson, and Russell Wilson tried reaching out to Drew Brees numerous times, and Sean Payton literally into a microphone said, I told Russell to stop pestering Drew. And then now this time around, we don't even know that he has visited Drew earlier in the offseason. He wants us to know that. And just the fact that, forget a FaceTime call, he's staying at the man's house for the better part of a week.
Literally staying at the house, sleeping in the guest bedroom, eating the food, and watching film. You have to love that when your quarterback is willing to do whatever it takes to be successful this year. And he's only in year 2, going into year 2. But he also understands that, hey, I have to have another big year. There's a lot of pressure put on me. Drew, help me out. Help me out. See, that's the issue right now in today's world with not just football players, just people in general. Is like people are scared to ask for help. People are scared to ask, like, hey, do you think that you can kind of help me and guide me in a way where I can be successful so I can be like you? All right, for Drew Brees, you said it earlier, is like for Drew Brees, you're done playing. There's no reason to keep all the secrets anymore. If you really, really care about Sean and you really like Bo, then you will share everything that you have in your head to make sure that this young man is successful for this year. And it starts with watching a bunch of film. It starts with getting in the head of Drew Brees and what are you thinking on this play? And Sean likes when you do this, and Sean likes when you're fiery. Whatever the case may be to help you out to kind of get in better with Sean so that you have a better relationship. You guys are on the same page. What makes the Kansas City Chiefs so great? Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid are on the same page.
Yep.
That's something that has to happen this year with Bo Nix and Sean Payton.
Well, he was actually asked about, the media saying that him and Bo are the perfect marriage and are on that exact same page. That's what Sean Payton said.
It's easier to say that when you're talking to a head coach that works primarily with the offensive side of the ball and is involved in the play calling. I think oftentimes it's used in a way, and sometimes, I said this, I think, in the offseason, this was the perfect fit. Who's not interested in that player? It almost discredits the athlete, but it fits the narrative for those that had him ranked where they had. So we're never going to get away from our narratives, are we? We're going to hold on to we were right with that narrative. And so, that was the right fit. That's a great marriage, and that explains any success and all success. And so, but I think maybe it applies more to a head coach that's maybe more involved in one side of the ball or the other.
In that response right there, I believe that Sean Payton was indirectly responding to the criticism that was happening this week, whether it was from Bomani Jones or there was someone else on the Bill Simmons podcast, which is a very popular sports podcast, saying like this is the system.
Yeah.
This isn't Bo. This is and I think it was Nate Tice, former college quarterback at like Wisconsin or something. He became a scout and NFL coach. Now he's in media. And he's like, this is basically all you're going to get from Bo because Bo is just running Sean's system. And it's one of these.
But that's every quarterback.
Right.
Every quarterback is running some type of system. Now, when you're out there on the football field and you have to make a play and you have to find a way to elude a tackle, that's what makes you special. When you start to understand the scheme, when you start to understand the defense and what's being thrown at you blitz-wise, that's when you become an elite quarterback. But you have to have some type of guidance of like, hey, this is the plays. This is what I want from this play. And now you got to go out there and execute it. And if that guy's not open and the play that we drew up is not there, then what do? That's what makes you an elite quarterback. But every quarterback in the NFL, in college, in high school, there's a system. There's plays that you have to listen to and you have to go by. Like, there's rules to every system, and then you go from there.
And I just don't understand why running a system is viewed as negative. Because here's the thing.
That's a system quarterback.
Bo also played off schedule. We talked about some of those plays yesterday to what Bomani Jones said, where he's like, he's like a check down merchant, line of scrimmage merchant. It's like, dude, did you see him roll out to the right against the Bengals? Did you see his bomb to Troy Franklin?
He's watching college film still.
93-yard pass against Cleveland on Monday Night Football.
He hasn't turned on the NFL film yet.
And it's just, I just don't get it. You know who was a system quarterback? Tom Brady. All right, so but I believe that Sean, because he's like, we have to stick to our narratives. So if you did not like Bo, and you talked about this yesterday, people don't want to admit they're wrong. If you did not like Bo coming out of college, you're watching Bo through a certain lens, and then you say, well, it's a perfect marriage because he really has Sean Payton, and it discredits the athlete himself. And that's what I believe Sean Payton was doing there when he addressed that question. Let's talk about over-unders here real quick. Last year, Bo Nix threw for 3,775 passing yards, okay? His over-under this year has been set at 3,425 yards, all right? That is hundreds of yards less than he threw as a rookie. What do you make of that number?
It depends on how you're looking at it. I'm not looking at this and like his stats are different than last year. They're lower than they were last year, and now he's having a bad year. That's not how I look at it. I look at it like this: is he taking care of the football? Now, last year he had 12 interceptions. Does he have 6? All right, that's a step in the right direction.
6 is super low.
Yeah, 6. I mean, that was Josh Allen and that was Lamar Jackson.
Right.
But when you're a smart quarterback and you're able to get the ball out of your hands and you are utilizing your running backs and your tight ends, sometimes that can help you not turn over the ball. Okay. That's why I say you can go 8 if you want. Sure. And for me, 6 would be elite. Being smart, taking care of the football like we just said. If the first option is not there, are you taking that second option? Are you okay with taking the check down? Are you okay with putting it in your playmaker's hands with a 5-yard gain and letting them break a couple more tackles? That's how you're going to get more yards anyway, is if you can get the ball out of your hands, put it in your playmaker's hands, and let them make some moves, break some tackles, and now they get the stats and you do as well. Another thing is, are we running the ball well? Because now we don't have to have Bo Nix sitting there throwing 40 times a game. Maybe it's 35 times a game and you're relying on J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey a little bit more. I'd rather do that. I'd rather play winning football. And that's my other thing. As long as the stats are still around 3,500 yards, maybe 26 touchdowns and 6 interceptions, and you're winning football games and you have a run game, that's a successful year for even Bo Nix. So it's not always about the stats, and that's why it's like you can take it for what it is. I'm okay with the stats being lower. As long as we're winning, he's taking care of the ball. That's all that matters.
All right. What about the touchdown total? Last year, Bo Nix threw. I just lost it. My screen just. Well, how many touchdowns did Bo throw last year?
29.
20. That's right. 29. Second most in NFL history for a rookie.
Yep. It was Justin Herbert, then Bo Nix.
Then Bo Nix. His over/under touchdown total has been set at 24.5. Okay. Hang on to your thought, all right, because now both categories are dipping below what he did as a rookie, so it goes against conventional wisdom. We'll talk about that. Also, there is a player on the Denver Broncos who right now I'm excited about, but he's a little bit too boom or bust at the current moment. And we'll talk about who and why next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Brandon Stokley here for Embers Fireplaces and Outdoor Living. The annual Embers Living Golf Tournament is Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Tee times are at 9:45. It's a shotgun start. They're giving away pizza ovens. You get free dinner on Saturday night. And get this, you get free Oakleys, free polos, free breakfast burritos, golf balls, free hats, 2 full days of golf, and a $50 Embers Golf gift card. 2-man teams. Register today at embersgolf.com.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It's 10 o'clock before I say a word. Baby, I can never tell. How do you sleep so well? You keep telling me to live right. To go to bed.
All right, we are going to react to Bo Nix's touchdown total for the 2025 season that has been set by the odds makers and talk about whether we like the over, the under, how it compares to his rookie season. And share a little detail from camp that we haven't got to yet, answering a question on the RamosLaw.com text line. We'll do that in about 10 seconds. But first, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the Battle at Bethpage Black. All right, the one that happens every other year in New York. You know what I'm talking about. All you have to do to enter is head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st, find the cutout of myself, scan the QR code on that cutout. All right, that's it. That's all you have to do. It's free of charge. It could be the memory of a lifetime if you are the lucky winner. For more info and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Okay, so we were just talking about Bo Nix. We found out earlier today that he spent 4 or 5 days with Drew Brees out in San Diego. All right, and we started talking about his touchdown total, or his passing yards total, and it's several hundred yards less than he threw as a rookie.
I didn't ask you before we go on. Are you okay with the stats there?
I'm okay with the number because I think the odds makers are anticipating a better run game and just sort of building and baking that into the number. That said, I might smash spot this. Smash spot this and take the over. I do not believe Bo Nix is going to throw for under 3,425 yards. I just don't. We talked about it yesterday. Even with an improved run game, Sean Payton sees the game through the eyes of a quarterback, and there's going to be big games to be had offensively for Bo. And he got to hundreds of yards over this number with one of the slowest starts in NFL history.
But also put this one in, too, and it's not because of Bo, but it's because maybe our defense is even better than last year. If our defense is doing something crazy like creating short fields for the offense consistently, well, that's not a lot of opportunities for Bo to throw for a 94-yard touchdown, which is great for us because now it's points. It's like either you're going to get a touchdown or a field goal. That's how you win is points. So maybe that's another reason why Bo Nix won't have 4,000 yards passing. Is because your defense is putting you in great situations where it's a short field. And now you're relying on your run game and your short yardage plays and your tight ends and running backs a little bit more.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this. That's certainly relevant to this conversation, the shorter fields with a top 5 defense, maybe the best defense. But his coach is Sean Payton. Sean Payton is a different cat. And he knows all the criticism. He's subliminally, I believe, responding to that criticism. And I believe that Sean Payton would love to take his foot, turn it sideways, and shove it up the rear end of those people. and I just
with some boots on.
I just believe that Sean is vindictive in a healthy football way. And if he's got an opportunity,
like I'll show you guys.
Yes, if he's got an opportunity to let Bo shine, right? I think he's going to take those opportunities. Bo is his NFL son now. And whatever you could do.
But to me, it's like, don't let that get in the way of the goal.
Of course not.
And that's winning the game and getting back to the playoffs. And maybe it is like, man, I really want to throw 40 times in this game. But Sean, is that smart?
Right.
Should you really do that? And maybe you can. Maybe you're in a situation where you're able to do that and take advantage of it. But if the run is there, let's stick to the run and show them that way. That's all I have to say.
No, for sure.
You are right.
For sure.
Because Sean wants to prove everybody wrong.
Yep.
That's talking about his baby in him.
Yep.
His baby being Bo Nix. And he's like, I will show you guys. It's not just about the system. The kid can play.
The kid can play. And if he's got a chance to prove that point, I think he'll exercise that option. And also, I like the number. See, you got to be careful with these season total over-under numbers because you get an injury and you miss a month, you're not hitting this over. Bo doesn't take a lot of sacks. Been talking about it for a year now, or maybe 9 months. Is that he took some of the least sacks in pro football, right? 12 total it was 24.
Yeah,
I believe.
24 total sacks, 12 interceptions.
Yes, and so when you don't take a lot of sacks, right, your chances of getting hurt go down.
Yeah,
your availability chances go up. So I'm convinced if Bo plays all 17 games, he's going to hit this number over the head. It's the lowest passing yard total in the AFC West, by the way. Passing touchdowns has been set at 24.5. Last season, he finished with 29, but there's some context there.
There's a lot of context there, especially that last game of the year.
Correct.
Last game of the year, he threw for 4 touchdowns against the JV Kansas City Chiefs team.
4 of them things.
4 of them things. And Bailey actually had an awesome catch.
He did.
It was like, was it a one-hand catch?
It was like a tip. Remember? It was like a tip.
Yeah. So that helped out. So 24 touchdowns, like, okay, I believe that Bo Nix is going to throw for a little bit more than that. Let's just go 26. You have more weapons. All right, you have Evan Ingram. You're going to get them more involved. You're going to check down to your running backs like R.J. Harvey, who hopefully can break a couple tackles and score some touchdowns for you. So I believe that Bo can at least get to 26 touchdowns this year, and Sean's going to make sure of that, like you just said. Sean's going to make sure that if he's around 24, 25, he's going to, and it's at the end of the year, he's going to rack it on for him.
Yeah.
Like, go ahead and try to get to 30 again or 29 if you can.
I would just – and this dials back to the conversation we were just having where you want the success so bad for your NFL son, the guy you put your chips on and drafted, and everyone, dragged you for it. You were a fool for drafting Bo Nix in the first round. You don't want it to cross over to a point where you're on the 2-yard line, because I'm thinking of Pete Carroll.
You're throwing slant routes.
And Pete Carroll, it's been speculated because it didn't make sense that they did that in the Super Bowl. But there's been speculation that
he had Marshawn Lynch.
Right, but he had the softest spot in his heart for Russell Wilson. Pete Carroll did, to the point where he treated Russ different than the rest of the team. It caused a fracture in the team and blew up that team. But he wanted Russell Wilson to get Super Bowl MVP, and you lost the Super Bowl because you got greedy. You got to find those fine lines and make sure you don't step over them. In terms of the touchdown total, man, this is probably right where it should be. I love the over on the yards. This is
you're not gonna hit the over on that one.
I won't. I'll stay away from it. But I like what you said. If I had to guess, he goes over it. But gets to 26.
Yeah, 26.
I mean, the 4 touchdowns really, sort of bloviated his total and made him the second most successful in that category of a rookie ever. We had a question, and I wanted to talk about this real quick.
It's your boy.
It is my boy. And
All pro.
Well, we'll see.
Calling your shot.
So there was a question on the RamosLaw.com text line, and it doesn't deserve a full segment, so I don't want to do that. But we got a text that said, "Hey Zach, how did your homeboy look? The punter kicking bombs? ? All right. So
over the crane, huh?
Jeremy Crawshaw, who I dubbed Jeremy Craneshaw because he kicks it to the crane at the construction site over there. This dude." I'm telling you, and you saw it today again at the end of practice, when this dude gets a hold of a football, there's a reason he was the first punter drafted. It scrapes the troposphere. It comes down with some dew on it from the clouds.
Some dew.
And these
sprinkle it with dew.
Punt returners are running backwards to try to punt it. I mean, it's unbelievable.
He has a leg. It's a beautiful ball. Win. That's the key word, though, Zach.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah. So I said going into break, there's a player on the Broncos I'm excited about, but he's a little bit too boom or bust right now. We saw it a little bit in mandatory minicamp, but not enough to talk about it. We saw the same thing again today. He doesn't hit it flush every time, and he can shank that ball. And when he shanks it, it's bad. And
everybody ducks.
Yeah, it could drive Broncos country crazy on a game day, and he's got to straighten it out. Right now, and he's a rookie, young player. It's first day of training camp, all good, but he's got to figure it out there.
Yeah, let's just say if you're on a golf course, you're saying, "Fuck!"
Yeah.
And it's going to happen. But this is something that you see this man's leg, and you're like, wow, he can truly make an all-pro as a punter. And it's true. But when it comes down to it, when you're going into games and you're game planning against certain punt and kick returners, but punt returners in this case, can you be directional with it? Can you put it right there on the corner where it's not going out of bounds, but you're just right there where your gunners are able to get to them and pin them down at the 20-yard line, the 10-yard line? Like, that's something that we need to see from Crawshaw for us to be like, hey, he can be an elite punter, which he's young, but then the pressure is on you when the crowd is there and they snap you the ball and you have to catch it and then you have to place it wherever the coach is telling you to place it. There's a lot of pressure for a punter that we just don't know and we don't care to think about and watch because it's just about a punter.
Yeah.
But if he wants to be elite in this league, he's going to have to be very consistent.
Yeah. You don't want inconsistencies from your punter at of all
Marquette
positions.
King all over it again.
Yeah.
Where it's just like I have a big leg and I'm going to do what I want to do with it. But it messes your team up. It messes those gunners on the outside up because now it's like, hey, I thought it was going to go right and now it's going left. And now it's like, what do we do? It changes everything in the mindset of the unit at that time. And then all of a sudden you look up and somebody scores a touchdown because of it.
Yeah, very interesting. We'll continue following that sort of subplot of Broncos training camp. The story with Courtland Sutton We've been talking about it for months, and somehow it got a little bit more interesting today. And we'll tell you why coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 1043 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the room comes off, till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Your home should feel like a fortress, not a worry. Old windows aren't just drafty, they're a weak spot. Cheap vinyl replacements, they crack, they warp, and they leave you replacing them again in just a few years. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows are built like armor, stronger than vinyl, sleeker than wood, made to last a lifetime. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton installs year-round, but spring and summer slots fill up fast. Secure your spot now at windowsforyourhome.com or call them 303-794-0490. Tell them Mark sent you and save 25% this month only.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
If you've been hurt in a car crash or on the job, don't just hope for help, demand results. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective representation fighting to get you more. Call 844-POSTMAN for a free case evaluation. It's free to get started. You pay nothing unless we win for you. Others promise. Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 5-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help, get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
All right, so we talked about the Cortland Sutton story and sort of like, I guess you could maybe call it a saga, because it really started last year, and he skipped OTAs and did all the stuff on social media, deleted his Broncos stuff, had a potential goodbye letter to Broncos country and the gifts and then this and that.
And then they got something done. They gave him an incentive, which was at 1.5. We'll say 1.5 mil to go out there and help this young man, Bo Nix, out. And he did, and he was able to get the incentive.
Yes. A little extra cheese on his Whopper.
A little something.
So now we're back here. And we talked for months of like, hey, like, do you think Cortland Sutton would hold out? And it's like, maybe not, because he's going to have to pay that fine. And if you said you're not a fan of giving money away last year, it's probably the same logic.
Yeah, you don't want to give money away this year.
And then it's like, well, could he hold in? And we didn't know how this was going to go. We knew he showed up yesterday. So practice starts, and there Cortland Sutton is in his full uniform, helmet on. They get to start doing the drills, and boom, like Cortland's out there.
Hot feet.
Cortland's catching passes from Bo Nix. And I took a little video and put it on my Instagram. Cortland Sutton is not a holdout or a hold-in.
I saw you waving at the camera. I told you so. So I posted that video. 15 minutes go by, and they go into 7-on-7. And Court did not participate in 7-on-7. And then they went to team, and Cortland did not participate in team. And he was just sort of chilling. He was just there. Like, he's there physically, but mentally, he looked cashed out. Looking around, it wasn't like, hey, I'm focused on practice, and when somebody messes up, come right by me and let me mentor you, because that's something that Cortland usually does. It was like, hey, I'm going to fall back. During 7-on-7s, he would fall back behind everybody and just sit there. During team, he would fall back behind the receivers and just sit there. And so what that's telling us is he's not happy to be there right now because his contract is not done.
Yep.
And although he showed up, although he put his pads on, at least the helmet, because they're not in full pads yet, and that he did some drills, he is still not willing to go out there during team, during 7-on-7, and risk getting hurt because the contract is not done yet. Maybe it's almost done. Maybe it's not. But it's not where Cortland Sutton wants it, and that's why he's not out there participating when you're playing football.
And it's interesting because Zach Allen's out there, Nick Benito's out there, John Franklin Myers is out there, They're all in similar positions. I know they're not identical, but similar positions.
And they're running around competing. They're in team. They're not on 7-on-7 usually, but they're
Right.
out there competing.
Yeah. Does this continue?
Why would it not? Why would it not, Zach? This was the first day, and yet Cortland was not out there during 7-on-7. Why would tomorrow be any different? If the contract is not close to being done, and Cortland Sutton did not play or participate today, he's going to do the exact same thing tomorrow. I'll go through the drills. I'll get my body ready. Mentally, I'll be locked in watching practice. But I will not touch that football field. I'm making a stand for myself. We talk about Scary Terry over there with the Commanders, Terry McLaurin. He just flat out said, hey, I'm not showing up.
Right.
It seems like Cortland Sutton has took a different approach. And it's like, I'll show up. I'll show face because I really do want to be here. It's not about my teammates. It's not about the coaches. It's a business decision, and it's like, hey, at some point, if I don't put my foot down and I just go out there and play for you, you're going to ignore me, and you're going to think that you can bleed this into the season, and I'll still play. So now I'm going to sit here, and I'm not going to be involved during team. I'm not going to be involved during 7-on-7s. And you guys will feel my presence because I won't be out there. So there's no presence to be felt. And so now you have people like us that are like, oh, panic mode. There's some drama in the air. What's going to happen? Is Cortland Sutton coming back tomorrow? Is he going to get the contract done before the season starts? Like, these are the conversations we're going to continue to have because guess what, guys? Cortland Sutton is our number one receiver. And when he's not out there, the team looks different offensively. I hate to say it for those guys that hate Cortland. Cortland's the best option we have right now.
He is, and it's really not much of a debate on that. I mean, we don't even know who the number 2 is. So if we don't even know who the number 2 wide receiver is, none of those guys are going to supplant Cortland Sutton as the number 1.
Well,
it's not even a discussion.
Right? Iron sharpens iron.
Yep.
Iron. Who is making Pat Surtain better right now?
That's a really good point. And
Who is making?
PS2 was asked about that earlier yesterday and saying like, man, like this is a real competition that's going to take place throughout the summer between he and I. Yeah, it's not happening on a day like today.
You guys both need to get better, so you're competing against each other every single day. Well, when one's not there and you're going up against not even number 2 receivers right now, you're just coasting if you're PS2. There's nobody on your level. But when Cortland's at least there, it's like I have to focus. I have to be in the right positions. I have to take the right angles because he is a damn good receiver. And so it's another thing where it's like you're trying to get better before the season starts.
Sure.
And one of your guys that helps you get better is not on that football field and needs to help Bo Nix out. Something has to give. Somebody's going to have to get something done, whether it's Cortland or the team, and saying, hey, let's get it done before camp really starts up. And now we're behind when it comes to the chemistry part between Bo Nix and Cortland Sutton.
On the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, I feel like they need to cut him. That's how I feel. I mean, goodness gracious, let's settle down just a little bit. 414, settle.
Then what?
Settle down. Look, here's what I'll say to the sentiment from the texter, because I know he's not the only one that's like really doesn't feel good about this. And like, hey,
he seems frustrated.
This guy's the team captain, all right, and he's the one that's doing like a, I'm going to call it a hybrid hold-in. A hybrid hold-in, because he's doing the drills.
He is.
But but like,
for how long? When does that change? What if he's doing the drills because they are having good talks, but it's just not there yet? What if it becomes an issue where it's like cold turkey? We're not talking to you anymore. Obviously, we're not on the same page.
And there's a scenario where he's like, now I'm not even stepping on the field.
Yeah, like now I'm not doing drills at all. And maybe it's the first step is like I'm not doing drills anymore, but I'm out there. And then the next step is, hey, guess what? I'm just not going to show up on the football field anymore. I'm going to stay here, do what I said earlier, get your beanbag, get the video game.
No, he's not doing that. No,
hey.
Cortland's not doing that. But
everybody plays a video game.
But I don't play a video game.
I used to.
Yeah, I did. I used to. Gosh, the last time I played a video game, I'm 38. It was probably...
Cortland's 30. Millions of dollars.
I might have been like 18, 19 last time I played a video game. No joke. It's just not for me. But with the experience that Cortland has had as a Denver Bronco, and I want to say this too to the texter, like, hey, I can't stand it. I don't have to like it, but I do understand it. Because if he's talking to his agent, you have 1 year left on your contract, and you feel like you've outperformed your contract, you want your fair market value. Because right now, currently, he's underpaid compared to his production. That's closer to a fact than opinion. Like, dude, I've seen Tim Patrick tear his ACL on the first day of training camp. Like,
come back the next year, blow his Achilles out 3 days into camp.
Right. And he's like, I've already suffered an ACL. I know what that. I'm just not risking it, guys.
And I'm getting older. What happens if Cortland goes out there, knock on wood, and has a significant injury? That's hard to come back from. And guess what? Once you have that injury, now they're looking at you like, we're really not going to pay you. So why would you step foot on that football field and risk it all when this is your last chance to get a big chunk of money? It makes sense of what Cortland's doing, where it's like, hey, I respect this team. I want to be a part of it. I'm willing to be out here, and I'm showing you by doing some individual drills, and I'm locked in. But I will not touch this football field and compete against someone like Pat Surtain until I get the money that I feel like I deserve.
Well, Sean Payton was asked about it. And what happened after he was asked about it is, I think, pretty interesting. And we'll talk about why. Was there some confusion with the question and the answer? We'll play it for you. You can decide for yourself coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It's that time of year again. It's summertime, which means concert season, vacations, and all the things you want to do outside. And nobody wants to worry about how they're going to get somewhere or where they're going to park. Let Hermes Worldwide handle all the travel needs so you can focus on what really matters the most, having as much fun as possible this summer. I actually stopped by and visited with my friends at Hermes Worldwide a few weeks ago, and they've got so many different vehicles to choose from. If you and your friends are ready to go nuts and go partying, ride in style on one of Hermes' luxury charter buses or Sprinter vans. If you're someone who's concerned about the environment, they've got you covered with something called the Lucid Air, which is an all-electric and totally silent car. Are you and your lady friend heading to a concert this summer? You could take a luxury sedan or SUV. Make it easy on yourselves. So no matter where you're going or what you're doing, Hermes Worldwide has you covered. All you need to do is head to ridehermes.com/DenverSports or give them a call at 303-577-7600. Again, you can go to ridehermes.com/DenverSports or give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride today.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Hey, it's Mike Evans, and if you missed the filing deadline again, or maybe you haven't filed in a while, the consequences can be substantial, and the penalties, huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, sometimes even criminally. Don't gamble with the IRS, it's just not worth it. You can avoid the stress and worry of not filing your taxes simply by calling the people I trust, and that's Advanced Tax Solutions. I've personally talked with clients who've been helped by Todd Whalen. They can get your taxes filed and provide a number of solutions to get you off the IRS's radar. You will feel relief and peace of mind as soon as you talk with the experts. So call the professionals I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, so reacting to Broncos training camp day 1. 1, 2, 3 into the 4. And we will get to the 2, the 3, into the 4 throughout the week.
That was perfect timing.
Perfect timing.
Like day 1, and my man said 1, 2, 3 into the 4.
So we're out there for every single rep of practice. We'll be out there all day tomorrow, and we got you covered here, okay? And
you're in great hands.
So with the Sutton stuff, now we talked about this for months, okay? So this isn't shocking. Like, we would ask these questions, and of course, there'd be folks on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Oh, you guys are being dramatic. You're trying to drum something up. Well, here we are. It's the first day of training camp, and it's, it just is what it is, okay? Sutton participated in the non-contact routes on air stuff and didn't participate in any of the team stuff, even 7-on-7.
So what are you calling it? A hybrid
hold-in. A hybrid hold-in for Courtland Sutton. He's doing some stuff, not all stuff. So this next thing I'm going to bring up is going to sound like I'm a little bit crazy, okay? But when Sean Payton was asked about it, now we switched the audio up, right? So we have the full response here. Okay, so when Sean was asked about it, and what I'm about to bring up, I'm in no way, shape, or form saying anything negative about Sean's view of practice. But when Sean was asked about it, and I'm standing right there, I'm right next to Sean Payton, his facial expression, because Mike Kliss, it was like the third question of the press conference, like, hey, Courtland Sutton didn't participate in a lot of the team. And it was confusion. It looked like confusion on Sean's face, and he said this.
No, he did. He was. Look, there's a number of guys. You're going to ask me about a few contracts. They're all, being worked on. Something we really would never discuss with you. And those guys are getting work done. So, there's been good communication, and I'm just going to leave it at that relative to the specific players.
All right, so.
Why did Sean stutter? He was.
Yes,
look,
so
you got me.
So here's the thing, and again, it sounds like a conspiracy, and I'm just like asking questions, trying to connect dots. It looked like Sean thought that he was out there.
He looked confused.
Yes.
When the question was asked.
Yes, and you can go see for yourself. It's on the official Broncos, social pages and whatnot. And I almost give Sean a break if he didn't know what Courtland was up to. And it wasn't communicated because, as you pointed out earlier in the day, it was a run-heavy day today. And there are 90 guys. It's hard to explain. It's nonstop shuffling, coming and going. And if Michael Malone, former coach of the Denver Nuggets, could be coaching 5 players and sometimes forget to put someone back in the game, which has literally happened and he has talked about it, it's reasonable to think on the first day of training camp with 90 freaking guys on a run-heavy day that he, and only 90-minute practice, very short.
It's fast.
it is reasonable to deduce that Sean may not have known that Sutton wasn't out there for 7-on-7 and team drill, even if that sounds crazy.
Well, no, it doesn't sound crazy because when it's a run-heavy day as a coach, you're looking at a few things. Your offensive line, the tight end, the running back, and the QB exchange with the running back. Those are the things you're looking at because it's so important because guess what? You're working on your run.
Right.
And what did we talk about yesterday? The identity should be the run this year. Well, guess what? The first practice of day one was all about the run.
That could be a clue.
It could be a clue. And now it's like, I know that when it becomes time to pass, I will focus on the receivers. Also, earlier, you see Cortland Sutton out there doing the drills.
Right.
You're not thinking of it. You're like, he's out there running off defenders, blocking. I don't have to worry about my starting number one receiver. And maybe that's something that slipped Sean's mind where it's like, I thought he was out there, and he really wasn't, and now what's going on?
And that's why you hear the confusion in saying, yes, he was at the start of the response.
No, he did. He was. Look.
So
he was like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they did tell me this, and I forgot.
But if that happened, that would have to mean, and again, just to reiterate, I am speculating to a certain degree, that would have to mean that it would that approach today from Sutton was only discussed between he and his agent, Jacob Presser.
So you're saying like a sneaky little, hey, like, surprise him.
Yeah, it might not have been like, hey, Sean, hey, just a heads up, like I'm going to do the routes on air stuff, but I'm not going to do any of the stuff against a defender. And maybe he didn't mention that. I would like to think that would get mentioned so they're all on the same page, but it's not impossible.
But see, this is what I think it is. I think it's the agent, and it's not talking to Sean because Sean's still the head coach. He's worried about so many different things. I think it's the agent talking with someone like George and saying, hey, just a heads up, like you just said, Zach. My guy Corey is out there, but he will not participate in team in 7-on-7. And that's a heads up. Now, you can do what with this information as you want. You can talk to Sean about it, but this is just where we stand right now. And so I could see something like that happening because George was out there.
Mm-hmm.
George didn't look like a happy camper. He kind of looked like he was just sitting there observing everything. And usually George is kind of moving around, looking at everybody offensively, defensively, not this time. And then you have Court that's just sitting in the back like he's with the receiving group, but he's behind them because he's letting everybody know, he's letting the media know, hey, I'm not practicing today. I may be out there doing drills, sharpening up my skills, staying in shape, but I will not take this field as a receiver one until we get this contract situated. That's just kind of what I see out there and kind of what goes on when you're dealing with these sticky situations with contracts.
Yeah, and for right now, I don't want to minimize what's going on, okay? But for right now, it's not a massive deal, I don't think. I don't think it's a massive deal. I think it's something. It's not nothing. Your number one receiver wasn't, doing the stuff in team, but it's the first day of camp. It's July 23rd. I don't think it's a reason to freak out, but there is a reason that if this keeps up, all right, and who knows, maybe Sutton will come back tomorrow and participate in everything.
Who knows?
But if this keeps up, it will get to a point where it becomes unhealthy for the football team. First day, 90-minute practice, okay, I got it. You're sending a message. But depending on how far down the road this goes, it's just something that, obviously we're going to be following this every single day.
I'm just, like to me, I felt like this was coming. Now, I truly thought he was just going to flat out say, hey, I'm holding in. It's a hold in, not a hold out. But what Cortland did was, give people a little taste of, I want to be here, and I'm healthy, and I'm ready to go. And then, but also it's another taste of hey, look what this offense looks like when I'm not here. Look how the energy is when I'm not on the football field, which is different, guys.
It is.
And when you guys get to the opportunity, if this is still going on and Cortland's not practicing, you guys are going to feel it too when Cortland, your receiver one's not out there making plays for Bo. Because if you remember, Zach, when we first stepped foot on the field during OTAs, the first time we had the opportunity, it was Bo Nix connecting with Cortland Sutton down the football field for a 45-yard gain.
Yep.
Well, if Cortland's not there to continue to build this chemistry, what does it look like now? Who is your receiver one now? You don't have a receiver two. How are you going to have another receiver one that you can rely on? Is it Vele right off the bat? Is it Marvin Mims? It's going to get awkward if things don't get done with Courtland Sutton's contract.
All right. Wow. Okay. So we have, and to my knowledge, and hold-ins haven't happened forever. The first hold-in I ever remember was Melvin Ingram from the Chargers. And he was out there coaching guys up, and he was in his team gear, but he wasn't suited and booted. To my knowledge, and I believe I'm correct, this is the first Broncos hold-in that they've ever had. If this persists, it'll be the first hold-in they've ever had.
Now, is this considered a hold-in? Is it? He's out there.
Kinda.
He has done drills.
Yeah.
People had videos of him catching the football from Bo Nix.
Yeah.
And it's like he's there, but then you don't practice. You're not available to the media. When are we going to hear from Courtland Sutton?
You know what? That's interesting too, because we still haven't. Not OTAs. Not
Zach
mandatory.
misses his voice. When are we going to hear from him?
Like we are now into late July. Training camp is underway. Yeah, we haven't heard from Sutton really in a formal form, I think, since last season. So this is new territory. It's new territory for Courtland. It's new territory for the Broncos. And we'll see where it goes here moving forward. Chapter number 2 tomorrow. We will be your eyes and ears out there. Okay, what this does, though, it could open up a door for another conversation that we got confirmation on today in a formal matter, all right, and a baby birdie whisper that syncs up with something else that we heard out there today at training camp. We'll pass along the details coming up next.
When evaluating Bo Nix, it's not just what he does with the football, it's what he doesn't do with it. Right, Mark?
He doesn't take sacks. He doesn't take that many risks with the ball. He does have the ability to scramble and get himself out of trouble. He doesn't give you a lot of opportunities to create big plays against that offense.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It's Zach here to tell you that the city of Aurora is home to 5 incredible golf courses that you need to play this summer. Tee times, beautiful golf courses, and restaurants for after-round fun. You got Spring Hill, an executive course, but you'll still use every club in your bag. How about Aurora Hills, the OG Aurora course? Then you have Meadow Hills, former country club with tree-lined fairways. And I also love Saddle Rock, guys. It's like a mountain course in the city. I mean, incredible views of Pikes Peak. And then lastly, you have Murphy Creek, a prairie links layout. Guys, go play golf in Aurora this summer. Don't overpay for tee times, all right? For more information and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and go ahead and find them on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Again, for more information and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life. And fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Phillip Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Phillip Lindsay sent you.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, rolling downhill on a Wednesday. And past 4 o'clock on a Wednesday means that we are officially closer to Friday than Monday.
It's flying.
All right, it really is flying.
I'm by.
I mean, the week's flying by. The show has flown by. We are on the doorstep of going about, call it 35 consecutive, 40 consecutive minutes of commercial-free sports talk radio.
Wow, camp is here. Camp is here. I remember those days. Camp goggles start coming on by week, 2?
What's camp goggles?
Camp where you're just like, everything looks good. Everything from like regular food that usually you don't like to like other stuff that looks good.
Sure.
You're like, I got to get out of here.
Yeah, gotcha. So, okay. We're talking about the Cortland Sutton stuff. It appears he's doing a little bit of a hybrid hold-in.
Yeah.
Doing some warm-up stuff, but not doing the 7-on-7, not doing the team. This is going to be a storyline until it's not. Okay, we know that. But there's another report out there today, and we were talking about this yesterday, all right? And I'm trying to, you sent this to me. Okay, there it is. So this is coming from Jordan Schultz, okay, who put it out there that free agent wide receiver Keenan Allen, one of the top remaining players on the market, has drawn interest from multiple teams in recent weeks. My understanding is he's been waiting for training camps to open to better assess the landscape and get a clearer picture of each team's wide receiver situation. Okay? Could the Broncos be one of those teams? And before we talk about this, there's another little detail that I want to circle back to. If you guys remember, in the month of March, late March, it was put out there by Adam Schefter that the Broncos checked in on veteran wide receiver Stefon Diggs. Okay? So they have already expressed interest in adding to the room.
Adding a veteran presence, which we have talked about multiple times. Like, hey, if you're not confident going into this season and you're Sean and you're all in and you feel like this is the time to strike and win a Super Bowl, you're going to want to make sure that every box is checked on every position. Right now, we're trying to figure out who receiver 2 is. And if he's not on the roster just yet, because they're young and they're growing like Vele, Troy Franklin, maybe you check in with the vet that that can come in right away and produce.
Yes. Now, today out at camp, unfortunately, and you can get mad at me all you want, I'm just telling you what it is. We can't get into a lot of specifics. But there was a little whisper to us that the Broncos were doing a little bit more than just checking in. And I'm going to leave it at that. Okay? They were doing a little bit more than just checking in. But doesn't it make sense? The entire Broncos offseason, their additions, Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw, J.K. Dobbins, Evan Ingram, they got all 4 of those guys at a discounted rate because of injury.
Yeah.
And wouldn't Stephon Diggs have lined up?
He would have checked that box too.
With that profile. And I think they thought they could get him at a more discounted rate. Now, the Patriots, and this is one of the craziest signings.
They went all in.
3 years, $69 million.
For a guy that's coming off an ACL. He just got cleared the day before camp started.
I saw that.
Just got cleared.
Yes.
And his bank account already had a lot of money in it from the Patriots before he even stepped foot on the football field because of that, because of his guaranteed money.
Yes.
That's insane.
It is. It is. Now,
who is his agent?
I don't know. Where does he get that?
With him.
Where does he get that pink powder? Not sure. Not sure. I never saw powder that pink. What does that do to you?
What does that do?
If you don't know it, just Google it. All right. So now that signing's insane. I hate that for the Patriots. That is so much money for someone in their 30s coming off. Is it Achilles, right?
No, blew his knee out.
ACL. So if the Broncos were interested in going down that road, and you got priced out of the market, and now we have a report today about Keenan Allen that several teams have reached out, and he's surveying the landscape, I think it's reasonable to deduce that the Broncos very well could be one of these teams.
Why would you not be? You know how Keenan Allen is. If you're a Denver Broncos fan, he's been in the division for a very long time.
Oh, yeah.
Great route runner. Okay, a guy that you can rely on every single game when he's healthy. A guy you can rely on in the red zone. He will help take pressure off of Courtland Sutton, Evan Ingram in the run game. It's just a security blanket to where it's like you have 2 playmakers in Courtland Sutton and Keenan Allen that can be a 1-2 punch. A true number 2 and a true number 1 for the Denver Broncos. Now, does it happen? Who knows? But if the Denver Broncos supposedly checked in on a vet before, why wouldn't they circle back and try to check in on another vet that, honestly, I believe is better than Stephon Diggs? I just think he's a better route runner and he would fit this system. So that's why we talk about this. If we are all in and feel like the Denver Broncos can win a Super Bowl and they're missing maybe a true number 2 receiver, why not fill that void? Why not check that box off by going out there and spending a little bit of money because you have it so that you can win 11, 12, 13 games so that you can compete in the playoffs? That's all I'm saying.
It's, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, and I remember saying, well, if you're going to pay Sutton, which I ultimately believe the Broncos are going to do, a aging wide receiver. No, he's not 45 years old, but he is now into his 30s, and he's already had 2 deals behind him. Like, do you want to pay another aging wide receiver into his 30s and be on the books because his market value was 2 years, $22 million?
Yeah, and we think maybe they can get it for a little bit less.
Yeah, we'll see.
Maybe.
But it's like, do you want to have that type of profile in your wide receiver room? 2 guys in their 30s and you're paying them, So I don't know. But that aside, here's what I'll tell you just from guttural reaction. If we got an alert on our phone right now that said Keenan Allen was signing with the Denver Broncos, I would be pretty freaking excited. And furthermore, I think it's also incredibly reasonable to deduce that the Chargers are definitely one of those teams that have reached out to Keenan Allen.
Well, if you're Keenan Allen, why wouldn't you want to go back home, somewhere where you're loved, where you done most of your work is with the Chargers? But also, maybe the money is not there with the Chargers, and Denver's like, hey, we're willing to give a little bit more.
Yeah.
You get to be in the division, play against the Chargers, and help us win a Super Bowl. Help us get close to at least the Super Bowl.
See, and in this situation where the Chargers and Broncos are sort of evenly matched, and I know the Chargers beat Broncos twice last year, but I think Broncos have had a better offseason. We'll see how that statement ages. But if you're both in contention for Keenan Allen, I mean, what a swing if you can acquire him and also keep him away from a division rival the same way you did 3 months ago with Evan Ingram. I mean, that would be impactful.
And if you're Keenan Allen, Zach, and you're deciding, okay, what team do I want to be on? I was just with Chicago the other year, and that didn't go well for me. Although his stats were over 700 yards and 7 touchdowns.
Yeah, it was like 750.
And then he missed a couple games. It's like, what team gives me the best chance to be successful? Stat-wise and winning.
I think he'd be immediately locked in as wide receiver too here. Immediately.
And Sean seems like he can pitch a vision to these players, obviously because these players are signing and saying, hey, I can keep you healthy. I can get you where you need to go. All right, you're on the doorsteps of being a Hall of Famer. Let's be real when it comes to Keenan Allen.
That's facts, yes.
He just needs probably a little bit more wins. Couple more stats here or there.
Yeah.
You can get it here with Bo Nix, with this unit offensively, with Sean Payton being the mastermind of the play calling. You can do it over here. That's the pitch I believe Sean would give Keenan Allen if Keenan Allen wants to be with the Denver Broncos.
You know, it's such a good point because he is an actual borderline Hall of Famer. If his career ended today, I do not believe he would go to the Hall of Fame. But another solid 2 years through statistical accumulation, being on a relevant winning team, could go a long way in that argument. So then it's about, and if you're just joining us and you're like, why are the guys talking about Keenan Allen again on the first day of training camp? Because a report came out from just a couple hours ago from Jordan Schultz that multiple teams have inquired for Keenan Allen. He's waiting to see the landscape of training camp and how, assessing wide receiver rooms. And we're also parlaying that with the news from March that the Broncos, quote-unquote, checked in on Stephon Diggs. And we heard a little whisper today from an incredible source out there at training camp that it was a little bit more than just checking in. So if you put this all together, it's reasonable to suggest that the Broncos are one of the teams that has checked in on Keenan Allen. And also just because of the natural need, Mike Williams just retired recently from the Chargers. There's an opening there. It's reasonable to believe that the Chargers are one of them as well. So what is Keenan Allen looking for? Is he looking for the most money in his last, quote unquote, bite at the apple? All right. Or is he concerned about fit and legacy? Because if he's concerned about fit and legacy,
legacy, and staying healthy. Here with the Denver Broncos,
that's the other. I love that you said that. Yes.
The past 2 years, the Denver Broncos, as a unit, as a whole, have been really healthy. That's another pitch that you pitch to Keenan Allen. You can stay healthy here. You can be a big part of the reason why we win, and you're going to get your stats, and you're going to get wins. Like that. Like, why would you not want to be here? Again, like, this is the time to do it. The Denver Broncos are hot. Their defense is really, really good. Their offense is coming around. You have a quarterback in year 2 who's going to take another jump. All right, you have a solid receiver 1 in Cortland Sutton. Marvin Mims, is a baby joker that's going to get you open and free up another receiver. You have Vele that's going to take another jump. But to have someone like Keenan Allen in the building, another veteran presence that can teach these young players like Troy Franklin, like Vele, how to be a pro, that's just going to set the Denver Broncos up for success after Keenan Allen is gone, after Cortland Sutton is gone and his contract's over with, after the contract they give him here soon, right? Like, this is what you're looking for. You're looking to build for the future, but you have to have the right people in the building to help these young players out, but also the right people to help you win games now.
Well, on the RamosLaw.com text line, dude, there is no way Keenan Allen is a borderline Hall of Famer. You are high. Happy to report. I am not high, not yet anyway. Keenan Allen, you do know, and this is why you just, well, first of all, thank you for listening to the show, and thank you for texting into the show, sincerely. But, just do a Google search before you send that. Keenan Allen, you know he has more career receiving yards than Tyreek Hill, right? More than Chad Johnson, right? More than Keyshawn Johnson, Stephon Diggs, A.J. Green, those guys? He's got more than that. He's a top 40 receiver by yardage in NFL history. If he stays in the league and performs at a reasonably high level as a wide receiver number 2, I mean, you're talking about him having an opportunity if things break right, to be a top 25 receiver in NFL history. All right, number 24 right now is Mike Evans, and he doesn't need to play another down of football. He's going to do a somersault into Canton. So, yeah, I mean, no, if he is, again, with the forecast, if he stays healthy and has a couple, 2-3 more seasons, just like he had last year. The guy was 750 receiving yards, 7 touchdowns. That would have been second in both categories on the Broncos. I think it's a relevant conversation.
It's a great conversation. And you know what? With Keenan Allen, we look at him as a receiver too. But if something goes wrong or something happens to Cortland for a little while, Keenan Allen is a guy that can be a receiver 1 for you for a little bit. He has been his whole entire career. He's just getting older. And at least you can have him there until Troy Franklin and Bailey grow into their position, grow into saying, hey, we want to be a part of this. We want to be looked at as a receiver 2 or maybe in a receiver 1 option as they get a little older. That's what you're looking for. If we're all in, you go out there and you make sure that your roster is put together from head to toe, and we're still missing a receiver 2. That's it. That's why we're even talking about Keenan Allen. And now Keenan Allen, now that camp has started around the NFL, he's going to look at what is the best situation to be in for me.
Yep.
Where can I thrive but also stay healthy and make a little bit of money?
Yeah, and I want to read one more before we move on from this. The hypothetical of getting Keenan Allen is insane to me because we would have so many weapons and mouths to feed. The thing is,
the more the merrier.
The weapons and the mouths that you're referring to are very, very, very unproven. Now, it doesn't mean you can't be optimistic or think that Marvin Mims can't put a whole season together or that Valet could be a true number 2 the way that I believe that he could trend to be. But if you're talking about winning a Super Bowl and trying to go all in, as you just said, and at the start of training camp, we literally don't know who the number 2 is, that tells you a lot. It tells you a lot.
And it also tells us, like, when the Denver Broncos have already tried to, like, look into a veteran presence.
Yes, right. And that's the other
like,
thing.
Why would they just ignore it after all of a sudden?
They've already tried back in March with Stephon Diggs. So it's a very relevant conversation. Does it happen? No idea. But I would imagine Keenan Allen's going to pick a team here in the next week or two. So, all right, that's another subplot of training camp.
The drama.
This is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it, and we are coming forward. It's Zach By and Phillip Lindsay, and we are The Drive. All right, hanging out with you, rolling downhill. We're going to pass along our observations from training camp day 1 here over the next couple minutes. We're going to talk about Bo Nix and what he was up to this offseason, okay? And the visit that he made to Drew Brees. How about that? And I guess we could just
future Hall of Famer.
Future Hall of Famer. All right. This was Sean Payton from earlier today.
He's someone that works his tail off, wants to improve. The whole off season is planned out. Gone and visited Brees for 4 or 5 days, and that's Tom House in here. And there's a lot that he wants to absorb in a fast period of time. That's a great thing for a young player like that, and we're never just going to pick up from where we left off, but there's a lot of building to do when we look at last year and a lot of positive things to look at.
Is this just a cute story, or do you think there's something meaningful to draw from this? I want to hear your answer in 10 seconds, but first, join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation, Colorado, on Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Big deal, little deal, no deal, but that Bo Nix was hanging out with Drew Brees for 4 or 5 days.
This was a huge deal. All right, you have a quarterback going into year 2, and he just had a phenomenal year last year. But he is not satisfied. He understands that in order to be a franchise quarterback for the Denver Broncos, he is going to have to do more. He's going to have to be more consistent. He is going to have to be able to pick the brain of Sean Payton so that they can be on the same page. And what better player to pick a brain than for you to go and talk with Drew Brees, to sit with him and his family, to see how he interacts with just his family and just being around him as a human being and then as a quarterback. Sitting there watching film of Sean Payton coaching the Saints when Drew Brees was doing some amazing things. Like, you have a situation with Bo where he's willing to do whatever it takes to be successful, and that's why everybody is all in here with Broncos Country with Bo. That's why I am all in, because how can you fail when you're willing to do everything to not to fail?
Yeah.
How can you fail when you're willing to be vulnerable and be like, help me?
Yeah.
That's what's wrong with this world, is a lot of people aren't willing to get the help. A lot of people in this world are not willing to ask for help, to say, hey, look, I don't understand this. Like, we're so prideful. And it looks like, and it seems like Bo Nix gets it. He understands. Like, I can't be prideful. I have to be open to finding new ways to get better. And when you're with Drew Brees, you will get better. And now you're a better person for your team, for yourself. And now you're winning more games because of it. And
There's no more passes for Drew to throw.
Oh.
Right? And so you might as well pass along the codes to the vault of Sean Payton's offense. And Drew Brees and Sean Payton love each other. And they accomplish so much together. And so to help Bo is to help Sean. And now, truly, like, Drew can be a part of Bo's success. Right? He can be a part of his success and play a small role, even if it's a footnote, in his story. And I love, you used the word prideful. I love the humility from Bo. He just had the second best statistical season for a rookie quarterback of all time. And to have the humility to say, I need to learn more. I have not arrived. I don't have a crown on my head. I love that. I love it.
I'm sorry, but it's also the thought process of, like, what do you do on this play? What are you looking at and what are you thinking of when this blitz happens? Like, it's picking the brains of quarterbacks that have been there and done that. That's what makes Tom Brady so special. That's what makes Peyton Manning so special, is they played so much football that they understand, like, okay, I know who's coming. Aaron Rodgers used to do it all the time. Hey, buddy, you're coming. You might as well show it. Don't hide it. Show it. I know you're coming. That's when you have mastered the game of football. And Bo can do that. It just takes time. It's a build-up. And when you're able to do that, now you become an elite quarterback. But it takes time. Yeah,
it takes time. And Bo is putting in the time, right? Here's a little bit more from Sean on Bo.
Drew lives in San Diego, and he spent some time going there just with the schedule and wanting to know more about the offense. And so I'm sure, I don't even know when he went, but I just know he went. I mean, it was him doing more research at the position.
And he said, like, Bo scheduled out his entire offseason.
Great.
It wasn't like, hey, I'm just going to chill.
Have a plan.
He was here. He was here most of the time at the Broncos facility. Like,
be structured, have a plan, stick with it. All right, believe in your plan, and then go out there and execute on the football field. This is why we love this kid.
Yeah.
This man. He's not a kid. I don't want to disrespect him. This man. This is why we love him. This is why he will be the franchise quarterback by the end of this year.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that as well. And, Bo out there today, just like an early observation, like comparatively year over year, Bo was very tight last year.
Yeah.
And he is just naturally tightly wound. And I kind of like that. A lot of these, guys who are uber successful, they're tightly wound, they're obsessive, they have a seriousness about them.
Laser focus.
Yes.
That's what they used to call it in the NFL room.
Yeah, and not that he's not laser focused, because we know that he is, but there was, just from the body language, there was a bit more of a looseness to Bo this year, or today, and we'll see if it holds up throughout the summer. But just the way that he was interacting with his teammates, there was a confidence there, and he was just more like, it's almost like every joint on his body got a little WD-40 sprayed on it. He was just more of a little bit loose,
like the Tin Man from the Wizard of Oz.
Yes.
No, you're right. Another observation out there with Bo, and maybe you saw it as well, was with Marvin Mims, and he walked to Marvin Mims, and he was explaining pretty much what he wanted Marvin Mims to do, like a certain route, whatever it was, and they were going back and forth, nothing crazy.
Yeah.
But it was like, hey, like, this is kind of what I'm looking for, and you can see him directing with his hands. Like, that's another step, because now for Bo, it's like, I'm looking for you to get open. This is how I view this defense, and this is how I view the offense or this play looking like. If you go out there and do it, I'm going to hit you on this route. That's when you know that you're starting to be comfortable with the playbook and with your teammates.
Sure, coaching them up. I absolutely love it. And speaking of the the seriousness that Bo typically carries himself with, I had this thought yesterday when I was listening to Pat Surtain, a young Bronco, and I'm listening to Mike McGlinchey, an older Bronco, and I'm thinking of Bo Nix, okay, there is a very serious nature about this football team right now in a very, very healthy way. Now, that's not to say that they don't, crack towels and crack beers and laugh and have fun, okay? I'm not saying that.
You said crack towels.
Yes.
What are you cracking on?
There is a professional seriousness about this group right now that is pretty palpable, and that has not always been the case. And I think it stems from Sean. It goes to Bo. You have the defensive player of the year that has it. You got guys all around this team. And that's not to say there's not going to be some goofballs, and that's healthy for the team,
You need a mixture. It's a balance.
Yes. But like from the core members of this team, there is a professional seriousness, and it reminds me of the 2022 Colorado Avalanche. And again, not to say that those guys didn't have a ball and go out and have a grand old time, but at their core, it was a very serious group that was about winning a Stanley Cup. And I'm starting to feel some of that vibe from the core members of the Denver Broncos.
Well, there's a time and place for everything. And when it's on that football field, especially at the beginning when you're trying to learn about the playbook and you guys have new additions, you're trying to get to know each other, it's about focusing and completing the task. And when you go to the locker room, have fun, relax, enjoy each other. When you're on the football field, lock in, be serious, because you have a great opportunity this year to win more than 10 games. You have a great opportunity this year to win a playoff game. You have a great opportunity this year to try to get to a Super Bowl, but you have to be all in. And when you're serious and you have enough vets, which the Denver Broncos
They
do
do
now,
have a lot of veteran
Dre
players.
Greenlaw,
Yeah.
Hufanga, Evan Ingram, Cortland Sutton, Garrett Bowles,
Zach Allen,
DJ
Jones. I mean, the list goes
Goes
on.
on and on. That have played in a lot of games, and a lot of these players have played in playoff games. And so when you have a older team now, because that's what it is considered, it's just a different vibe. You're not just out there happy-go-lucky having fun. You're out there with a purpose. And the purpose is to get your work done and go home. Go see your family. And then come back, get your work done again. Because the ultimate goal is to win it all. And this is what that vibe feels like. The energy is just different.
It is.
And like you said, it starts with Sean. It starts with the coaching staff. And then it trickles on to your leaders and your captains of the team. And then the players everybody's buying in because you're believable. You feel it. It's not about faith and like, oh, I have faith we can do it. Like, we all know that. It's more like, hey, we can do it. I have faith we can do it, but I know we can do it because we did it last year and we have more weapons this year.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I mean, it just is. It just is. And, I asked Sean in the press conference today, I said, hey, this time last year, you were picked to win 5-6 games. Your roster was ranked 31st. This time around, the tone is radically different. You got Mike Tannenbaum, former GM, saying that Bo Nix is a dark horse MVP. You got, Harry Douglas from ESPN Radio picking the Broncos to win the division over the Chiefs and the Chargers. You got some people saying they could be a dark horse Super Bowl candidate. And I asked them, like, has your approach changed from a team that wasn't supposed to be much to now a team that's a bit of a darling going into the season? And this is how he answered the question.
Well, it does a little, and in a good way. I mean, look, it's what you want. In other words, there are so many different ways it's met. You're playing on a national stage more, and there might be unique travel more, but that's what we're wanting. And, we're not a finished product by any means. We're still, there's a lot of parallels to that building across the way here. We're still work in progress. And yet it's not the national expectations. It's just there was a belief a year ago, I think, by many of us internally that we had a team that could compete, certainly for an opportunity in the division and for an opportunity to get in the playoffs. Those standards, and they can't be just high for the coaches or just the whole group needs to see the opportunity and where we can go and so, look, that's when the whole thing started 2 years ago. This is kind of where we were hoping to be going into year 3, and it's exciting.
It is exciting. It's an incredible arc. Like if I told you when Sean Payton was hired that the Broncos were going to go from 5 wins to 8 wins, from 8 wins to 10 wins, heading into year 3.
Yeah,
I mean, we would have been like, whoa.
We'd have been, thank you. But you know what? He's done it with the Saints.
Yeah.
when the Saints were they were called the Aints.
Yeah.
In his first year, won 10 games, and then took a step back the second year. But when you have a resume of building teams up, you have to believe it. But also your players have to believe it, and that's something that I've heard in that building numerous times about Sean. It's how he gets his players to believe in him and to believe in what he has to offer. And he has his players playing sometimes above their head because he brings the belief into them, the confidence into them that, hey, you are good enough, that you are better than what people are saying about you. But trust me. Trust what I'm doing. Trust the system. Trust our coaching staff, and you'll be just fine. You'll get paid, and we'll win a lot of games. And that's what happened last year. Everybody bought in. Everybody trusts the process. They trust Sean when he decided to pick Bo Nix to be the starting quarterback. And they were able to win 10 games because of that, because they believed in each other. They believed in Sean Payton.
Yeah, it's this could be a very fun ride over the next 6 months, and ultimately,
I really want to say let's ride.
Don't do it. Don't do it. You see Russ named the starter.
Yeah,
right out of the gate.
He's he's starting no matter what
on day one. Super smart, Giants. The ultimate goal is to try to get to a Super Bowl, and Sean Payton was asked. It was you know who it was? I think it was my buddy Troy Rank who said, "Hey, if you ask a player." You know what their goal is for the season. A lot of times they'll say the Super Bowl. Is that something that you guys are talking about? And this is what Sean Payton said.
It has to be a comfortable topic, but we're in such a league where this is a journey. And, briefly yesterday I outlined a few things that are coming. But it starts more with the division and seeding. And, we have to start faster than we have the last 2 years. And so you try to, how do I say this? You try to point at the nearest goal and some of these ones that are more visible, but you can't be afraid of talking about the end game. That's got to be a comfortable subject. And then you've got to be comfortable saying, hey, look, this is what's required. And, you don't get a best of 7, but I think you start with some of the objectives that are a little bit more clearly visible in the short term.
It's a nuanced answer, but it makes a ton of sense. It's like you can't start talking about that right now as the goal. You have goals that are much more in focus and closer to you.
Goals within goals.
Yeah, but also it can't be an uncomfortable conversation if you do want to take it there.
Well, no, I love it. Like, get comfortable thinking we can win it all. That's just like something when my son is like, be okay with you. Like, you are good enough. Get comfortable saying that because you are good enough. That's the exact same thing that you have to tell those players in there, that you can win it. Now, of course, if we're going to win it, there's going to be a lot that we're going to have to do. But don't shy away from it. Why can't we? Why do the Kansas City Chiefs believe they can do it every year? Why do the Philadelphia Eagles believe they can do it every year? They truly believe they can. Why can't we this year? And that's something that if Sean, and I know Sean's doing in there. I know it because I've heard it before from other players talking about how Sean just kind of like talks and like it just brings more out of them. And that's why we should all be excited this year. Get comfortable being uncomfortable and get comfortable saying that we can win a Super Bowl. Does it happen? Who knows? But you have to believe you can do it.
Yeah. If the Broncos are going to win a Super Bowl, or going to challenge for a Super Bowl.
I like that challenge.
Or if these conversations are going to be relevant at all in December, they're going to have to run the football in a way that they did not a year ago.
Okay, Zach.
Did I just excite you?
Oh, yes.
Did it wiggle a little bit?
It wiggled a lot.
All right. What did you make? What did you make of the...
You see the table shake?
No, I didn't. I missed that. What did you make of the order of operations? Tell our audience what it was.
Yeah.
The running back order of operations today, and how much stock do you put into that order of operation?
Well, one, you put a lot of stock into it because it's something that you do before you go out there and you start running around and go through team in 7-on-7. And how it looked was J.K. Dobbins was a starting running back that got the first handoff.
He did.
R.J. Harvey was number 2. Okay, second-round draft pick, understandable. Number 3 was my boy Jalil.
It was.
Jalil was out there. He's earned the right to have the third handoff. Number 4 was Tyler Bidet.
It was.
Sean's boy. Something about Tyler Bidet Sean loves. And then number 5 was Audric Estime.
That was very interesting. Him bringing it up the rear. Like,
were you surprised?
Well, a little bit. I was a little bit that both Jaleel and Bidet were in front of him, and I've shared this before, and it's a different sport, and I'm gonna bounce it off you. But I remember playing college basketball. It would be the first day of practice, and my coach would say, "It really doesn't matter which 5. Give me Shea, Andre, Devin, Malcolm, and Shanty." And sure as hell, you'd get to the first game and it'd be like, all right, our starting 5 are Shea, Andre, Devin, Malcolm, Shanty. It was like,
wow. Every time you say it.
So tell me,
like, really, coach?
In football, this is the first day of training camp.
Yeah.
How much should I be paying attention to that order, and how much should those players be paying attention to that order?
It's a depth chart. That means the coaching staff talked about it before they went out there on the football field and say, this is what I want done. This is who I want to get the handoff first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. And so you should you should look at that and be serious about it, Zach. Now, that doesn't mean that things won't change. Audric Esime could end up having a really good day tomorrow or put together 2 really good days, and now he's moving up the depth chart because that's what they want to see. They play head games with you. Sometimes it's about, okay, we know that he's better than this player right here, but mentally, is he all in? Let's try him. Put him down. Force him to battle.
See how he reacts.
See how he reacts. Does he bow up and decide, okay, let's battle? Or does he sit back there and pout and cry and complain? Because there are people that do that. And then that's when you can kind of say, okay, like, this is the type of guy he is. We don't want him on the football team. So when you're watching these practices and you're watching the depth chart, it's something that was created before they went on break. During OTAs, you're still battling. So you already knew that J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey were gonna be there. But then we started talking about Jaleel, Audric Esime, and Tyler Bidet. Well, today we got our answer, how they feel about Audric Esime. And if you're listening, Audric Esime, you should feel some type of way about it. What do you do about it? You're the last guy on the depth chart, it seems like. You're battling with Mr. Blake Watson.
Yeah.
What do you do about that? Do you complain? Because what I saw out there was the body language wasn't good with Audric Esime, in my opinion. Because now it's like you're upset, which you should be. You're reacting because you feel like you should be over somebody, okay. But you can't show that on the football field.
Right.
What you have to do is go to work. You're going to get opportunities. You're going to play a lot in preseason. So tomorrow, maybe he changes the way he looks and reacts to things tomorrow. And it's like, hey, I needed a day to react, and now I can go and I can just play football because you are in a battle. So we're looking at this right now. JK's number 1, RJ Harvey's number 2, but they're going to both play. Jaleel seems to be that guy that in that sweet spot because of his speed and what he has done in the past, where it's like there's glimpses of bursts there.
Yep.
You got Sean with Tyler Bidet, and I've said pure runner, he's a better inside runner than Jaleel. And so when he is healthy, he was able to bust off a couple runs.
You're talking about Bidet.
Bidet.
Yep.
And so and he's a good football player when it comes to picking up the blitz. And Sean made that
he shined a light out of that, out of thin air.
On OTAs.
Yeah.
And so go out there and compete. But it's set. And I remember, okay, when I was a rookie, I was dead last on the depth chart when I was a running back. I was dead last on the depth chart as a special teamer, as a punt returner, kick returner, and a gunner.
Was this like in OTAs?
During OTAs. And after OTAs were done, and I came back for camp, and the rookie show up first, the special team coach comes up to me and says, "Hey, congratulations! You're starting as our kick returner. You're second on the depth chart as a punt returner, and you're starting as a gunner because of what you did during OTAs. But now you have to keep your job. Now you have to go out there and prove it during preseason games." So that told me right there that they were talking. That they were shuffling the depth chart, and that it does matter. OTAs does matter for a young player. And that's kind of what you saw out there today with the hierarchy of who's starting and who's last.
Very interesting. That is a we already came into camp sort of being fascinated by the battle that's going to take place at the running back position over the next 5 weeks. In my opinion, it got more interesting today. And does that order change? And all that stuff is something that we're going to be watching very closely, again, just starting tomorrow. And speaking of things being a certain way in OTAs that changed at the start of training camp at a premium position with a premium player. Details next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here on behalf of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men out there about erectile dysfunction. Now, don't go changing that channel because the phrase ED makes you uncomfortable. What's more uncomfortable than hearing the phrase is actually living with ED, okay? Guys, ED is a medical condition, and like most medical conditions, it's treatable. And I'm talking treatments over 90% in terms of success rates with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, all right? That's a great number. One, you're not alone. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treated tens of thousands of men just like you, all right? It's actually pretty common. They've also served the Front Range for nearly a decade, so they're not new. So schedule a consult with them today. That initial visit is just $99. That includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and a medically advised a test dose. It's real simple. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is completely free. They have an expert staff at 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. So stop living with ED. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at 720-440-7900 or simply visit them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 5-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Brandon Stokley from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1-ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
You probably saved my life. Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
Get help. Get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, an observation from training camp, and it's an important one. It's an important one. So, at OTAs, and I remember having these conversations with you, Phil. In OTAs, we went out there, and we were curious, what is the status of Jahdae Barron?
Yeah.
All right, they drafted him in the first round, but Riley Moss is there as the outside corner, and Jahdae Barron is so versatile, it's like he just played nickel, right?
He's the crystal.
He's the crystal. And so it's like, okay, Riley's outside corner, Jahdae Barron, okay, makes sense. That was OTAs. That was mandatory minicamp. When they broke into a team period, and it was the ones, Jahdae Barron is playing opposite Pat Surtain as cornerback 2.
And see, what's so crazy about this, Zach, is we came in here and said, hey, how do you think Riley feels about this? And we were like, man, I don't think it's about Riley. I think it's about McMillan. That Jahdae Barron was going to play a lot more nickel. Then when you go out there on the first day and Riley Moss is going with the second unit and Jahdae Barron as a rookie in the first camp of the year, he's alongside Pat Surtain and McMillan's at nickel. It's like, what's going on? That's a shocker.
Yeah.
That's a huge shocker. It's like, okay, like they've also, like when I mean the coaching staff has had talks and conversations of like who should start. Like, it's not just a coincidence that Jaquan Barron's sitting there as the number one cornerback with PS2.
That's a big deal. Now we don't know if it's an open competition and Riley Moss could be out there opposite of PS2 tomorrow. But if you are going to have that approach and give them each opportunities with the ones, wouldn't Riley Moss, traditionally, you'd play the more veteran player first, and then Jahdae Barron would get the second opportunity the next day?
I believe that Riley Moss should have the opportunity to lose his job. He did well last year when he was healthy. And when he was not healthy, he forced his way back, he rushed back, and he did not look good against the Cincinnati Bengals. So I was shocked when I saw Riley Moss was not starting because it's the beginning of camp. It's day one. OTAs, like there wasn't a lot going on during that time for Jahdae Barron to just jump over Riley Moss. The only thing I can think of is what you said earlier, where first day Riley's with the second unit, maybe tomorrow Riley's with the first unit, and now Jahdae Barron is with the first unit as a nickel. That's the great thing about having depth, but also having Jahdae Barron is he can play the outside in the inside at nickel.
Right.
So he's in a win-win situation.
He really
Jahdae Barron
is.
that we're talking about. He's in a win-win situation where either he's going to beat out Riley Moss for the outside, or he's going to beat out McMillan for the nickel position. But Jahdae Barron will be starting and will be on that football field more times than not.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, we knew the first rounder was going to play, but opposite PS2, that's the early signal. And, man, I look forward to watching Jahdae Barron throughout this camp. They obviously love him, all right? They couldn't pass him up, all right? And here he is on the first day of camp. He's the starting cornerback. And it, if you were to forecast this out, and we don't know what it's ultimately going to look like, and he's a young player, and it's the best football league in the world, and as good as Texas and the SEC is, this is just going to be different. So, but if he is as good as the Broncos believe that he is and forecast him to be, and I really like Riley Moss. I love his physicality.
Riley's a dog,
he's a
man.
competitor, but
He'll come down and hit you.
Yeah, no, there's no question. But man, if Jahdae Barron is what the Broncos believe he is, and your two starting corners are PS2, the Defensive Player of the Year, and another first-round pick, I mean, we could be having conversations about this is the best cornerback room in all of football.
But how does that become true? You have to compete. So for Riley, don't let Jahdae Barron win this job.
Yeah.
Force them to have to make the decision that say, hey, look, he's a first-round draft pick, and we're just going to place him there. Not because you just let him take it. But when you're doing that, you're competing because now Jahdae Barron's getting better.
Sure.
Now McMillan's getting better. And now the unit is getting better as a whole, and that's what you're looking for. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun. And today there's not a lot to report on Jahdae Barron and what he did out there going up against the receivers because it was a run-heavy day.
Yeah. All right. Well, that is an important circle back detail. Like, does this have the same setup tomorrow? Because if it has the same setup, and it's Jahdae Barron and PS2 as cornerbacks number 1 and number 2, that's the vision. That's the vision. So, and it's a potential question for Sean maybe after practice of, okay, we've seen him now twice. What's the vision for, someone like Riley? What's the vision for someone like Jaquan McMillan? And is Jaquan McMillan, is he the starting corner? Is he just is he a depth piece? We don't know.
Is he the odd man out? And is Riley Moss the guy that starts at nickel?
Yeah.
Like there's ways that you can put your best players on the football field. So that's something else that we're going to look at tomorrow. Maybe Riley Moss is at nickel. He's a starting nickel now. It's like kind of moving all these cornerbacks around to help out with the team and make you strong. Depth matters in a 17-game season.
Yeah. A play from practice that we haven't talked about yet. Q Robinson, Alabama product, mid-round pick.
Now, is that your Devon Vele of this year?
I can't decide if it's he or Secession Savion Jones, who was a secession plan for the Denver Broncos out of LSU.
Yeah.
You have back-to-back SEC guys in Savion Jones and Q Robinson. But Q Robinson, man, he had a play where he would have literally decapitated Jarrett Stidham. Or no, excuse me, it was Ellinger. It was Ellinger. He would have decapitated him. Your boy Jonathan Cooper.
J. Coop.
Against the twos.
Very explosive.
He had a move where it rushed outside and then stunted back inside and would have absolutely decapitated Jarrett Stidham. And I haven't seen Jonathan Cooper, and I'd have to go back, and so maybe this is speaking a little bit out of turn, but I haven't seen him a whole heck of a lot play back inside.
Yeah.
And so that was a wrinkle. I'm like, oh, look at that. And it would have been a highlight reel play, forced fumble type of play. So it's good to see that from Jonathan Cooper as well.
Another run play, and I know there's not pads on, but the best run play, I think we can both agree on this, came from Jaleel McLaughlin. Was a great cut.
Yep.
I don't know if it was going to go for a 50-yard run, but it was a great cut. It was explosive, and he was able to gain some yards. Other than that, it was kind of quiet, and it's the first day.
Yeah.
First day, you really don't know if a running back's breaking that tackle, if it's a clean cut. With that one, it was a clean cut that you knew that there was going to be at least 10, 15 yards gained on that play.
Yep.
And then I have to give credit to Adam Trotman.
Yeah.
In 7-on-7.
Yeah.
Down the seam, was able to come down with a really beautiful ball from Bo Nix for maybe a 25, 30-yard gain, and that's something that you want to see from your number 2 tight end.
Totally. And he was strong hands at the point of attack, in traffic. Good for Troutman. And then another tight end that made a play. Again, I don't believe it was against the ones, but the 7th round flyer.
The experimental draft pick.
The former basketball player, Caleb Lohner, who played 1 year of college football at Utah. And as you astutely remembered, 4 total catches in his career for 4 touchdowns. It's the most unusual stat line in college football history.
It's an elite stat line.
But
Get him the ball.
But he, like Troutman, down the seam from Jarrett Stidham, went up and made the play. And this dude is huge. And he is a great athlete. And he is raw. But, if you're him and you're picked 241 in the draft and you've played 1 year of college football and it's the first day of NFL training camp and you get to go out there and make a play, he probably feels like he's walking on air right now. So,
but also, someone like Sean's looking at that like, okay, this is why I picked him up.
Yeah.
Like the vision is there. Not right now, and maybe not even next year. But it's like, this is why I drafted him. Because he's more like Jimmy Graham than we think. It's just going to have to take some time for him to develop.
Yeah. I mean, guys, he's 6'7", 250, and jumps out of the gym.
It's a big boy.
Jumps out of the gym. So he's probably not a candidate to make the team this year. But next year, I told you, he's not going to be Caleb Lohner anymore because he's going to have 52 friends on that roster. Not a loner anymore this time next year. So we'll continue to track his progress throughout the summer as well. All right. If you've been a head coach for 17 years, how do you try to get better in the offseason? Sean Payton answered that question. We'll play the response for you coming up next.
How will first-round rookie Sade Barron fit into the Broncos secondary?
It's not a situation where he has to come in and be the dude. You just got to be a piece of it. The dude is Surtain. And then you have another guy that was a really good player opposite him last year, so just come fit in. There's not the pressure to come and save this defense.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, everybody? Phillip Lindsay here for Williams Jewelers. And if you're looking for a new timepiece or just want to upgrade to something nicer, Williams Jewelers is here to help you out. I went to Williams Jewelers actually to find a new watch, and thanks to them, I now have a beautiful Tudor watch on my wrist. They treated me just like family the minute I walked through those doors, and I was able to ask questions without feeling dumb. They truly made me feel comfortable and didn't pressure me at all, and I feel really good about the decision I made because of that. Starting from one little store in Inglewood, Williams Jewelers has grown into 2 locations and has become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. So why wouldn't you want to shop where some of the world's leading designers are sold? When you step foot into their showroom, you'll feel just like family because they are family and their service reflects that. They are dedicated and they work hard to make sure you're satisfied with your purchase. And not only will they share the secrets of the business with you, but they will give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So treat yourself or someone you love by going to Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. Also the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue, and also in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Phillip Lindsay, when you step through one of those doors.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
Brandon Stokley here for the only heating and cooling company I trust. ROX rocks heating and air. There's no one better in Colorado. July is the hottest month of the year. Is your air conditioner going to survive? Get a free estimate on a new air conditioner and take advantage of the best deals in town. To make it even better, you can get 0% interest financing. Stay cool, Colorado, with ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
Injured in an accident? Don't settle for empty promises. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective results. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients across the country. Founded by nationally recognized attorneys, we bring elite legal power to personal injury cases, fighting to get you the justice and compensation you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
If you've been a head coach for 17 years, would you be actively looking for a better way to do your job? And
Gotta be a baller.
You know, I'm serious because, you know, Sean is known as a very good play caller. He's got a great reputation as a play caller.
Very creative, usually.
And it hasn't been, you know, a 10 out of 10 here for the first 2 years, but he was dealing with Russell Wilson for that first year and a rookie in the next year. And I wanted to ask him, and the press conference went long enough that I had some space to ask a second question, that my guy Anilo Piro took a video of.
AP!
And it's on our social channels right now. What up, AP?
How we doing, fellas?
Doing great, man. Thanks for helping out earlier today.
No, of course, man. We're all on the same team here at the Fan.
Heck
So
yeah.
I was shooting my social video for us to post on social media. Follow us at DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. And I'm like, I know that voice. So I just take my camera, pan to the right, get a little shot of you, and away we go.
I love it. And I legitimately wanted to know, like, does Sean like try to grow, try to learn? Are you proactive in trying to be better, even though you're a Super Bowl champion and you just turned around this team?
You've been doing it for forever.
Yeah, and this is what he said.
It's studying other successful offenses. It's constantly looking at the change and the evolution, whether it might even be college tape. And so, gosh, the call sheet from like my first year as a head coach in 2006 and to where there's a constant change and evolution relative to scheme and your own personnel. And so that's just one small area of it. And then I would say from a practice standpoint, how are we more efficient than maybe we would have been? I think as a teacher, if you're not evolving and changing year to year, because obviously there's things we're learning that we didn't know then you're going backwards. So I would definitely say yes to that. And that's the thing that keeps you up, is to, there's certain things that'll always be in place. You walk the field, make sure it's clear. There's no injury risk for the player. There's certain staples as a coach that can't ever change or be compromised, but there's so many things. The way we meet is entirely different. There's music, there's video. There was a time when it was just an acetate on an overhead projector. And so all of that, the presentation is different.
I wasn't exactly sure what his process is, but For me, it's a little bit more, and this is probably overstating it, but I'm going to use the word anyway. It's like it's comforting knowing that even Sean, with all his success, and he's having a moment right now and turning around the Broncos, still has enough humility, even though sometimes it may not seem like it, to say, I still need to be studying. I'm watching college tape. I'm looking for new concepts, and we got that answer today.
No, and that's just being human. That's understanding that the league is changing every single year. Rules, the way players are, film, as he talked about and he discussed. So it's like, for you as a coach, how can I be better for my players? How can I be better when I'm going up against people like the 49ers, and you have Kyle Shanahan, who's a really good offensive coordinator and very creative. Like, you start to look around the league and say, where am I right now compared to them? And have I lost it? Because I've been in the league so long that I'm stuck in my ways. And that's something that can't happen. And I don't believe it's happening with Sean. Sean's smart enough to understand where it's like, let me change a couple things here and there. And he has, from 2006 to now 2025, he's doing things a lot different. And that's just with more stats, more facts. You're able to change the way you coach and the way you go at players and the way you think. And that's why I believe we can have a great year this year, because Sean has more weapons and he feels like Bo can handle a lot more on his plate, and now you can be a lot more creative because of that.
Anilo, what did you make of that response? Or if you want to go in a different direction and react to something else that Sean said or something that you saw at practice day.
About as humble as you'll see Sean Payton.
Yep.
And that was my big takeaway. And I forget if it was right before he started answering, but I believe when you asked that question, you stumped him a little bit. Like, you made him think. Right, it feels like when Sean Payton goes up to the podium, he knows exactly what he wants to say. He's going to discard the questions that he doesn't want to answer or isn't putting stock into.
Right.
And that was my takeaway, is once you asked that question, little thought process kind of went off. Just I could observe mentally. You could see the wheels kind of turning in his head. And, he also had that other line about, I look back at the playbook that we had in 06, and I'm like, why'd we run this? Why'd we run that? So, look, Sean is a very, very confident guy, but you use the word humility. I completely agree with you. I think you saw that there is that ever-evolving version of Sean Payton. He doesn't feel like he always has it figured out. He's always honing in his craft. So, no, I thought great question. One of the best questions of the day for sure.
Thank you, AP. And
I'm not just saying that because we're on the air again. It was a great question.
No, I appreciate it, bro. And he actually used the word evolve. And he goes, if you're a teacher, and how often last year at training camp did we come in here and say, like, this guy Sean is a teacher?
Yeah.
And he's calling himself a teacher. Like, if you're a teacher, you've always got to be evolving, because if you're not, you're falling behind. So I thought that was cool. AP, what else? What else was some of your bigger takeaways today?
Obviously some conversation about Bo. I'd love to get some truth serum into Sean, and really, there was a question about, the marriage of him and Bo Nix, and he kind of danced around that one a little bit, but I'd really love to know, what that relationship is like on a day-to-day basis. But I think the biggest things that I learned today, with Sean Payton, it really stems from your question, but also the other question and the answer about we can't be afraid to talk about Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Right? But not going over the top with it and being like, we're going to win the Super Bowl. Kansas City, who? It wasn't in that vein. It was very much like, hey, let's take a look around the building. Let's recognize that we have a special group that's brewing here. And we can do this. Right? Again, it wasn't like a flag plant or anything like that, but just being very conscious of where the Broncos were at. It felt like a very nice, soft kind of opening for the start of training camp, because you and I, all of us know it's going to be pandemonium come Friday.
Oh, yeah, and it's the opposite of the start last year.
Did you love the vibe? How was the vibe to you, man?
That was fine. I've been to enough of these training camps that it all kind of feels the same. Like, I would love to see what goes behind, closed doors before they let the media in there, because we tend to see a lot of the stretching and, the individual and whatnot, but we don't get to see the installation as much. But the vibes seem right, and I listened to you guys earlier. It does feel like a business-like approach while also having fun at the same time. It's not too loose. It's not too tight. It just seems like these guys know what they can do, and they're going to put their best foot forward and try to have fun doing it at the same time.
What do you guys think is the most interesting thing that you'll be looking for tomorrow when we go out there? And I'll go first here.
Yeah, please do.
It's Cortland Sutton.
Yeah,
has to be.
It's Cortland Sutton.
That's number one.
And does this trend continue? And if you're just joining us, maybe you're getting off work, and what are they talking about? Sutton, I called it throughout the day a hybrid Holden, where he did warm-ups. And he looks like he's completely active.
Did the drills.
Did the routes on air, but then 7-on-7, did not participate. Team, did not participate. So, that
could it be a coincidence? Maybe he doesn't.
The one thing I would add is I didn't pick up on anything with Cortland Sutton in regards to negative body language. I think he's just kind of doing what he feels like he needs to do.
I'll say this. Phil pointed out, he said he didn't have bad body language, but he's normally a more proactive with the younger guys.
Fair.
Where he was just sort of neutral.
Tomorrow when you're watching him, just see if he's not out there. Where is he at? Is he in the front, teaching, coaching up these young players, or is he in the back? It's gonna tell you everything you need to know.
All right, we got you covered on all of our observations from day 2. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock, we'll step aside. It's Denver Sports Tonight coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody!